fix it with whatever you want, so that, and you'll never show us what you're talking about, right?
Hi, may I? Quick question. I mean, POTUS, if you're going to make the claim that there is a point in the distance, right, whereby something would be going over with from the vantage point of the observer, do you even know how to quantify that according to the standard model?
Yeah.
POTUS?
Who was that directed to, by the way? Are you directed to the young lady?
POTUS.
Last Femme Putus, or whatever her name is.
POTUS, yeah.
Not first. Yeah. Go on, young lady. He's got a question for you.
Do you have an answer, or do you not know how that's calculated?
No, let's see.
Maybe she's Googling frantically there?
Yeah, ChatGPT and AI on the go there. They're working overtime at the moment.
That's good. It'll give her the, the thing that we all know already, the formula, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you hear me?
She's not there. Right. I think she's realised now she's bitten off more than she can chew. And the fact that she's conceded that the ship has gone physically over the horizon means you shouldn't be able to see it once it's gone over the horizon. For that horizon will be blocking my view no matter how many pair of binoculars I use. And telescopes.
Yeah.
What's DJ already went through like a couple of observations with her and through all the math and everything. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, I do worry about it because I'm getting muted here. That pisses me off.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm trying to do.
No, not you. Like, I'm just saying, like, because, like, whatever you show, there'll just be a Band-Aid fix. Oh, well, that works. That's the globe. Yeah.
No.
A Band-Aid fix.
And it's kind of interesting because it sounds like you guys are talking past each other a little bit, right? Because when the question of, does the thing go lower, right? Quote unquote lower. Well, from one vantage point, with like from the point of view of the Earth, the surface itself is zero, right? But so that's what she's talking about, right? The thing is just on the surface; it's at zero. It never goes below zero because 0 is 0, 0. It's on the surface. But with respect to line of sight, the deviation
eye level. You mean eye level? Eye level?
Yeah. From your
I know. I wanted to go that way. I just was trying to gauge just how much could actually be, justified in terms of geometry and terminology, but it's not there.
Yeah,
just makes up words makes up, but uses ambiguous words that doesn't really express the sentiment, longitudinal. And all this sort of stuff. I know what that means. Straight out in front of you. But
she said the obtuse angle of the atmosphere. I mean, what?
Yeah, obtuse angle of the atmosphere and stuff like that.
That made absolutely no fucking sense.
Right. Yeah. So I don't appreciate getting muted when I'm trying to get through all that nonsense myself. Right. You can clearly see she was not really letting me speak. I didn't want to shout over her. I don't want to do that, but I have to do that, and then I get muted. Really pisses me off.
This is why being hyper-specific in terms is absolutely necessary, right? Because as we just, the term height, higher, lower, it kind of insinuates altitude, blah blah blah. No wonder things get hairy.
Yeah, but I truly understood what. Who was that? I think that was T-Dub, I think, or Matrix, one of them two, or even DJ. That I understood what they were saying because they're trying to find out whether or not is this ship physically going down. That's what they were aiming for there, right? And out comes this obtuse angle of the atmosphere gets thrown up.
Yeah, well, it's going to invoke geometry and that has to occur in conjunction with the claimed geometry being.
That's common sense,
right? So it's going to be at a certain distance. That's what I mean. Like, invoke the geometric horizon again, and then it'd just go around in circles. We'd show another observation where that's not the case, and there'd just be the Band-Aid fix of refraction.
The video that you sent me, the video that Jim sent me of the Nikon P1000 proves globe Earth, and the person who posted it is a glober. Where's your proof? Where is your proof?
It doesn't prove globe. Doesn't prove.
Yes, it does. Globe. The creator is literally a globe earther.
We didn't say that the guy was. We didn't say
a globe earther, and you can see that when you zoom in, you still can't see the bottom of the boat. What about?
Look, I posted 4 videos.
That's what that video proves. You clearly did not watch the video. You clearly do not have your own sources, and you don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't make the claim that it was my sources at all. That's number one. Number two, I watched all the videos. I didn't say that the guys were flat earthers. Didn't say that at all. Didn't say anything of that. It's material proving that the horizon cannot be seen after a certain distance. The ship will not be seen, and it's not due to curvature because we can zoom in on the ship. That's what that was all about. Okay.
And on that note,
my last point is this: before you get on there, I did ask you when you said, "Look, when you
didn't prove what you were saying. You literally
I have done. I have done. You're ignoring.
You are literally useless. You are fully useless.
You are choosing to ignore.
Stop talking to me. You're useless. I'm not choosing to ignore anything. I just watched a 10-minute video. I just watched a 10-minute video that proves the globe. Thank you for proving that I am correct and you are incorrect.
The video puts forward, right? We are goes over the horizon.
Hold on. Sorry, Jen. Sorry, POTUS. This is getting absolutely out of fucking hand. Okay, I've been listening to you guys for 15, 20 minutes, half an hour. It's been nothing but non-stop fucking bickering and talking over each other. Both of you learn to fucking shut the fuck up. Okay? With all due respect, this is absolutely insane. Okay? Jin, can you please make your case? Give me 1 second here.
Yes, thank you very much.
Shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, and POTUS, shut your fucking mouth for a second and actually listen to him. Because if you're going to say anything, it's not going to, no one's going to hear it.
Yeah, thank you very much. All I'm trying to say to the young is that when she actually said the ship went over the horizon, physically, she said, okay, I said, then how comes I can see the ship? That was the question. Can she please answer that? If it's gone over the horizon and there's a physical curve there, how comes I pick up a pair of binoculars, I can still see the ship? What's happened here? That's the question. Finish. That's my case.
No, that was not the question. You're moving the goalpost. I never said it's going over the horizon. It's going past the latitudinal line, which is the horizon.
There we go.
The horizon does not mean you can see anything behind it. It means something may be obstructed behind it, depending on sea level at the other side, right? Sorry, like land level at the other side. So that's why we can't see the bottom of ships when they go over the horizon.
At what distance? At what distance? At what?
That doesn't matter. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Well, it doesn't matter.
So when you sent me that video and you said, this is how you're moving the goalpost, you sent me that video and you said, oh, you zoom in and you can see the bottom. No, you can't. I just watched the whole video.
I didn't say that. No,
well, that was what you needed to prove in order for what you were saying to be true. You said, I can look at a ship and the bottom will be obstructed and then I can zoom in and I can see the whole ship. If you didn't say that, and what you're trying to say is the whole ship should be obstructed, then you have a misunderstanding of what the horizon is. Yes, if the horizon is far enough away, or if you're at a certain height, and the horizon is far enough away, then there will be a higher curve, an angle of curve, right?
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that you haven't proved that.
How far can it get?
Okay,
so
I'm not sure. Let's say, I don't know, let's say like really rough height. Like how high can you get, right?
I'm going to take not sure. I'm going to take not sure. Until you find out, then we're going to just
take not sure. Yes, Mommy. I'm asking you, from the evidence that you've seen.
I know the claim. I know what the distance is. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
What distance? What do you mean?
If you know.
To the horizon.
The distance to the horizon.
No, well, the distance to horizon depends. What do you mean? It depends on height. Like
it depends on the height. It depends on height. So I know the formula, right? And you're saying there's a reason why it could possibly appear to be further away, right? giving it less of a curve, right, and allowing you to see more than you would be able to if it was just the pure geometry blocking your view. Now I want to know what the maximum is, so we can see if there's any observations that conflict with that.
The maximum for what?
Maximum distance to the horizon.
Yeah.
Um.
You can Google it.
That's possible. What's the maximum amount of the surface of the Earth that you can see out in your longitudinal direction, right? Before you can't see any more of it. What's the most possible? The most possible.
Okay, fine. If you're in an airplane, the most possible is 230 miles. 230
That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, it is. He just asked me, what's the maximum possible distance to the horizon? And I'm answering you. 230 miles.
No, that's not what we're talking about, Protus. What we mean is from a particular observer on a shoreline, for example, right?
Yeah.
There is a geometric limit, okay? And then there are added variables that you're claiming are responsible for any sort of deviation from that geometric limit, okay, i.e. caused by refraction, okay, that would extend it out, for example, right? And thus, as a result of that extension...
You're lying right now. Basically, you're lying because you asked me, what's the maximum distance? And I replied, now you're talking about refraction.
No,
there's a two different subject.
No, Fem, you don't understand. Okay, let's check this out, right? If I'm an observer on a beach, okay, and we were on a perfect clear day, so that the light, didn't bend whatsoever, didn't whatever whatsoever, right? Okay, the limit, okay, like the horizon would be a particular limit as a direct consequence of our height, okay, and this basically as a result of that and the size of the Earth, that based on the radius, okay, all this stuff, that would be a certain distance, let's say X miles, okay? Now, tack on, okay, on another day when it's less clear or whatever, okay, refraction would alter that, okay? The maximum that can alter it is what we're talking about, because then we have a bounded range, okay, that we can work with, and if something falls out of that range, then something is wrong with our method, with the calculation, with the assumptions laid into how we're determining how far we should see. Do you understand?
Okay, so give me your standard geometric horizon formula.
So you do or do you not understand what I said?
Sure, it's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah.
Our observer's height. Sorry, what's the formula?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1.225 miles, and then square root of the observer's height, but in feet.
So 6.
So
let's say 6 or 5.
T equals square root of h.
Depends of the height. If you're 1 foot off the ground.
Yeah, 12 inches would be 12
inches. Who the fuck is 1 foot off the ground?
You have a camera, because we have observations like that, believe it or not, right? But if you're 1 foot off the ground,
right, like one foot above sea level, right.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's supposed to be the observer's height in feet, which again, that doesn't account. So that's my point, right? When it doesn't account for sea level.
Hang on. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't, because the horizon, depending on what you're seeing, right? The horizon could be a skyline, it could be a mountain, or it could be
this clown.
Right?
We're talking about over water, okay? Well,
yeah, so the
1 foot observer height above mean sea level.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 foot. Okay. You got it? 1.22 times that squared. So 1 squared is 1 times 1.22 or 1.225, depending on how precise you want to be. That gives you 1.225 miles. Do you follow?
But hang on, you do realize this doesn't include with a camera, right? This includes with the naked human eye.
No. This is nothing. No, that's not what it's about. Think about it. If you want to go back to your aunt
hang on.
Watch this. If you want to go back to your aunt on a basketball example, okay. I mean, the math basically works out to be the same. The numbers might be different because you might be using different units and shit like that, but it's the same procedure, right? The ant is 1 millimeter off the surface. Oh, she's fucking deafened. Oh, you're back now, right? So if the ant is 1 millimeter off the surface, okay, the furthest he can see is going to be his tangent line to the ball, right? Determined by the radius, because that describes how wide it is, right? Okay, it's going to be the same process. Again, different numbers, different factors, or different scalars, because the units are different. Okay, but in this case, an eyeball, a camera, whatever the fuck, binoculars, a camera looking through a telescope, okay? That's the limit. That's the physical limit that we should expect. Okay? Yes or no? She's still muted. You guys want to mute her?
Yeah, muted.
I'll do it. Do you understand? God, yes. I got it. I got it.
No,
Yes,
you do not understand. That is incorrect. You can literally Google it right now. That only includes the human eye. It doesn't include cameras. Are you stupid? Like, I'm sorry.
Yo, you insult somebody one more time.
No, I'm so sorry. I can explain.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for insulting you. I'm sorry for insulting you, but I am just astounded. I'm astounded at the stupid.
No,
shut up.
Get your
okay.
Yeah, get a citation.
You just said Google said, and you're calling us stupid. Really?
Yeah, citation, please.
Well, I mean, Google said.
Yeah,
really?
Exactly. Probably the AI kind of summarizer at the top of the page when you search something.
How about you stop reading your brain? Okay.
Hey, Google said men can get pregnant too.
Yeah, Google says lots of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, POTUS, are you retarded?
Oh,
it's a tabarnak.
I think the problem was like when DJ presented what he presented, like it clicked. Like there wasn't a misunderstanding. The implications was clear as to why this shouldn't work. Right? This shouldn't be possible. And instead of going, this is really interesting, I should look into this. Hey, let me ask you some questions. Blah 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 blah. Right? It was defense wall came up instantly. It's like no. Like this is globe. This is globe.
Yeah, it sounds like
she started to say we didn't understand about the horizon and geometry and longitude and all this nonsense started coming out of her mouth because what presentation that she received was accurate and she agreed with what was being presented to her step by step. And then when it clicked,
Fem, like this, you've got to be like highly emotionally invested in this or something like that. It doesn't make any sense the way you're reacting.
I'm not reacting anyway. I'm frustrated.
Yeah, you are. You're calling it stupid. Yeah, exactly.
No, you're denying basic facts. I'm sorry. Can I speak? Okay. You're denying basic facts. It's not like that what? You said you gave me things and you said and I agreed with them and then finally no. Stop. Let me speak. No. At the very end, I realized that your definition.
Sorry. No, shut your mouth. I don't need you to fucking bamboozle everyone with a shit ton of words. Okay, you said a basic fact. Where is it wrong? Show me. Get a citation. Put it in the text chat or vocalize it. Okay, we don't need a fucking monologue here. Okay, where are the facts wrong? Citations, please. Go ahead.
Again, the geometric horizon is the point where a straight line from your eyes touches the Earth's surface. That doesn't include cameras.
Why? How would change it? Hold on, Mick. How would a camera change it?
Yeah, take it. Sorry about that.
How would a camera change the horizon distance?
Okay, it's very simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you zoom in, you don't remove curvature, right? You magnify the small visible part that's already above the horizon. So, when we say, like, when you say, oh, I can't see this, right? I can't see that. It's because it's beyond your eye's horizon, right? But when you zoom in, you can see what the naked eye can't see, right?
Mm-hmm. How does it change horizon distance? You didn't answer the question.
I'm not changing horizon distance. I'm saying that horizon distance applies to your eyes. It doesn't mean that you can't zoom in and see things that you couldn't previously see. It just means that they were originally there in the picture that you took.
Fantastic. But how does that change horizon distance? That's what you said.
I never said it changes horizon distance.
You're a liar. I'll just play the recording. Want me to just play the recording of you just saying that freaking 1 minute ago?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Every fucking time you dude.
Yeah, you said a camera changes how far the horizon is what you said.
No, it changes what you can see.
You were contesting. No, POTUS, hang on. To be clear, right? POTUS, you were contesting my statement about where the limit would be, the geometric limit would be. You said, oh, it only works for your eyes. We're not talking about how small or big shit is, as it gets closer or how big or small shit is as it approaches the horizon or passes over it and then continues, and then you can still see a bit of it, the top of it, and gets smaller and smaller. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, it's where that physical limit of the ground is. Okay, you're making the statement that that's only based on our eyes. Like that doesn't make any sense.
No.
Okay, then why?
The geometric horizon. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
The geometric horizon takes into account what your eyes can see. That's what it takes into account. Yes, it is. A horizon is an imaginary line where your eyes stop seeing. Yes, it is.
Hold on. The geometric horizon, okay, it's kind of like, to put it colloquially, as people have been so far, it's the hump of Earth curve, right? Beyond which things start going down from your vantage point. Now, we're not saying they go down in altitude upwards, right? The deviation should, so that gap should widen as it pops over that, quote, apex of the Earth hump, water hump, whatever. That, the water hump, quote unquote, is what we're talking about.
What?
Oh my God.
Yeah, there we are.
Seriously?
Yeah, I can see where the horizon is.
Okay, and is that a result of the bulge or hump of the ground, right? Beyond which things are going to become cut or obstructed from the bottom up, because
what you're not understanding is that any point on Earth can be a horizon, right?
Answer my question, please. This horizon line or curve, right, which is very shallow, quote unquote, according to you guys' claim, right? Is it or is it not a physical limitation beyond which things start to become obstructed?
To an extent, yes.
To an extent, yes. Okay, so and that would be a consequence of where the person is in relation to the ground, right? Their height, right? And the supposed radius of the ball that they're standing on, correct?
Yeah.
Right? As we stated before, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? I got the math for you if you want. It's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Right? That's irrespective of the optic in question. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, but when you magnify what's already been...
Yeah, like we understand. If you zoom in, okay, things in the distance are going to become bigger. But if that thing that is becoming bigger is beyond that line, right, or that curve, that limitation, only part of it that you can actually see, right, that bit that you can't actually see is going to be bigger. But the bottom part's going to be cut off as a consequence of that line that, is from your vantage point you can't see beyond. Right? We're not talking about angular resolution here. All right?
I posted a diagram in the chat from Mick West, who's an anti-flat earther, government apologist troll. Hold on, let me finish. You can see in the diagram, it says I-camera. The horizon distance is geometric. It doesn't change. It's simply a tangent. You said it yourself in the clip that I posted. But for some magical reason, you think a camera magically changes the tangent point. It doesn't.
If you want to check the math, POTUS, it's right there for you.
We got citations for the 1.2.
I can't see what he posted.
Yeah, it couldn't possibly change it if that's why, if the horizon was the result of the Earth being a sphere.
Our claim, and it's easily provable, is that the horizon is an optical phenomenon created by the meteorological conditions of the day that has nothing to do with geometry. You can't derive the geometry from the observation, that's for sure. Look, dude, stop being a stenographer for ChatGPT, dude. It's pathetic.
He's right, POTUS. It's not doing you any favours.
The effect is well documented in physics. Really? I never saw that in my physics textbooks.
POTUS, you realise that Earth's curve is a physical metric. No amount of changing light can change it. You can only change your angle to the geometric horizon by elevation, and then the geometric horizon moves slightly further away as you rise up in elevation. You can zoom in all you like, but that physical curve of Earth will be there if it's curving. It won't move. And if you can zoom past it and see the surface past it, it's not curving. And that's what we've been showing you.
She laughed.
Yeah,
she had all of this explained in detail and agreed to what the geometric horizon was, and then said that she could see the shoreline 21 miles away on the Great Salt Lake experiment, but it's just refraction. So anything that you can see that's beyond the geometric horizon, it's just refraction. That's what she was saying
until
earlier.
It's not refraction.
Just useless.
It's refraction until it's not refraction, as usual.
Yep.
Yeah, she was coping one question at a time. That's why I was wondering who was in her DMs as usual.
ChatGPT, I think.
Yeah.
I think they're using some combo. I think they're doing some.
Hey, where was that lovely lady earlier who was debating with you? Where'd she go?
Lovely.
She ran away, bro.
Lovely? What are you talking about? With the obtuse angle of the atmosphere? Get out
All
of
her manners fell out her pocket and she ran away.
With the obtuse attitude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mabel's on deck. Hey, so I've been meaning to talk to you.
You coming to simp for a midwit?
I don't know who that is. Midwit.
Midwit means your IQ is
midwit. But you're saying simp for midwit. That would imply.
You don't know what simp is?
You're saying simp for implying I'm doing it for. I don't know.
I'm asking you. I asked you a question. Did you come to simp for a midwit?
Oh, you said a midwit. Oh yeah. No. What I did come to talk to you about though, Indio, is science doesn't make ontic commitments, right?
So you speak for science?
I do. I do speak for science.
When did they anoint you? Can we see your certificate? Can we see your? Can we see your commission from science? This is absurd. You're absurd.
As it's divine as it's immaterial. Unfortunately, I cannot show it to you, Indio, but just trust that it exists.
Well, I don't know how that systematic study of the natural world and the things in it gave you a commission to do anything. So, because that's a human activity, I didn't know they were sentient, and somehow you're anthropomorphizing it into existence.
Well,
you know what any of those words mean? Probably not. Midwit.
I do. Great.
What's anthropomorphize mean?
Unknown. Wait, what?
What's anthropomorphize mean?
It means to turn something into a human or human form.
Like science?
Yeah, like to anthropomorphize
like you just
science.
Did? Yeah, that's what you just did, right?
Are you surprised that I knew what it was? That makes you mad?
I'm actually crazy shocked. Probably because you worship frickin' jackal-headed gods.
Yeah, do you know what ontic means?
No, and I don't care.
Okay.
Probably has something to do with ontological.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Good boy. You're not in any position of intelligence superiority here. You
I most certainly think I am.
I know you think you are. That's because you are case studied in the Dunning-Kruger effect.
No, that would be you, sir. Mr. I study quantum mechanics.
I don't remember. Did I claim I studied that in university or just studied it on my own?
Just studied it on your own, but that's what Dunning-Kruger is.
Yeah, remember, and?
No, yeah, that's Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, how is that Dunning-Kruger?
Because you think you have an understanding and therefore are confident in your understanding when you don't.
What's incorrect about my understanding then?
The ontic commitments that you're making when you espouse quantum mechanics.
I know quantum mechanics in particular doesn't make ontic commitments.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You have no beables. This is talked about by John Bell way back in the day, in the 70s. You know who John Bell is?
Yeah, from Bell Labs.
No, not from Bell Labs, dude.
No, I know. It was a joke.
From Bell Labs.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Did you read Against Measurement? Did you ever read that from Physics World? I think it was 1980. No. You probably should go read it.
Is that a news article?
No, it's not a news article. Physics World is not a newspaper. Oh. You know, prior to the current peer review debacle, there were other ways that people published science to other scientists within the scientific literature, including taking out full-page ads in the New York Times. So the current peer review idea was invented in the 70s, okay, and monopolized by Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, where he created LSERB and what was the other one? There's a couple other ones that he created, and he monopolized those and then sold them to the government, et cetera, et cetera. But that's not the important part of the story. The important part of the story, there's other methods than peer review that people published. Okay? In Physics World, he published a paper called Against Measurement, where he goes over the scientific literature that he found at CERN, okay, and the infirmities therein. The point of the matter is, nobody claims any ontological realness to quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is not a theory. It's simply a mathematical formalism for making predictions.
You seem to think that science makes ontic.
Now you're anthropomorphizing science again?
Yeah, application of the scientific method.
You have no idea what that is.
I do.
Oh, really?
I do. You make a hypothesis.
I really don't think you do. You make a hypothesis about what?
Anything you observe.
Anything you observe. Well, I watched Pornhub. So, how do I make a scientific hypothesis about Pornhub?
Depends on what you want to test.
I want to test how many freaking clown midgets are in porn.
You can make a hypothesis
My hypothesis is Degenerate Naples the Great, every time he enters in the chat, the amount of clown midget porn on Pornhub goes up.
Okay.
Is that doing science?
This Naples.
Is that doing science?
I'm Naples, by the way, but this Naples, if you were to test that hypothesis, yeah, that would be a scientific hypothesis.
Really? Counting is the scientific hypothesis because I counted.
Well, you have two variables that you're measuring, right? The amount of clowns and clown porn, and whenever I come on VC.
Proof that you don't know anything. All I established was a correlation.
What to you is the difference between correlation and causation?
Cause is the direct preceding phenomenon of an effect.
Yeah, what does that mean? Cause?
Is
you're just going to get mad again?
Phenomenon of an effect.
Yeah, okay, you're going to rage quit. I knew it.
Why would I rage quit? You can't
even define the word you're using.
I just did. The direct preceding phenomenon of an effect. I just did 3 times now. Playing pretend isn't going to work, dude.
Whatever comes before.
Okay. The direct preceding phenomenon of an effect.
What's an effect? Are you just going to say the after phenomena of a cause? You're going to be circular.
Effect is an observation on the natural world. In this particular case, that's what we're talking about.
Can you observe a cause?
Yes.
Okay, so then an effect is not an observation in the natural world. Dummy. Try again.
What are you talking about?
I just blew you out. You can't.
I don't even understand what you said. Nobody even understands what you said. You just said, nuh-uh.
No,
because I observe it. Because I can observe the cause, I can't observe the effect. That's a non sequitur.
You said an effect is an observed phenomenon in the natural world.
Yeah.
And so if you
cause is that direct preceding effect.
That would make an effect by your definition.
They're 2 independent things, right? 2 independent things.
Yeah, but that's
one causes the other.
That's how. Yeah, you defined an effect that way.
Yes, to be something direct preceding. Yeah, it's the direct preceding phenomenon. I didn't say effect. To an effect.
I didn't say an effect.
An effect is an effect is an observed natural phenomenon. You can try to use fucking gobbledygook word manipulation, but it's never going to work, clown. It's not going to work on me. You might want to go on one of the other VCs and try it over there.
If an effect is something that is observed in the natural world.
How about you don't straw man me?
Then that's what you said.
No.
I'm just saying what you said.
That's what I said. Verbatim.
What you said? You said an effect is an observed.
Repeat what I said verbatim.
An effect, I'm going to repeat verbatim. An effect is an observed natural phenomenon in the natural.
Nope. You fail. Nope. Go back, listen to the tape, and come back, post in the chat that you listened to it. Actually, type what I wrote. Or type what I said in the chat. Type what I wrote in the chat. I said it 3 times. You have no excuses. That's not what I said either. You can't even follow the conversation. That would be the effect. We're talking about the cause, right? That's what we were just on. No, you were talking about the cause. Don't try the bait and switch, dude. You were talking about the cause. Now you're trying to find the effect. I have no interest in your trolling. No, I have no interest in your trolling, buddy. You move along. Move along, dude. Globe defended. Dunning fucking Kruger clown. He's going back to their group chat. Oh, who's in here? I want to show you guys something.
Is it going to explain the obtuse angle of the atmosphere, which is enabling me to see the ships?
No, it's also not going to explain the longitudinal horizontal line.
You heard all of that stuff, yeah, man.
I heard some of it, yeah.
God, Bennett. After such a great presentation from DJ, after being cut off about 8 times whilst he was trying to deliver this presentation, and she agreed, and then it all comes up with obtuse angles and things like that. Couldn't help but laugh.
So
and then she says, "Yeah, go on."
No, I was gonna say I went to the beach. I went to Revere Beach with a multispectral P1000. I took a bunch. There was a nasty inferior Mirage, but I did get it. I did get something pretty good, dude. It's pretty. Well,
yeah, it's nice when that happens. Actually, unexpected. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like it was like there was this crazy like. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a wall that you couldn't see behind, right? Of like the air, the air itself. Like things were like going in and out of it. Like it was like changing its kind of position in a way. There was like a buoy that was like right at the horizon that was like bouncing, and it was kind of like bouncing in and out of it, right? So I could see it and not see it and see it and then not see it and see it and not see it. But I did get one.
What time of the day was this?
It was 3 o'clock. The sun was at my back, but it was a particularly cold. It was a cold day for here. This time of year it was 51 degrees, and the sea temperature was about 62. So there was like a 10-degree difference. So there was a nasty. Even though ChatGPT told me there's superior mirages when the water is warm and the air is cold, it was an inferior mirage, a serious inferior mirage. So anyway, let me get this real quick. This is gonna, it's like pretty Yeah,
it's still nice when you get these unexpected phenomena, you know. Yeah.
If you look, because it's a multispectral camera, that's why it looks purplish. If you look close, there's you can see windmills right above the top of the trees. The windmill arms.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see them. Here, I got another one too. What the hell?
What camera were you using when you did this?
The P1000. But it's full spectrum. I didn't have any filter on it.
Yeah.
So that means it captures UV, visible, and infrared. I got a filter now, so the next time I this isn't the same picture. I just captured it twice to make sure. This is actually from a video. But check this one out. This was like maybe after 30 minutes.
Oh, right.
Look how clearly you can see the windmill.
Yeah. Do you know? Yeah. Notable difference.
Here's the question. Where was the hub? Where was the hub? The hub of the windmill, the center, where the motor is? Where was that in the previous images?
Yeah. I couldn't see it.
You can clearly see it. You can clearly see it's way above the tree line.
Now you see, when I try to look at it, it's blurry for me when I blow it up. So, and when I
are you on the phone?
Leave it at standard, it's too small. Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah. So I know you probably won't be able to see it on the phone. If you also look in the previous images, if you look in the last image to the right, you can see radio towers, like two tall radio towers, way tall, like way off into the distance. I don't know if you can see them. They're probably like a quarter of the way to the right. You can see two vertical towers. You can't see them in the other images, the previous images. They're just completely invisible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it's not the curve of the earth, obviously. And obviously, this thing, you couldn't, I haven't been able to geolocate these towers, which is really weird. Usually there's maps of like where all the towers are, but I can't.
The last picture you took has got a very good resolution. The first two were very blurry, actually,
Yeah, the light wasn't good.
Yeah, you can see that. Because as I enlarged the picture, it's just gone like fogged over. So I'm actually seeing the conditions then. Right.
Right. Well, that's the first time I used the camera, so I wasn't very adept at it.
Okay. Well done anyway. And what did you say the camera was? Because I didn't catch it. Sorry.
The P1000.
Oh, P1000, that was it. You did say that, yeah. Sorry. So you've got a new P1000, you lucky thing, you.
Used. It's not new.
How much did it cost you?
I don't want to say.
Okay. All right. Never mind. Well, at least you got it anyway.
Now I have a wooden leg. No, just kidding.
Smiling from here to here, you know what I mean? Come on, man. See? You're laughing as well, look.
Yeah, now I had to give up a leg. Now I don't have a wooden leg. I had to donate a leg to science.
He doesn't have a wooden leg now. Okay. And a left testicle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, arm and a leg, left testicle. Yeah. The last image, makes a lot of difference. But it's nice to see what you saw at first. So there you are, you know.
Yeah,
the last one.
I mean, the whole point, so what I did was I took a bunch of pictures from 150 feet on top of a parking garage,
right?
And then I went before the parking garage, probably I took some from 75 feet, 150 feet, went down to like 15 feet. Then I walked down the beach and then took. The beach is actually pretty long. It's probably like 1.5 miles. So I walked down the beach and then stopped and took, because there's a seawall there, so I could just rest the camera on the seawall and just take a bunch of pictures from different angles.
Yeah. Making sure you don't scratch up your new P1000. I would have a towel under there.
Yeah, I had something under it. I like.
Yeah, I thought you would. You would have to. You'd have to. It's brand new, man. Not scratching it up straight out of the box. Scratching it straight up, no way, man. Yeah.
Also got
You can also get those mini tripods, really tiny ones that they're like what, 3 inches tall. 3 to 6 inches tall.
When it zoomed out though is freaking very tippy.
Yeah, that's the problem. You've got to keep your hand on it, of course. Yeah, I have the same problem with my Canon. Once you start zooming out, it starts to topple over. Yeah.
So I was posting another one. I'm going to post another one.
The other reason I have that mini tripod is that what I do is I screw it to the bottom of the camera. Right now, I'm holding a mini tripod, and I've got more steady with my arm. Do you know what I mean? I'm pointing it like a gun now. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Got it in one hand. It's nice and steady in my hand, and I'm going to take my shots. Yeah, that's what I like about using that mini tripod.
P1000, when the zoom is extended, the camera's got to be at least 12 inches long. It's freaking...
Yeah, that's a massive camera. It's a big one as well, that one.
Yeah.
It's like a mini observatory is what I call it, compared to the 900.
Yeah, and I still need training. I used autofocus, and someone told me on full spectrum cameras you should use a manual focus. And I did have the problem. They said sometimes they would lose zoom or whatever. So what I just posted, this is actually 2 ships.
Right.
So there's a ship behind the other ship. One ship is 10 miles away. The other one's 13. But you can see there's an inferior mirage that cuts through these. Like I said, it was pretty nasty.
This is amazing, isn't it? This is amazing. You're seeing this from how many miles away? 15, 13?
10 and 13.
Wow, man. Yeah. You've had a good day.
Yeah. But they're it's not enough for any go proof because it's just...
No, this is personal enjoyment. This is personal enjoyment at the moment, isn't it? Come on.
Yeah.
This is your personal enjoyment, and you're using your new weapon, and trying to get the grips with it. So I think it's great. You've had a good day.
Well, the same spot I seen with my naked eye about 30 miles away. With my naked eye. Okay,
wow.
And I took pictures with a freaking iPhone. So I'm eventually I'm going to go there and I'm going to get a good shot.
Yeah.
It just happened. The reason I went is because I thought by the time I got there, the air temperature and water temperature would be the same, but it never warmed up. It stayed 50-something degrees. It never got to 60.
Right. I see. Yeah, and as it didn't warm up, the clarity, you can't achieve the clarity you want.
Yeah. Because there was too much of a difference between the water and the air. It's 10 degrees.
Yeah. Old dude's shots are pretty good as well. Old dude, he's a dab hand at the old photography, as we can see.
No, that's Indio's. I've just zoomed in on Indio's stuff. That's incredible, mate. I'm going to go and cut my leg off and donate a kidney or something. I want a camera too.
It is, isn't it? Well, you can see how he's having fun, can't you? Look, brilliant.
Oh, totally, dude. Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, Indio. See that you're looking east there. Is that right?
Yeah, looking east.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I've seen the same on the east coast, but I've also seen the same on the west coast. Although there's more islands and stuff, but a different sort of air. The air for us is colder on the east, and it's clearer. It's crystal clear. I can see the shoreline, almost in certain days.
Yeah. And that would make sense that the temperature would be colder.
I can see the shoreline 20 and 30 miles, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We hear you,
It
Mike.
would make sense that the temperature is colder as the sun has moved. It's 3 o'clock now, so it's moved away from. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Especially in the winter months, Jim. You know, when it's shallow in the horizon, and it's not warming things much, so you're not getting as warm a body of water in the Minch between us and Europe. Basically out across the Forth that I'm looking, or like up from there or down from there, and it's it's just see so far. Really, really do. I'm convinced I can see a landmass now, just on the verge of the horizon when you look way out across the Holland.
Right.
And
you're going to have to get your P1000 then, aren't you?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Got to be done.
Yeah. So I just posted. So the first spec is the boat that's in the back. See the uprights there, and then the other one's the boat that's in the front. There's two boats there, right in the line, right on my line of sight, like. One right after the other. They're both anchored. They're not moving. They're anchored. So I took quite a bit of pictures of them because they're in the same spot. They don't move at all.
Yeah, I love the water, man. So you had, like I said, you've had a good day, haven't you?
Yeah. This is a couple of days ago. I got some video, whatever. I mean, obviously, obvious to me at least. My camera work could have been better. And I got like a reference shot. This is a pretty cool shot. This is because when you so there's a train station, and then when you walk out of the train station toward the beach, you have this like bar that's on the left, and you can just start. The sea opens up. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So
speaking
of this, right? I'm going to get that horizon height every time I go there. I have the pavilion there. I put my camera at the end of this bar. And I could test to see if this horizon will move up and down from the roof of the pavilion.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Perfect. Yep. You should mark the bar and turn the camera to the side to see your mark every time and height mark it, Indio.
Say that again?
If you mark if there's a post at the side of the bar that you could mark with the height and swing the camera and mark the height, and then it's a benchmark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that bar is like permanent. It's there all the time. It's kind of colder out, so nobody's out there sitting there. But I just set the camera right on the bar. Like, you know what I mean? I know exactly where I set it. Right at the end of the bar, just freaking take another photograph. But you're right. I should measure the height. I should get the height right. It might be difficult because that's built up. That's like above ground level.
Yeah.
That's like a built up, I don't know. I don't know what the hell they did.
Like a pier going out over towards
the train. The train is underneath there.
Reservation, but
it's like a concrete building. The train, but it's like on stilts. There's nothing underneath, but the train station is underneath it.
All right.
So you got to get out of the train station. You got to climb upstairs, and then you get to this, and then the ocean just opens up. It's a really cool kind of experience. You're like on the train, and then you come out, and then boom, there's a giant freaking ocean in front of you.
It's a nice feeling.
Yeah, man. You feel like you're on holiday. You know. What was I going to say to you? Did you get any extra accessories when you got your camera? Like a case or anything? Did you get anything extra?
No. I got to buy a case. It's not a big deal.
Okay, right. Yeah. You really are.
I bought a 950 nanometer.
He's cutting his teeth. He's just starting out. Okay.
Yeah. I got a 950 nanometer filter I got, but haze infrared filter. So
yeah, you got to have one of those. Yeah. That's
my plan is to go. The tallest building in Boston is called the Prudential Center. They have an observation deck. My plan is to go on top of that and try to see Cape Cod, which is about 40 miles away. There's a lighthouse on Cape Cod. You can go up there at night. You can also go up there during the day. But the infrared hopefully will help whatever, either day or night observation, whichever one. Because I'm going to do both. I'm not going to do just one.
Yeah, I've heard so much about Cape Cod, but I haven't been mentioned for a long time. So you're the first person who's mentioned Cape Cod recently for me. It's been years since I've heard about the place. You know,
Cape Cod, man. At night, you'll catch the lights off the lighthouse itself, and
Yeah, I'm
probably the
hoping.
reflection on the water. If you can get a glass calm night where it's flat, dead calm, and it looks like stars on the ocean, you may well see the light coming from the lighthouse all the way to you, like you do the sun or the moon on the
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Yeah, I've had a desire to work in a lighthouse ever since I've been a flat earther, because you know that they can make these long observations. These lighthouses can be seen from greater distances, yeah. And ever since then, I've been looking at lighthouses, and I fancy doing the job as a lighthouseman. Do you know that? I really want to do that.
There's some really cool lighthouses that are in some bad spots. I'd like to live in those, man.
Oh yeah,
when the lighthouse gets underwater and you can't get out. I don't know why I like
yeah.
So this lighthouse is a very small lighthouse. It was built like in the early 1800s. So its visual distance is only supposed to be 12 nautical miles. So
right.
So if I could see it, then yeah.
Yeah.
And there's other directions
it's
I
a
can
win,
look
isn't
to.
it?
There's a lot of lighthouses out there, so I can also probably look north and probably have a longer view. I just want to see if I can see Cape Cod, just a curiosity.
Yeah.
It'd be good if you could get a pan from Cape Cod to somewhere, I take it north or south either way, and catch something like the FE Core laser Indio, same height, longer distance.
Yeah.
I quite fancy doing something like a light the beacons. Get everybody up a hill and get us all with some sort of EPIRB or like a welder flash, or we might get in trouble for fires.
That's a good idea.
A welder flash, an arc flash, bro. Yeah. Flat Earth.
Yeah.
I would love to see that, man.
Well, because I looked up getting like an infrared beacon, right? But they're all like freaking. You can't just buy one. They're like military shit.
Yeah.
You use them for freaking like these bright ass beacons that no one can see except for them because they're wearing night vision, right? So they can see them.
Yeah.
When they're flying. But like all that crap is like restricted purpose.
Yeah.
So can't you rent them then? No, can't rent them. No.
No, you get a knock at the door over here for that. Even asking about that stuff, Jim. I've been there. I've had the knock at the door for asking.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, I was on the phone. I was asked, "What's your name? What's your address?" And of course, I gave it because I realised it's straight. Like, obviously, you know who you're dealing with at that level, eh? It was Chance McMahon. And I phoned Dara, the military installation that does all the helicopters and stuff, all the infrared. Phoned them. And I had a visit from the constabulary. They don't mess
Silly
around.
that is, really, isn't it?
It's common sense.
Over the top, though.
No, no, but we've been under the Terrorism Act for a while, to be honest, mate. It's just the way
I know, ever since bloody 9/11.
Yeah, even if I'd phoned them in the past, I would still have been investigated to a certain level as to who I was and why I was phoning them.
Yeah. It's just. I just think it's got worse and worse ever since 9/11, actually. So.
Oh yes,
and I wasn't. Yeah. So I haven't been in Britain since then, so haven't actually had that experience of this overbearing nonsense that they do. But I'm glad.
It's high end here, though. Even things like nitrates or stuff like fertilizers and stuff like that for the farm.
Yeah.
Anything that's a chemical constituent of any kind of explosive now, it's just off the scale, eh? Absolutely.
That's right, yeah, because you can make a bomb with it. You see, that's the first thing they're thinking. I mean, they were picking on people if you had a rucksack on your back. You come over here, let's have a look. Do you know what I mean? You just got a little rucksack on your back, you mind your own business, That's
why it's so hard now to get. The P1000s are closest thing, or the new P, whatever it is. You already stopped it, and they're making it again, but. Yeah, like India says, you just can't access this stuff. It's like, you get away with lasers to a certain extent, but then you have to go to, like an organised body, like the FE Core stuff. You have to have it all laid out as to why you want these kind of things. Why you want to use
infrared is particularly hard to get, though.
Yeah, man.
Infrared, because the military uses it, so it's hard. Like, I don't even know. I mean, maybe you could buy some surplus off of eBay, but you solved the problem already. I'm just going to use a welding arc, dude. I just looked up. Welding arcs are brighter than the sun in infrared.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
If you've ever caught a welding flash, that's why I know, Indio. I've got a mini sun on my left eye. I close my eyes. Mini sun. I caught a welding flash, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. You've got to make sure you got the right lenses, though, so you don't give yourself arc eyes, though, because that's not good when you get that. When you're looking into that light without a filter on your own eyeballs, glasses. You can give yourself what's known as arc eyes, and that's not good. That's not good at all. Because I had it once or twice as a welder. It's disgusting, really horrible. It's like you've got sandpaper in your eyes all the time.
Yes, not nice. But no, that's
experience.
There's another thing that goes on the life vests. If you fall in the water, it's a light that goes off. It's an EPIRB, they call it, and some of it's like, I think it's more of an arc flash in some of those, but. Yeah, apparently you can see it from the helicopters and stuff like that for quite a distance. But
because again, it's high vis. It's a safety thing, isn't it? Yeah.
I thought the arc flash, the welding flash, well, it's got to be one of the brightest, surely. But, well, yeah. Brighter than the sun, Indio.
Yeah, that's what it says. Brighter than the sun, especially like between 750 and 1,000 nanometer. I got, like I said, a 950 nanometer filter.
Yeah.
So I need a co-conspirator, hire some welder, like, I need you to weld something over here on Cape Cod in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
just weld these two pieces of metal together. I don't care what you make out of it. Just whatever it is, let's make a light.
Some are quite small, though. Some are really quite small.
I was thinking about using some sort of, because I was thinking of that, the even though it's intense, right? It's a very small pinpoint. I was thinking about using maybe a parabolic reflector, getting like maybe some used radar dish, spray painting it with like silver spray paint or aluminum foil or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. That would do.
Dude, I'm totally MacGyver, dude. Like I'll put.
Well, why not though? I mean, it's still the same principle. You're still going to catch the arc.
You're just making the light source bigger, right? That's all I'm doing.
You're giving it the same as a headlight pattern on a car. You can have the bulb, but if you've got the dome behind it or the reflector behind it, you're actually projecting it, and then the glass, the lens directs it, Too right, man.
Yeah, you just got to make it big enough. Where's Gemsy, dude? Gemsy, you know how to weld?
No.
Well, I guess you could. You got your own. Look, you got a P900. I can take a picture of you taking a picture of me.
Yeah, we could do that.
That would do. What about a capacitor, Andy? What would that do? Like, from a back of a washing machine, a capacitor. The little round thing that if you touch it, it'll throw you across the kitchen. One of those, Andy.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to do that and have wet hands. What was I going to ask you? Cape Cod, is it still famous for having tons and tons of cod? Yeah, can you still catch cod there at Cape Cod? Are you there, India?
You asked, yes, what?
Sorry, I asked you, is it still possible to catch cod at Cape Cod and it's still got abundance of cod?
I'm sure. Yeah, but probably farther out to sea. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
There's like kind of like this, there's like some like, because there's Massachusetts Bay and then there's the open ocean and there's like some kind of like barrier you kind of got to get, in my understanding, I'm not a fisherman, so I could be completely
right. Yeah,
wrong.
back in the 1700s.
Now.
That's where it got its name from. In the 1700s, it was an abundance of cod there. That's why they named it Cape Cod. You see?
Yeah. I mean, there's cod or haddock. That's the two names for it, right?
Yeah, I love haddock as well. So yeah, either one of those.
I had some the other day. So when I go into this beach, they have a beach, basically a beach hut. It sells like roast beef, haddock, shrimp, all that stuff. I got myself a giant roast beef sandwich and
sounds good.
They cut it off the slab like a gyro, right? They freaking just Yeah, it is good. It's bomb. And then
Yeah, sounds good.
I
We
was
have,
like,
we
I
have
only
them
come
here.
here once in a while. I'm getting me a fish sandwich too. I don't care that it costs like freaking $18. And freaking
Yeah. You see, here in Japan, you can go to the place, you catch it yourself, and they'll cook it for you. Right?
Damn.
Yeah.
I need to start that here, man.
Yeah, that's what they do here in Japan, you see. We take the kids fishing. I'm looking at my fishing rod now, so I take my own one, right? You can use the one in the shop, but I take my own one. And then you go, you cast out your line, you bring it in, right? And they cook it, and they'll put it in butter and everything. All different.
They do everything?
Yeah.
They dress it and cut it up and all that stuff?
Yeah, they do. They gut it and everything for you. Yeah. And then if you caught a lot, they then give you these, these are polystyrene boxes with the ice bags in there, and you take your fish home with you. Yeah, and you cook the rest at home for yourself.
That is a genius, dude.
Yeah. They've been doing that for years here in Japan. So yeah, I really enjoy that. So when you mentioned the fish hut, right? Yeah, man, that's what they have here. It's brilliant, man.
Yeah. It's funny. It's called Kelly's Roast Beef, and there's a place, same owner. It's called Kelly's Cream. Only guys work at Kelly's Roast Beef, and only girls work at Kelly's Cream. And it's ice cream.
Oh, right. There you go.
Little perverted, but
well, that's how it is, Yeah, you can also do this. You can go out in a boat, right, and go fishing in the ocean, right, and then the boat is affiliated to the restaurants. So you go to the restaurant with your catch, and they'll cook it for you, and you sit there and eat your catch. You know what I mean? Yeah, because you hire out the boat for the day. You go out, you do your catch, you bring it back, and then, like I said, they prepare these polystyrene boxes, so you put it in there because you're not going to eat it all in one day. Right, and sometimes you end up giving it to your neighbour as well because you don't want it to go off and that. So yeah, because you catch a lot, and then they cook it in a restaurant. You're enjoying your meal and it's wicked seafood. Yeah, like an octopus and everything.
How big's the boat? How many parties go out in the boat at a time?
Oh bloody hell! The one we went on, yeah. So there was my family, 3 families on one boat.
Nice. Good deal for the restaurant.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be worth setting up. But the deal over here, though, it's like you're dealing with the local fishermen, you're dealing with the eco crowd, and if you go deeper water, well, you're dealing with Euro or whoever it is, France or whoever it is that's got the right to the water that you're on.
No, you see, Japan has a lot of fish, you see, so there's none of that. There's none of that negativity, you know what I mean? When you go to Okinawa, they welcome you onto the boat, and you got your kids, come on, everybody, okay. And then they get all the gears all prepared for you and the fishing rods all set up. Then they go out. So you're taking pictures as you're leaving the port, your camera's on the way there. Taking pictures, I've got lots of pictures, lovely, beautiful horizon, blue, yeah, wicked, man. Yeah. And then you're catching your fish and you're bringing it in. Yeah, unhooking it off of there into the bucket. Okay, here we go again. Casting the line out. Wicked.
Yeah, the good thing about fish is you can eat as much as you want and you won't put on a single pound. You'll probably start building muscle.
That's right, yeah, because it's low calorie, isn't it? That's what I like about fish, man.
Yeah.
So when he mentioned haddock, I thought, I haven't had haddock in years, man. Haddock, yeah. Buttered, or cod for that matter. Wicked.
Yeah. I must admit, I'm very fond of cod, but it's not the big fish that it used to be. The flakes in the cod used to be huge. But nowadays, the cod are a lot smaller, Jen. They used to be a massive fish.
That is a disappointment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a disappointment, yeah.
A lot of people don't
understand. Due to overfishing, isn't it? That's overfishing, clearly.
Well, possibly, yes, I would say so, yeah. I mean, everybody kind of understands that tuna's a big fish. Well, I used to think they were small, but then I kind of got the point and I saw how big they were. But, yeah, cod used to be a lot bigger than they are now.
Yeah.
But
overfishing has wrecked that industry. That's what's happened there.
Yeah. It's a damn shame, eh?
Yeah, they don't know how to preserve anything, do they? Greed everywhere, and then you had people from Europe fishing in English waters. That doesn't help either.
That's the problem. Yeah, that was the nail in the coffin, to be honest. I think we had the fishing under control in our own country, and we were okay. We might have been fishing to an extent, and with the herring and all of that, going back to the
herring, man. My dad used to get the herring fresh, clean it up in the house. I used to help him. Yeah. Herring, man. The Africans love herring.
Yeah, we did supply the world at one time in a lot of fish, but well, England and a lot of fish, and they supplied us. But with Europe coming in, no, that just pulled the rug out from under it. But, local fishermen couldn't go out, to the local fishing grounds because it was there was a European trawler had the right that day to trawl their fishing grounds, and it wasn't just trawled; it was actually, the harriers that actually harries the seabed, the trawlers. It's not just a bag. They don't just carry a big net. They put down it's like ploughs and the big claws, and it furrows the seabed and everything.
Yeah, it drags everything up. I know. It's terrible.
Yeah, they killed the seabed. They killed a generation of fish, and then they did that for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just lack of professionalism, and then the lack of wanting to preserve conservation. They don't do that, do they? Stupid. All for a buck. And now look at the cods. As you say, they're smaller than they used to be now. They're smaller. That's annoying.
For politics, dude, it's the same old thing. Same across, Europe with different things that, meats and cheeses and fishes and all of these different things that they used to, supply. It's not what it used to be either. All the fish that used to come from France.
Oh, hang on. My son's calling. Right, hang on. I got a phone call from his son. Hang on a sec.
Hey, this bloody world's in a bloody mess, Terrible.
Would there be any globe defenders in the room? Or globe believers? What's my chances? Nothing but a bunch of sleeping flat earthers. Flerf. Well, it says Midnight Glober, but it's a flerf. Flerf. Pretend flerf, but still a flerf. Flerf. Wishes it was a glober, but he's a flerf. Flerf. And 2 flerf pots. Where is everyone? Can there be nobody left?
Anybody in here know the Earth is a globe? Want to stick your neck out?
Oh, yes, I think the Earth is a globe.
I saw it on TV. The TV never lies. They'd get in big trouble.
What about NASA, though? All that money? Nah, it's got to be a globe, bro. Come on, man.
Good morning, old dude, and everybody. What do we got for this globe? Anything?
I don't know. It was already dead air, so maybe you can reverse it.
Good morning, Mr. Hinkle. How are you, sir?
Still exists, and whatever this is. We got anything for the globe? Nothing? Okay, I'll check back.
Oh, boy.
Well, there was an attempt earlier on. I don't know if you want to check back on it or not. She was, yeah, there was an attempt.
Hey, you guys know the rules. Once Dave speaks, everyone goes silent. Come on. Follow the tradition.
I know, but Dave, he was already silent when Dave spoke, so.
Yeah, Jimsy, you tell him dead air Dave effect in full effect. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mansky, you gonna let Dave kill the chat like that? Come on.
I think Mansky's found a safe corner on Discord, and he's curled up just like Newt used to be.
Mansky was very.
I really, really want Newt to come in and talk to a few people. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun.
Said Newt, and
yeah,
I think
the politics champion.
Is he?
The kid who said that he was going to shut Heretics channel down and take over within a week or a month or something like that. Yeah. The one that turned round the other day and said, "I'm sorry, guys, you're right," when Jedi told them about circumnavigation through the poles.
Yeah, I created a channel on the home server that we're gonna. It's called Globe Debts Outstanding.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so when they say, "Hey, we're gonna come back with evidence," yeah, that's what it's for them to come back with evidence. If they don't, we're just gonna. It's basically a record of all the people that said that they're gonna come back with the evidence of whatever they claimed. So
I was always in awe of you guys because somebody would come into the room and like somebody would pipe up, you or Maggie or Meme or someone, and say, "Oh, Talon, you said you were going to go and get this, that, and the other for us," and I was like, "That was 3-4 weeks ago, man. How on earth did you remember that?" And it happened all the time. But yeah, you're right, mate. What an amazing record of people and incidences and claims and claim stacking and zero proof. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, real quick, speaking of people coming back with evidence, I remember about 10 years ago, wasn't it, Wolfie said he was going to give us the data for the plane going around the ball. To put it simply, you know what I mean? He never has showed up with that data.
People wonder why we do this day in, day out, why we do this all the time, month in, month out, year after year after year. There's nothing like it. There is just nothing like it. It's great.
Nothing like dunking on Globers, right?
No, not just so much dunking on them, dude. Just like the rare occasion we get to hear them, you know, the levels of belief that they've got. Like the young lady earlier on, her mouth was in control of the game. You know, she was running to catch up with what she was saying. Her mouth was trying to, you know, field and defend and attack at the same time. I'm not laughing at people, but I'm laughing at the lengths they'll go to try and recover any ground so they don't feel guilty about, you know, actually considering the truth of what we're saying.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying there, 100%, because that's what they display. They don't want to concede. They don't want to lose space. Okay, so they're desperate to try and recover whatever mistakes they've made. And when they're met with the actual compelling, empirical evidence, all right, they just spiral out of control. And that is really a shame, really, because you should be looking for the truth. And when you meet it, you should embrace it. Don't fight it. Come on now, man.
Yeah, that's what gets me. It could stop the entire process just by stopping and saying, right, okay, you're saying what about Earth? And how can I test this and prove you wrong? They're doing everything bar that.
Yeah, that's right. They're lying.
That's them. That's them in the chat, Jen.
Oh, right. Well, why don't you come in on the VC and have a real chat, man to man? Come on.
No, I mean, like, as in, that's the GIF. That's them running away from it.
Oh, right, yeah. I'm not seeing that gift yet. I'm looking for it. Hang on a second. It's not allowing me to look at this now. I've got what's called a lockout. There we go. Phone's playing up. Hang on a sec. Let's try that again.
You're in one of those Eastern Bloc countries where it's Reds under the bed and all that. Soviet countries.
Yeah, I'm in Japan, mate. Asia.
You're bouncing off China, though, eh?
I'm right at the very as you can go. Yeah, that's behaving peculiarly here at the moment. What's going on, man? God. Hate it when that happens. These horrible little glitches we get.
Discord's really bad for roaming for signals, and once it starts roaming, there's no way you can see any of it.
It's terrible, man. Yes. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave and come back in. It's as simple as that. It's one of those glitches that I have to leave and re-enter. Look, I can't even leave now. Come on.
Brilliant.
Truck pulling around.
Say what?
He said he's a Glover now.
Heresy.
Kinda sounded like Tito hot micing. Maybe.
Did Jen come back? No.
I don't think so.
No.
I think his internet flaked out.
Japan switched itself off and has gone to bed.
Brenda was here last night and you missed it.
I know that. I missed it on purpose.
Good for you. I wish I would have had that initiative to just miss it.
I heard her tone policing Jin, and I was like, I don't want to hear that.
I love Jin just blasting through her. I mean, to whatever, through it.
Yeah.
Just let him do it. Jin just blast through it. Good, Jin. I didn't tell him, but he kind of like he knows. That's the only way with Brenda.
Why not? She's fake nice. She's not really nice, and you know.
Yeah, dude, horses for courses, eh?
Well, I mean, she said flat earthers. I don't know if I still have a clip of it. Are degenerate, immoral, blah blah blah, expletive, expletive. That's what she really thinks. She comes in here and she's fake nice. She thinks we're the scum of the earth.
All she does is farm for clips or reasons to shut us down, India. Constantly. Every breath, every motion, every action. Bait, 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 bait. That's all she does. She's not the only one, really. But yeah, good choice, Jamesy. Jin's the boy for her or for any of the sort of Jane Panda mentality at the end of the day.
Yeah, characters like Brenda just released Jin. Let Jin go all out.
Go and get the bulldog.
Don't stop him.
Yeah. Sick him, boy. Get him. Well, yes, he's a British bulldog, you know. I mean, the boy's military trained. He can't not hold court. It's what he's been bred to do. You know, he's built to hold court, and he's been bred to hold court. You know, the boy could run a platoon. So, yeah, why not? To be honest, we've been far too kind with an awful lot of people for far too long. And we've lost a lot of good people along the way because of it. People get tired of the nonsense, they give up and they go away, yeah? When in actual fact we should be cutting the nonsense out and enjoying more good people around the place.
That's how we get kind of like the good people conversations, because we gotta filter through the nonsense, and then we do get some good conversations eventually with honest people.
Yeah. I think it's kind of got a benefit as well. I mean, the fact that we've got people like Brendan, the usual suspects that come in time and time out, it lets the new people see what we're dealing with in a constance. I think a lot of them think, oh my lord, really? This? Why are people like this towards Flat Earth and the people talking about it? I think it kind of does us a service in some ways. I'm not taking my hat off and saying thanks to them, but they're certainly exposing the nefariety around it and the nonsense that goes on with trying to do this for all the new people that come to it.
I think Brenda is one of. There's something with that one, because before the 24/7 thingy happened, Brenda was hinting that after it there's gonna be big changes, and she was like hinting into this guy switching sides, and it's like it was script, and she was hinting at it.
Yeah, nothing but sowing seeds and laying bait or traps, one way or another. But yeah, there's a lot of people out there that know full well that, you know, we're not lying. They've been here long enough, and they know that they're actually just, you know, trying to field a lot of it and trying to figure out where they stand in life now because of all this. You know, people have got mortgages to pay and stuff like that, and they work for organisations that we say are a bit iffy. So, but yeah, they still know the truth.
About Jaren flipping, even before it happened, the final experiment, even before they made it there, she was hinting in it. In this VC.
Yeah.
Who?
Brenda was hinting into Jaren flipping before they went there.
Oh, obviously he was flipping way before freaking that idea was ever proposed, dude. When he stopped making Flat Earth content and started hosting debates. He didn't make any content for a real long time and then comes back and starts hosting debates. Even though he himself had never debated, he's going to start moderating debates.
Yeah.
Look, bro. His stream of revenue was probably decreasing rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you straight up. I'll tell you my opinion. Jaren, at some point, it just became about money. And I think that was probably pretty early on. I mean, really early on. Before he did the freaking Netflix stuff, before any of that, somehow he flipped.
I think
never was, dude. I could be freaking maybe never was a flat earther, and he just was trying to create a channel and follow because flat earth was trending hard. Maybe just tried to latch onto that.
I think that's a lot to do with it, Indio. Yeah, Jaren was one of the people that was just on the train, riding along with everybody else. You know, the music, the hype, the buzz, and just being part of it. And maybe on the surface he did was initially he believed it all, and maybe he didn't really go and fully look into it or whatever. But yeah, I think maybe when Soundly did
a lot of his content was stolen content, that other smaller channels made that he just copied.
Yeah. Yep, I know. But see, I think when Soundly did what he did with Pontchartrain, I think Jaren's ears went up and he thought, hang on, there's a buck in this. And a lot of people obviously saw the same thing. And then what was the one with the Blackpool Tower? Who was that dude?
Oh, who did the Blackpool Tower?
Yeah.
I don't know who did it. It was the photographer is just some random person. Because they published it in a newspaper or something, right?
Yeah, but it was the English dude that was like, oh, this is proof of Earth curve. Who was that?
Oh, fuck, a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Flat Earth. Yeah. Oh, who was the main guy? The main guy I think was it Baldy Cats? Or no.
No. Wasn't Soundly.
I don't think it was Soundly that really pumped that one. Soundly pumps his own stuff.
Yeah, so many wackadoodle names, man. But anyway, you know who I mean. I think it was like all of that stuff going down and Zanuck having his, Mr. America career. I think Jaren was one of the people that realised, well, there's monetary value in this. There's the rush of the crowd, and I can be a celebrity, I can be one of these, there's a whole breed of these people on the internet, that communicate things to us now. So I think he gets swept up in all of that. I really don't think he was a
His
flat
real
earther.
money was
Quite
Patreon,
happy
though.
to get out of it, eh?
Yeah, but his real money's like Patreon and that crap.
Yeah, yeah. You coined it once. You said YouTube flat earthers, and it's true. It's true. It's the ego thing, the personality thing. The lot of money streaming. You think, hey, this is nice. This is fun. People like me, and yeah, well.
And they just get to sit on the soapbox and freaking narrate unchallenged, right? And
Yeah,
you just get a couple people to moderate your chat, maybe throw them a couple bucks, and you just sit there and blah, 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 steal other flat earthers' content, and don't do anything yourself, except for every once in a while you go to some canal somewhere, and, but of course he didn't pay for it, right? A whole bunch of other people probably paid for that. I think he took up like a GoFundMe or something to fund that shit.
That rings a bell,
the freaking laser experiment that he never did.
Yes, yeah.
He actually never did it when you think about it.
The one that he broke, yeah.
Allegedly. That's what he said. All this comes from when, right after the Netflix documentary came out, Bob Nodell and Jaron did a live stream like 2 days later, where they talked about it, and they said, hey, the laser melted onto the thing, onto the collimator. I mean, how do I know that? How do I even know he ever had a laser? I've never seen any video of the laser or screenshots of him with a laser.
There was
I guess I can ask Geo, because Geo was there. Geo Love was there.
A melted collimator.
Yeah, that's the story. That's what they said.
Somebody actually had a picture of one.
Did they have a picture of it?
Yeah, well, it was a picture of a collimator that didn't look too healthy, but...
Yeah. I think I've seen that now you mention it. I think I've seen that.
Was it melted? Was that the real deal? Where's the video evidence of them setting it up and seeing this thing going, pear-shaped? I'm with you. It's like, did it happen?
It's such an ill-conceived idea. Think about it for a second. Now, let's say you have some money, like, hey, dude, I'm going to hire a professional surveying company, and I want these 8-inch holes to be aligned such that a laser is going to shoot through it.
Yeah.
Across whatever it was, the distance was 1.6 kilometers or something. You know how hard that would be? It's just like an engineering task.
Yes, I do. I worked in construction.
They think they're just going to take a tape measure. They think they're going to just take a tape measure and measure up 48 inches, cut a hole, 48 inches, cut a hole, and somehow that's going to do it. Like, no, dude, it doesn't work like that at all.
Well, that's why he ended up with
the aperture, right? And then decrease the source signal. So, what's the point of doing that? Like, if you're trying to send
alignment, the engineering alignment is nearly impossible. You know what I mean? We're talking like a $50,000 job or something. It'd be ridiculous.
You would need a laser to set it up and make sure it was true once it was all set up before he put his laser through it.
So it was set up to fail from the beginning.
Well, what gets me is, why did he go to a torch? I mean, right at the end of the video, everybody agrees now.
What he said was there was a lot of people there. What he said was there were so many people there, they didn't want to just do nothing because all the people came there, and they used a torch.
No, I think I would have held the torch up and went, I'm not going to use this, guys. That would have been stupid. That would have proved diffraction. Here, look, there's diffraction. Look at that. But set up to fail.
Yes, the whole idea, like, why would you, we're going to shine a laser through a bunch of holes. Why would you, it's bound to fail.
Well, it's not an engineering take on it, to be honest.
I know, he's got like whiteboard when he's cutting out holes with a freaking jackknife.
Home base, baby. I think it shares some home base.
Precision engineering. I'll just saw a freaking hole in front of the camera. Come on, man.
For that money, you could have done a mirror flash or something a bit up from a mirror flash. But the laser, but the second it broke, he should have went completely scientific and went, sorry, test off until such and such. Sorry, everyone. I know you want to hit me. Bye-bye. I know
the other thing is, he did it next to a canal, right? And he never measured from the level of the canal.
Yeah, that was what That was the other thing. It was like, why didn't he turn around and just like drop the camera down and face it up the water of the canal, at least?
Yeah, they did it on the land above the canal and just assumed that the height of the I think it was like a dirt track that runs along parallel to the canal, and then they just assume that like it's a uniform height above the canal. There's no reason to assume that at all.
Towpath's varying height. They used to be kept right, but if there's anything like landslides or stuff like that, they can vary, or trees or whatever, it can change the height. There's no unless you check it for actual along the water's length. Then there's no guarantee.
Yeah, you would need a surveyor to survey that freaking strip of land. Replacement of all those of the boards, right?
Yeah, I could have paid for a surveyor to do that and got a test out of it.
Well, I guess people just go fund me a really shitty surveyor, Jaron.
Wow.
Let's compare it to, remember the Brazilians that did a bunch of tests and it took them years to complete the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
I like that one. I really respect them for what they did. I thought it was a great idea. And they had to go back to work and keep it like the FE Core crowd, but even more so. They go back to work and make money and then reapply and go somewhere else and set up and do it all over again. Yeah, good on them. I don't know so much about the concept or the rock in space thing. Why would they claim that? That was what got me. That was like, Flat Earth Society nonsense. I do that.
What do you mean? Why would they claim that?
The Brazilian thing, they've pictured it. If I can find the picture, it's like one of those sort of 60s or 70s hippie rock space pictures. It's like an upside down boulder with a flat top and two sort of bowls in it. Why would they picture it like that? Like from space?
Is the from going from the empiricist test that they did into the imaginary outside view of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a jumping leap that they couldn't confirm, even though the tests were done. I would say well done, job well done with the testing, and they did multiple tests. But then the depiction of it, whoever made that depiction, they probably just say, "Oh, I like the depiction," and it's just an opinion. That was not objective. Not the test wasn't showing that imagery.
Yeah. I see if they put clouds around it or something, Jamesy, I would have been totally happy. It was the fact it was a space rock, man.
Yeah, someone made it up, and they can. Some of them, I remember. It wasn't like all of the engineers, kind of like marrying that image. It was some people just kind of like depicting it and making it, and that's it. It wasn't like the engineers were sponsoring the image, all of them, or whatever.
Yeah, it was sort of like a not propaganda. What do you call it? Design
department. Just threw that in the middle of the whole thing.
Yeah, like a P&R company or something or whatever. Yeah. I've got it somewhere. Yeah, the work that they put in stands alone. Really does stand alone. Where is that?
They did a bunch of good work, and then a few things like that. People want to use it to discredit all the testing.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out, and it got a hard time. Like, it got a really hard time. What are you using that for? That's Flat Earth Society. And yeah, I mean, fair enough. I felt a bit like that too, but the work they put in to confirm what the surface is and does, and the distances, stands alone. Is that it? No, that's not.
Falsified the curvature of the globe Earth. They falsified like in 7 different ways.
Yeah,
probably more.
The lower half of the Americas, which is a huge, huge piece of land and water. Did they come north of the border at all, James? Or was it all just like South Americas and all around there? Brazil and that?
They went to Bolivia, they went to, what was it? Went to Lake Titicaca.
Uh-huh.
I think they went to Europe as well to do some tests over there with the Europeans or something.
Right, that's what I'm thinking then, yeah, so they did come, right, they came up that way then. Okay.
They went to Brazil, so these people did some real work across the world.
Yeah, well, like, you know what it's like once you leave the tarmac. And a lot of these places, to get to the other end of it, you're lucky if you get through alive. If you get a landslide or your Jeep breaks down, you're not prepped. Yeah. It's not like it is in, Europe or maybe America. All the roads are paved and cement highways or tarmac highways. There's none of that. You're lucky if there's roads at times. Oh, I've got too many gifts, man. I need to sort them all out. Should have done it from the start. Is that it? No.
Write some AI organizer program that will organize everything for you.
Do you know that would be the very app to have? That would filter. You could just put in whatever kind of headings you wanted, and it would just filter all your images. Jamesy, go for it, mate. Get an AI to write the app. Have at it, mate. Good luck. Make yourself a couple of quid.
A bunch of people will buy something like that to organize files. I'll pay $3 for it.
See, I know it's doable, but yeah, I don't know how to do all that stuff, and I'm comfy where I am. But yeah, go for it, man. Why not? I'd certainly give you a few bucks for it. It'd help my nonsense. No, it's no end at all. Connecting. Come on. Yeah, that's it. Right, have I got the link for it? I used to have the link. Hmm.
across water. Okay. Now where is this being taken? What part of the map are you from? What are you talking about anyway?
I believe it's Norway. It's somewhere like Scandinavian, or it could be Oslo. Or...
Okay. So you know about perspective. You know about perspective, right?
Pardon?
So you know about perspective and angular resolution. You know about all that, right?
You can see they're not covered completely. They vary in height a little bit.
So let's say there's 20-foot swells in the foreground, you know, like a mile out. You don't think that 20-foot swell is gonna block things 40 miles away?
No, you can see the structures. You can see not all of them, but you can see the structures. And the height of the structure.
So you can see part of the structures. You can see part of the structures. Part of the structures is obscured.
Part of it. So I know about the height.
Yeah.
The structure is 375 meters tall. And perfectly level, which is only at 22 meters. Every single one of them is lower, top of the structure, which is 375 meters tall, is below the level of the camera.
Do you have something to present or no?
22 meters, and they're 375.
He's trying to understand footage. And like I said, there's a lot of factors to take in. There's never been any curvature measured, brother. And I guarantee you anything that you have is explainable. You know, it's not like there's no other explanation other than, it must be Earth curve. Guarantee you it has something to do with optics and something in the foreground blocking something far away in the background.
Yeah, why don't you send us what you got? We can take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm driving at the moment, so I will get them. And they are just, they're beautiful photos anyway. You know, nothing to do with all this. It's lovely. But it's something to think about.
Do you have locations and distances and time of day and all that?
Yep. As I said to the chap, they are taking over all 4 seasons, morning, noon, and evening. There's hundreds of photos, all exactly from the same spot, looking at exactly the same place. And every single one, they do move up and down slightly with refraction, nothing much, but they are always below the horizontal level of the camera.
How far away is it?
42 miles.
It's quite a level camera.
It's a very level camera.
Yeah, I can't say anything until I see him. So you don't have a single one
that these things should be above the center.
You don't have a single one that's where the whole thing is visible. Hundreds of photos.
Sorry to bother you. Have we been to the prison? Go to the end, turn left, go up the road and it's on your right. Can't miss it.
He didn't take the photos, India. They're somebody else's photos, I believe.
Oh, here we go. Who took them?
Okay, I'm driving at the moment, but I will get them. Well,
do you have any idea who took them?
Yeah.
Can you let us clue us in? Is it like a known anti-flat earther?
No, I don't think he's particularly known. Tommy, his name is. I can't pronounce his second name because it's like a Norwegian sort of name, like Grovsbelt or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, let me, I'd have to see him But that being said, you know, like Pontchartrain, the curvy bridge, the curvy power lines that you've seen it before? Check this out. So one time, Sly Sparky or Soundly, who took those photographs, he was doing a live stream, and somebody in the chat mentioned the photograph. So he went on his computer to look for it, and he started going into his folders, and he had thumbnails showing. He had hundreds of photos every day for months and months and months, and he was cherry picking photos out of his array. So I'm skeptical that he's taken shitloads of photos and not a single one shows the entire whatever. Very skeptical of that. Because even within the gold paradigm, that should happen every once in a while.
None of them show the entire thing, but that's not the real point.
That's what I'm skeptical about. Whether the images are being cherry picked.
They are below the level of the camera.
Cherry picked. What does that word mean?
No.
That he has contrary evidence, but he's withholding it.
The thing is, even if.
Yeah, don't address what I said, dude. Yeah, don't even address it even remotely. Just pretend I didn't say it.
Even if they were halfway up the structure, it would still be dropped from level, you know?
Okay, so it's not dropped from level.
Well, it is. They're 375 meters tall, the structure, and the camera is 22 meters.
Okay, and
every single one is below the level of the camera.
Okay, I don't believe that. Okay, when I see them, then we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, and these types of optical. So check it out. We can get the same. We can get the same optical effect on known flat surfaces in the first place. So this is all a moot point anyway. So the claim is that observations like this are possible on the flat Earth. That's been demonstrated to be absolutely false. False. Not claimed false, demonstrated false.
Well,
I experiment.
False. I don't understand.
Because you take a known flat surface, a surface you know is flat, and you replicate the optical effect, right? What you see, something cut off from the bottom up, right? On a surface you know is flat. You understand?
Are you a mod?
Probably. Why?
Because I got banned from the text chat.
I'm not. Look, I might be a mod, but I'm not in charge of anything here, so I don't know.
24 hours, but I still don't seem to be able to post in there. And that was a couple of days ago.
Well, I didn't do it. I don't know what the circumstances is.
No.
Lovely how you change the subject, though. We can replicate this on known flat surface.
I just got your destination, so I will be back on shortly.
All right, cool.
I'm not running away. Trust me. I've just got to a destination.
What do you? I don't care if you run away. Don't run away. Fine.
Right, I'll be back.
Yeah, no, you won't. Remember what he said. Remember what he said, what his claim was. Everybody remember. I guarantee when he comes back, you're all going to be underwhelmed because I'm 90% sure I know what he's talking about. The person, it's a YouTube channel.
So if you're looking at a photograph, how would you know? If you only had a photograph, let's say, how would you know that what you're looking at is below the camera?
I don't know. So AI, you're just the man I want to talk to. You weren't in here yesterday morning, so I had a chat with Gemini AI, and I start asking it about telecentric lens, right? So I'm trying to think of where I started. Well, first I started asking about the frustum size for a 3D engine, right? That renders 3D. And I'm like, with the frustum size, which is the near plane that the image is being projected on, with the frustum size, what it said was that there is no projection plane and that all the angles are being pushed through a point, right? And mirrored on your screen, basically. So there is no lens size in any 3D rendered, whatever it is, right? Blender, fucking SketchUp, 3D Studio Max, freaking Quake 3, freaking, Call of Duty. None of these use there's no actual camera size, no lens size, no sensor size, none of that shit. So, because I was trying to get it to tell me about, hey, if we change the frustum size, can we basically make a synthetic telecentric lens? And it's like, no, all these 3D engines, they use perspective. Change it to the equivalent of a telecentric lens, I have to switch it to an orthographic view, right? So, and it admitted it's not a sim. These things are not actual 3D engines are not actual simulations. It's like, okay, how about if I took a telecentric lens? So it explained to me how a telecentric lens works, right? So what they do is you have the lens the size of the object. They have a aperture stop that's exactly at the focal point, the same as how like a magnifying glass, you get the little dot, right? You can focus it, right? So right at the focal point, they put basically there's a barrier, and there's a hole right at the focal point, and then the rays go through that focal point parallel, right? You're basically excluding all non-parallel rays. Then it's projected onto a sensor, and then you get an orthographic image of the object. Fine. I said, okay. I want to do this with the Earth. Okay, if I have a telecentric lens of the Earth and all the rays are parallel, create an image that shows this. It fucking couldn't do it. And then tells me it can't do it. So it cannot create an orthographic image of the globe. And it said that I would need a lens the size of the Earth. It would have to be 1.5 the distance of the moon away, and the sensor would have to be 666 kilometers away from that.
Ooh.
Yeah, so the telecentric lens thing. Yeah, so aperture size is always, so we got Bisgund's nonsense, right? Aperture size is actually a thing. I guess it would be close to a pinhole. But the telecentric lens problem, I think there might be some more legs to this. What's up, baby?
So, homie.
Oh, homeboy. Home skillet.
You're going over the information you went over yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to talk to AI about it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm only doing it for him. I mean, I could tell him to listen to the recording, but we have some dude that he's going to come back with hundreds of pictures of a building that's below the level of the camera. That's 300 and, did he say 375 meters? That'd be quite the building.
We're going to put him in the list of all the people that promised to come back.
Yeah, that's a long list. That might be longer than the ban list. He's also whining about being banned in the text chat, so he's on both lists. You grinding today, or are you off?
I'm heading in right now, actually.
Kind of late, man. You late for work?
Yeah. No, I just had a rough night, dude. I don't know what. I think I might be catching what's going around, as they say.
What's going around?
I don't know. Everybody's sneezing, coughing, and shit.
Oh.
Perhaps, I'm not sure. I just woke up at 2 a.m. I was up, I don't know, doom scrolling.
Dude, I hate that shit. That should be banned.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, me and various social media platforms are working on a contract where we charge you a subscription fee to not be shown shorts.
The shorts are big money, man, I'll tell you what.
Well, it really sucks when you have an ad blocker, so you don't even realize, you don't even get a break in there. You've been doom scrolling for 3 hours, and you're like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. It kind of gets me a bit aware of like what's happening with the culture anyway. The vernacular. Dude, we're so far out of touch with the younger generation and the way they speak.
It's the way they think. If you can call it thinking. I don't like to shit on them, dude. It's like they're just a product of their environment to some degree. And like they probably do have some insights that we can't perceive. It's just like they just suck at communicating.
Like we have CB, he keeps us a little bit updated, but even he's getting outdated, like with the way their vernacular is.
I know they're calling him a boomer. Like that one, the boomer one, dude, that's one I particularly don't like because boomer's a baby boomer. Now it's like anyone that's older than a newborn.
It's too old to recognize the young culture. Yeah, that's a boomer.
Yeah, now, but that word itself shows the ignorance of the younger generation. They don't even know that boomer meant baby boomer, which was a product of the post-war, fuckfest that apparently happened.
Yeah, it's a morphing of the word. Well, certain words have already morphed, as we know.
In our generation, like you, a lot of it was dictated by the post-World War II rhetoric. I mean, that's almost gone. Almost gone. Not quite gone.
What do you mean by that?
Post-World War II rhetoric. Everything was always couched in, as far as like important events within the paradigm of World War II. The Cold War. Cold War was a product of World War II. Vietnam War, Korean War, different laws. All that stuff was always in the framework of World War II. As like the defining moment. Conservative, like the idea of like the 50s household, and that's considered like the ideal. Where the woman stays home, 2 cars, picket fence, keep up with the Joneses, suburbia, and all that shit. That whole, that's supposed to be the American dream. Where that event is just, that time period is an anomaly in human civilization.
Turns out being in the only geographically isolated region of the globe during one of the largest or the largest global conflict leads to some prosperity on the back end.
I'm just saying that societal structure there was prosperity at other times in other places. I'm just saying that that particular structure, the 50s structure, is an anomaly. It's not. You look at all human history; it's just anomalous.
Well, I'm saying it's anomalous due to exactly.
Women always worked. Like there wasn't this like my job is I'm a homemaker. You know, that really wasn't. Women always the home used to be like as far as the woman goes, it would be a place of production, right? Women would pickle,
hunter gathering, not hunter homemaking.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, even like say, even in the early 20th century, right? My grandmother knew how to can food, pickle, make frickin' jelly, jam, make everything from scratch. You know what I mean? Knew how to wash clothes. She probably fucking know how to make soap. You know what I mean?
Make clothes. Like, they would make clothes.
Yeah, exactly. Make clothes. Like the house, the home. If the wife was home, it was a place of production, right? The females always worked, but when washer dryers, microwaves, all these convenience items, a lot of that stuff stopped, right? Boxed cake. No, like, listen, I remember when I was a kid, for a woman to buy like store-bought cake or cake mix and serve it, it was like a humiliation. It was like a defeat.
Yeah, it showed that you were too lazy to actually produce the thing that most mothers were doing,
or couldn't.
And the thing too, like store bought versus like their homemade, there was no comparison. Like you could tell when somebody had the store bought versus like everybody's homemade. Like that was just like it's not in the same ballpark.
And everybody had their thing, right? Like if you go to like some gathering, right? Everybody would bring something. And each person like had the thing that they made best, like some wife or woman, right? Oh, I make lasagna the best. I'll make my, my famous lasagna. You know what I mean? And everybody would make their thing. She couldn't cook anything else, but she could cook that.
I was gonna say we still do that.
Not like it used to be, man. Not like it used to be.
It was integrated. That thing was kind of like integrated into the social fabric. It's not really as integrated now. I mean, the extended family's not a thing anymore.
I was gonna say, do y'all not do potlucks anymore?
Yeah. All that stuff still exists. It doesn't exist to the extent it did a long time ago. So what we're talking about is like if you did something outside, like buy a box of cake mix, or you did something like that and make a cake, and then you like try to fool somebody that was homemade. It's like that was a whole thing. People would know, like, that you're just too lazy to, it was like a kind of a sign that you're not capable.
Every woman had a cookbook, dude, and the family recipes and like all that stuff.
Well, now we're dual income is expected, right? The capitalists have realized that they can extract twice the amount of shareholder value out of each household. So, fuck you. Both of you are working now.
Now, here's the funny thing about that. If you look at disposable income over time, or household income even, it's flat. It's like it goes down slightly, but I'm not going to quibble about. We're talking inflation adjusted too. So it's might be gone down 1% in 40 years, but that's crazy considering now two people work, right?
Exactly.
Doubled. That's crazy, dude. If you think about the implications of that.
Idio. This bro thinks in a communist society, both parties wouldn't have to work.
Oh no! I'm not going that far. I'm just saying that we get convinced to look left and right when we should be looking up, right? Right? There should be dampers on both ends of the spectrum. You should be able to lift up the poorest and force the richest to contribute. Right? You should. I'm not saying that we can't have billionaires. Right? I'm just saying that there should be
accountability.
Accountability. Yeah, exactly.
Not gonna happen, dude. That's not gonna.
Yeah. But if you keep looking left and right instead of looking up, you're doing exactly what they want. You keep calling each other Nazis and focusing on less than 1% of the population who happens to identify as trans, like get all riled up over that shit. It's just not productive. Right? Have your groceries gotten cheaper? Have the the Democrats actually done jack shit in 20 years? Like it's just a wedge issue. Like they push things in between us to get us all riled up.
Well, fiat has depreciated, so what do you expect?
What was the first word there?
Fiat currency, money.
Has to appreciate?
Fiat, bro. Money, paper money.
Oh yeah. It's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's a fugazi. Money doesn't exist anymore. That's why I get frustrated when folks hyperfixate on wedge social issues when the vast majority of us should be working together.
You can't get that, man. There's no cohesion anymore.
I think that's pretty defeatist, right? You can at least bring it up in conversations and spaces. Think where you're having conversations when people are getting riled up, right?
Think about it, Rand. Everybody's got an agenda, yeah? Everyone.
I mean, yeah.
So what
Usually
rallies
people that have
everybody together?
capital.
How could you rally a group of individuals? How could you rally a group of individuals who have, like today in today's world, together with one united cause? Like if you say, "Hey, let's work together," everybody's so diverse in their thinking that it's like, we got the two-party system. Like,
yeah, you get smacked down by the folks that have the capital to do so. You get the Pinkertons, you get the Union Busters, you get, but that doesn't mean you don't try.
That's why people take to social media. I mean, I'm just saying the end result of that is, well, we don't have the time, but we do have the time to be here, and we can multitask.
Exactly. That's why I bring it up in conversations like this. Like I'm driving into the office right now. Right. Everything. I think folks get all riled up for it's like a team sport, right? I don't. But if you want to materially improve the conditions of your life, you need to disengage from these wedge issues. Like hell, Bernie Sanders was the Democratic frontrunner for like 1 week before the media like freaked the fuck out and forced 3 or 4 other Democrats to drop out of the race to coalesce behind Joe Biden. So like that was probably the closest we got was like last week of February in 2020 to actual change.
Is that when you learned that your party was deceptive?
No, I've known forever. Debbie Wasserman Schultz and superdelegates in 2016. Yeah, no, it's all fucked, man.
At least you acknowledge it.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Trust me. I mean, I come in here. I want to be as open and honest as possible. I tend to think about policy a good chunk, but I don't engage with, the fact that the FBI director like put literally anti-ice or copied on a board. Like what the fuck are we doing here? But at the same time, like saying that you're appointing a border czar and you're just getting rid of quotas for the asylum process. Like it's all bullshit.
Hey, brother. So what you're trying to say is we almost got saved by Bernie Sanders?
Not saved, but we almost had the opportunity for change, right? Strike the iron while the iron's hot. You need a bit of dynamicism to shift things.
We got some recently. Kentucky ended the assumption of primary female custody in a divorce of the children.
right? So they assumed 50% legally, and then their divorce rate went down by 25%. That's real change.
That is real change.
Yeah, based on what?
It was nice speaking to you guys. I'll probably have to join back later in a bit, guys.
We're here all the time, so.
Yeah. What do you guys do? Do you guys just, like, wait?
Say that again?
Oh, you guys just like waiting for people to join? Because I see so many people
I
here.
mean,
and
we talk to each other too, so I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we do wait for people to come in. Of course, that's why we're here, because like you just said, you think it's a globe, but now you've heard from us that the images that you're saying that you think they're not real. They're photoshopped composites, CGI images. That's what they are. They're not actually real. And then the question you should be thinking is why are these images not real? Why is that? Why are they giving you CGI images when NASA gets a budget of $67 million a day? Surely if they're in space, they should be able to give us a high definition real image of Earth, and actually a live one with the Earth rotating on its axis, but we don't have that.
Yeah, bro. No, yeah, like, bro, you said, I think I'll have to join later to speak to you guys, but I gotta go now. But yeah, it's nice speaking to you.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's all right.
I think he's actually curious.
Yeah.
Because what I think what happens sometimes, like they have this flat Earth in their mind, and they're like, "Disc in space, Edge. Like, how the hell can you believe that?" And I agree, that would be absolutely freaking crazy and absurd. I agree with that.
Yeah. I thought it was.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was in 2014. My reaction was this, right? I'm looking at the moon landing hoax. Obviously, I'm watching Buzz Aldrin lie now, okay? And then suddenly this video popped up, right? Flat Earth. And then I shrugged my shoulders, right? Carried on watching. And then another video popped up, Flat Earth. So I said, what idiot's putting flat Earth? The Earth's not flat. I'm talking to myself, yeah? I'm talking to myself and saying, the Earth's not flat. That's stupid, man. Wasting my time with that nonsense. Let me get back. And then another video popped up, right? And this happened for like 30 minutes. I got worried that somebody had hacked my wife's computer, because it was my wife's computer I was using. And maybe I'd accidentally clicked on something and a virus has got it, I thought, So does my naivety as to the system and how it works, okay? So I thought, the Earth is not flat, man. This is stupid now. Stop this shit. And then I just ignored it for the whole year. It just kept coming. Looked on YouTube, loads of videos. I ignored it. And then Christmas, Boxing Day, 26 December 2015, I thought, okay, let me click on one of these stupid, dumbass, bloody videos, What could they bloody teach me is what I'm thinking. What could they teach me? And here I am now. 24 hours flat Earth Discord. There you go. So I was the fool, of course. Definitely. I was the idiot. I was the one that was in error. Yeah. And it really straightens you out. That straightened me out more than the army did. Do you know that? Because I gave a hard, long look at myself. You know what I mean? Big mouth, you're giving it, you can look after yourself in the forest, you missed all the flat Earth clues. You call yourself an engineer? Okay. You call yourself a researcher? But look at all the mistakes, and you didn't join the dots. What kind of a researcher are you, Jin? What an idiot you are, I gave myself a kick up the arse several times, literally, just to make sure that I, put myself back on the road properly. Yeah, it opened up my eyes to my inability to comprehend and digest what I thought I'd learned properly. Yeah.
The thing is, people will hear you and they'll think the error you're talking about is thinking the Earth is a globe versus flat. That's not the error. The error is how you process the information. That's the error I made. I just took it at face value. Like, oh yeah, there's a globe. Christopher Columbus. It's Columbus Day in America, by the way, which is a national holiday. So.
Oh yeah.
Freaking ridiculous. Anyway. you know, that's how they taught us in school. You know, we have Columbus Day. So on Columbus Day, when you're in elementary school, kindergarten, all that, they talk about how Christopher Columbus, you know, in 1492 sailed across the ocean blue, yada, yada, yada. But they, you know, they go into detail about it. You have little printed, back when I went to school, little printed worksheets and coloring Christopher Columbus and the ships and all that stuff, while the teacher drones on brainwashing you about how he proved the Earth was a globe. Right?
That's right.
And we just took it at face value. And as a child, I have an excuse. But as an adult, I have no excuse.
Yeah.
I continue to believe that nonsense. What I knew, every other thing they said was bullshit. Why did I exclude that one? Why did that particular piece of information, why did I take that one as true and all the other ones as pretty much not true? You know?
Yeah. I make that error.
Yourself about is how did I get sucked into the freaking sheep, right? How did I end up in this sheep pen with all these other sheep?
Yeah, I was a fast mover. I was flying around, you know, on my motorbikes, cycling, traveling around the world. I was just flying around, man. I didn't even think about the globe. I'm flying. I'm seeing the horizon is level. Didn't even check it. Jumping out of aeroplanes. Didn't bat an eyelid on the horizon. It was a beautiful view. More concerned of how I'm going to land, but I'm enjoying the view, enjoying the experience several times. Have sailing, rock climbing, immersed in nature, and I missed all the clues.
Well, they told you
that's an embarrassment.
It's so big, right? They said it's so big, right? It looks flat. That's what they said. It's gigantic.
Yeah, I just didn't even think. I just didn't even think of curvature. It wasn't even on my mind. You understand?
Yeah, they just said you can't see it because the Earth is so big. Yeah, and then you checked, right?
Yeah. And that's when I realized I was in error. Because, man.
They don't teach the curve calculation in school. They don't go, oh, Earth's a globe. It should curve at 8 inches per mile squared. We're going to go out, class, and we're going to go prove the Earth is a globe using this curve calculation. They don't ever do that.
No, they don't give us a field
story
test
about this guy.
Yeah, in Nigeria, because when I first heard of flat Earth, it was in Nigeria, and it was Columbus, Galileo, and one other character. The third one always escapes me. Three of them were arguing about the shape of the Earth. Copernicus, that's it. Yeah, so there were three of these characters arguing about the shape of the Earth in the Nigerian book, okay? And then they showed us the edge of the Earth with the Spanish Armada type ship falling off the edge. That's what we got in the book. And you know, NASA had just gone to the moon, by the way, supposedly back then, right, in the 70s. So I said, wow, man, that's stupid. How can you have a flat Earth like that? Of course the ship's going to fall off the edge. And that galvanized the fact that the Earth couldn't be flat after seeing that image. You understand? That's how your brain works. I was dead sure that it couldn't be flat after seeing that image because it looked so ridiculous seeing the ship fall off the edge. Right?
And the kid just came in with the same idea. That's like how many years later? 50 years later? He's got the same idea you had. Well, it was put in your head.
Yeah. Definitely that image is powerful. And then it was reinforced through the 70s and 80s, right, with adverts showing the ship falling off the edge when they're advertising a Slim Palatella cigarettes, for Hamlet ones, okay? You get 5 in a box and you have a signature tune, and it's whenever anything goes wrong, pick up your Hamlet, spark up, and everything will be okay. So the ship's about to go over the edge, and the guy in the crow's nest shouts out, "Captain, it's the edge of the world!" And then the signature tune comes in, and one of his subordinates brings up the Slim Palatella, and he lights it up as the ship is going over the edge. See what I mean?
What's the name of the cigarettes? I want to find it.
Yeah, Slim Hamlet, Slim Panatellas, and you get 5 of them in a box. Yeah, Hamlet Slim Panatellas.
I found it.
Oh, well done. There you go.
I don't know, but I found the cigarettes. I haven't found the commercial.
Yes, try and find the advert. Back in the let's see. Yeah, it would be 1970s, has to be. 1975, 76, let's say, something like that. Maybe 77. Okay, just rewinding my brain.
Oh, I found it. Ready to have a flashback?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I gotta watch it.
What a star! What a star! What a star this guy is, man. Slim Panatelli. You see? I tell you no lies, man. That's what happened for real. Yeah, man.
That's fucking funny, though.
I told you, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, they ridiculed it.
I'm uploading that to my YouTube channel right now, man.
Yeah.
And
And that's the signature tune. Is a cigar called Hamlet cigar from Benson and Hedges. Yeah, yeah. There you go. I'm going to keep that one, man. See, so they ridiculed flat Earth. Okay, there's a perfect example. British advertising.
They even
back
said
in- what
Columbus,
did-
so that's why I'm posting it for Columbus Day.
Thank you. Did they give you a year for this video? When you looked it up, they give you a year for this clip.
Let's see. Let me see if.
When was it?
I'm gonna
Oh, yeah,
look.
well
I'm gonna
done.
look.
Okay, yeah. Cheers.
Now that there's no description.
Okay,
There's
never
nothing in
mind
the
then.
description about the year.
Yeah, yeah. I'm hazarding it's like a 75, 76, somewhere around about that time. I wonder if old dude saw that advert ever in his life.
Oh, I'm sure.
And then we had Charles Johnson from the Flat Earth Research Society. He was being ridiculed on TV, in American TV. Right? Do you remember that guy, Charles Johnson?
Yeah, I've seen a video with him in it.
Yeah. Where he's sitting there, he's waiting to be asked questions. And guess what? They ask him the questions when there's like 3 minutes left of the show. So he sat there for about, maybe 40 minutes, just waiting. You know what I mean? That was disgusting behavior from the show host, right? They had him sitting through the show, and then right at the last 3 minutes, they ridiculed him, took the piss out of him, and that was the end of the show. And that happened to him twice. Which I thought was really not sporting at all.
Yeah,
You know?
Jen, I know it well. There's like 1979, mate.
It was 1979, was it? Oh,
Yeah.
as late as that. Okay, as late as that then, right? Okay, I could have sworn it was earlier than that, but okay, 79 it
Well,
was.
that's what I've got. That's what it come up for with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it may have had a long run. I think it was before that, but okay, 1979. Yeah. Yeah, still at home in 79. So yeah, okay. Nice little melody there. That was, wasn't it, with the advert?
They were great adverts. Absolutely brilliant. The one that always got me was the shed at the bottom of the garden, the kludgy at the bottom of the garden when there was no toilet roll, or it rolled out the door.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That was a good one. I remember that one. Yeah, and then the song starts. The song starts. Yes, the memory's coming back because as soon as the toilet roll rolls out, it's a disaster, isn't it? So obviously you Slim Panatella, don't you? I told you they had some really good adverts in Britain, man. Good jokes, really good jokes.
It used to be funny, like comedy used to be funny, but now they're so afraid of offending anybody that it's like, I don't know what comedy
Stupid,
is
isn't
now.
it? Yeah, silly now. It's become very dry humour. Yeah, it's just crap, isn't it?
Like, the Brits used to joke about ourselves and ridicule ourselves and laugh at ourselves in all different ways and everything, but now that's illegal. You get locked up for that. Like,
yes.
Hello, what's going on?
Yeah, it's disappointing and it's a letdown, really. Lost your freedom there.
Well, it means that if I get dressed up in a kilt like a mad Scotsman and I go around jumping and shouting and whooping like a maniac, nobody's allowed to laugh at me anymore. It's terrible.
Yeah. Do you ever wear the kilt? Do you ever go out in traditional?
Yeah, I do.
regalia?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Ah, well done. Well, that's good then. You're a real Scots. Yeah.
Well, I have been, yes.
Yeah, if I was living in Scotland, I'd be wearing a kilt as well.
Okay. It's
Oh yeah.
In the summertime, it's a fine thing to wear. Like, you know, you would normally put on shorts, but well, hey, this is even cooler. So
Yeah. Yes, it's nice. I think the whole outfit's good. You know, really is smart attire. That is. I was proud to wear it in the London Tradition. Yeah, I wore it already, so I know. I know what it's like. It's fantastic.
Salad,
spot on and everything.
Hello, Salad. How's it going?
Hi, bro.
Hello.
Okay.
Hey. How's it going? Hello.
Do you have a
Welcome
normal
to the 24-hour flat Earth Discord.
Use your normal
How
voice,
can we help you?
please, you coward.
This is my
Stop
real
hiding.
voice. What do
No,
you
it's
mean?
not. Stop hiding.
Who am I hiding behind?
Mickey
You're hiding
Mouse.
behind that frickin' server mute button until you talk right.
Yeah, like we don't mind talking to Mickey Mouse, but like, you know, we'd prefer the real one, not just somebody pretending to be him.
Yeah. Whose birthday's on the same day as mine, Mickey Mouse? By the way.
Just about to unmute him, but
We share the same birthday. Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse. We share the same birthday.
Are you in Mickey's fan club, Jen?
Nah, Mickey's fan club, yeah, not Mickey's, no. The Japanese love the Disney stuff here. Do you understand? They love it to death. My wife, yeah, the amount of times we had to go to Disney with the, you know, I said, the children are too small. They're not going to appreciate it, man. This is a waste of money. They're too little. Boy, I tell you, when they got bigger, I said, no, you take them. I'm not. I don't want to do Disney anymore. That's it. Fed up. I don't want any more Disney in my head. Thanks. So she took the kids on her own there in the car. Off they went. Took them a few times, and that was enough. It's just a nightmare with the people, crowds everywhere. You can't enjoy the rides because you've got your kids with you, and they're not big enough to ride the rides. Walking around with waste of money. I just said no, thanks. And then shortly after that, the kids grew up. Now we're talking about mountain bike trekking and pocket bike, motorbike, electric motorbikes. We're talking now. The action's picking up my side. Yeah. You know, BB goes shooting in the park. Yeah, shooting in the laundrettes. Yeah, shooting in the shops. Having a right laugh of it.
Shooting BB guns in the park, Jen, did you say?
Yeah. Setting up targets.
You would get arrested. The riot squad would come in mufti gear with snipers if you did that here, dude.
Wow, yeah. No, we played it in the park. We set the targets up beautifully, hit the targets and that Lego bricks and that. Because, I brought them in my sports bag, set up the targets, side-on shots as well, okay? And then all the BBs, we pick up all the BBs we used, put them back in the bottle and come home. So we don't leave any mess in the park. Yeah? There you are. Oh yeah. I even dressed up as the bad guy. When my children's friends came round, I'd have my motorcycle helmet on, gloves, leather jacket, and I'd be the bad guy now, and they'd be shooting me to death. You know?
Yeah, why not?
Great fun.
If you can get away
great
with it,
fun.
why not?
Oh yeah, we got away with it easy. The one thing that that I stipulated is that we must pick up all the BBs. One, I don't want to buy any more. Plus, we can't be tied. We can't leave the park untidy. So get it done up. And that was good because you've had your fun. Now you do your tidying up. It's all part of it, isn't it? Another lesson there. And they had a great time of it. And then when we went to Hawaii, I introduced them to some firearms and shooting. And then I asked if I could have some of those targets, because what I wanted to do then is photocopy them. And then when I took them mountain bike trekking, they'd be at the foot of the mountain. I'd go up to the first 1/3. We had the walkie-talkies with us. So 1/3 up, I'd set the targets up. And then they have to hit the target, take it down, put it in the pocket, and then find the other targets. And then find me in the bush, in the mountains. Yeah, it's really good. With their mountain bikes. Yeah, man, I'll tell you that we had some really good fun.
Cool.
You know that all of the cameras who have been sent to the space, they are all with a fish eye. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm aware of the fisheye GoPro fisheye lens. Yeah, of course.
This is official, they're scared.
Yeah, that's not
what
good,
about
is it? That's
Richard Beard? Do you know
Richard
him?
Bird. Yeah, Richard Bird. Yeah, I don't like the character. Yeah, I don't trust the guy at all, because he was credited of being the first man to fly to Antarctic, to the Arctic Circle, fly there and return.
Yeah.
He didn't even make it there. They came back early.
I don't know if he make it or not, but he went to the TV and things, and he makes interviews saying like there is more continents beyond it. So if the biggest explorer in the world for the humanity says this, I don't understand why people still believe in all the weird things, bro.
Yeah, hang on a minute. I don't think he said there were other continents. He said there was a land mass.
All the land, biggest than the
land,
state.
Land mass. There was some land. Yeah, but the size of a little America, he called it, something like that. But I didn't like him because he lied about going to the Arctic Circle. Why would you lie? You're going by plane.
No, he didn't say the size of. He didn't say the size of Little Americas. He said Little America was the base at the South Pole, and he said it was past after Little America.
Okay.
The landmass was beyond Little America, beyond the base, the military base.
Beyond the states, as you say, yes, but it was bigger than the states, the lands, They're gonna be used in a military way.
Yeah.
They say this like 60 years ago, and then you have Clinton saying we almost shattered the glass ceiling dome. There's every single subliminal message everywhere out there.
I was just saying to Jin that when they say Little America, that's the military base, Jin. That's
thank you.
The station.
Yeah. I shall review that video again, just to remind myself. It's been a long while since I've seen it. I've got it to hand. It's very local. So I see that one every day, actually. There's two of them. There's one where he's on the ice alone, and the other one is a discovery one. So I'll watch them both.
What about the ONU Tambo? It's literally the flat Earth map. And the official map that everybody should be studying is that one from 1892. That's the official one, and no one studied this shit.
Yeah, I like that map. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I don't understand. You see the flies and things. It's clearly proof that map is good. You see how maps works and flies.
What map are you talking about? Is it a map or a projection?
1892.
Yeah, that would be the Gleason's map. Yep. Yeah, Gleason's map. He's talking about. Yeah, I like the map.
And I'm Spanish, bro. I'm doing this in English. But people who speak English, they should know these kind of things, because there's more information in English, than in Spanish, than in Russian, or
Yeah, but you must understand. Yeah, people are not really concerned about those things. You know, they're nowhere near. They're more concerned with gaming, getting the latest
Yeah,
pair
the
of
truck.
shoes or training shoes,
Yeah, yeah.
clothing, nightclubs, drugs. Drugs is high on the list. Drugs and alcohol and getting out into that nightclub. That's very high on the list.
Okay,
Things
so,
like
so
that.
you're from Spain. You say you're from Spain.
Yeah.
Hola,
You should go to the old libraries in Spain and check the old maps over there, like the physical books.
Yes, I know. I read some old books like that, but you have to understand that Spain now is fucked up. Same as UK, we have a lot of immigration problems.
Ah,
You know?
right. Thank you. Please carry
We
on.
have to go into all the side, geopolitics and things is important as well. Don't forget LGBTQ and things, but we're not here to speak about that. We're here to speak about the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
Or the lack of it, or the lack of shape.
The lack of it. Yeah, the lack of the shape. I've been to Santander. Okay.
Santander,
I've been to
really beautiful, man.
Albacete, Malaga.
Malaga.
Of course, Madrid. Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Madrid.
Hang on a minute. Sevilla. I've been to
Yeah,
Sevilla.
Sevilla, really beautiful.
Yeah,
South.
yeah. Gibraltar, all the way down
Gibraltar,
south to
yes, that's
Morocco.
British land, bro.
Yeah. I went through, man, and then I came back
You
through
own that.
Portugal.
You guys
Yeah,
own
man.
that. Motherfuckers.
Yeah, man. I love it there. I love Spain. Bocadillo,
thank you, bro.
listen. Bocadillo de caremare, por favor. Agua minerales sin gas. Dos de
Sin gas,
cerveza, por
yeah.
favor. Does it sound good? What do you think?
Yes, I understood it.
Thank you. There you are.
You said you want the calamari snack, and you want
sandwich.
water. You want mineral water without gas.
Yeah.
No carbonated. Mineral water.
Calamares, por favor. Agua sin gas.
Dos San Miguel cerveza, por favor. So 2 bottles of San Miguel. Yeah, I love Spain, man.
Thank you, bro.
Been there
I appreciate that.
many times to play football as well. Football matches. Yeah.
Yeah.
With my work colleagues.
I mean,
Team
I'm not gonna
matches,
lie, it's not because I'm Spanish or whatever, but I think Spain is one of the best countries in Europe. Just like the food, how to live, and everything. But there's other good
The
countries as well.
food, the music, the weather.
Yeah, music is pretty good.
People.
Yes, so good, bro.
I love
the
the Spanish
señoritas.
music. I love the Spanish music, okay? Being an African, I love to dance, and the Spanish music really moves me, no doubt. Okay? Yeah. The guitar and the maracas, I can do the dance, definitely. Even now, 63.
Listen, in Spain we hate Morocco and France.
Ah,
You know that?
Yeah.
You know
no
why?
problem.
You're being invaded.
You know why?
Bad neighbors.
You're being invaded.
neighbors.
Spain's gonna be divided by two countries.
And Morocco and Algeria, they open their prisons and they let their prisoners go for free to Spain. So all of
Yeah,
the
you said
Moroccans
that the
and
other time.
Algerians, they come to Spain. They are prisoners and they don't have families and anything. They're piece of shit.
Yeah, that's your immigration
And
problem.
Morocco
You
is
were
a
telling me
country
about.
thanks to France. 60 years ago, same as Algeria, 80 years ago. It's all about Freemasonry, Jews, and weird things, bro. I'm gonna lie, man.
I like the tapas bars, okay? The tapas bars are like, they're like the old Mexican bars and American bars where you walk in, it's all wooden, and you walk in and you're going to occupy the very edge of the wall, and in the middle is for dancing. Really good, man. Okay? Yeah. I love that. I danced in the tapas bars whilst I was traveling around Spain. Yeah. Loved it, mate. Yeah. And hold the calamari with lemon and wine.
Calamares con limón, yeah. That's a typical dish from Madrid.
Yeah, I loved it, man. I followed the.
And even, do you know what the best calamares are in Madrid, bro? There's no sea. There's no ocean. Why is the best one there, right? Do you know why? Because from all of the seasides of Spain, they send all of the fishes.
Hey, buddy, just relax. Some other people are speaking, so just mute yourself.
Who?
Yeah, can you say that again, please?
That guy that was over speaking you is cursing on top of you.
Yeah, silly ass. But yeah, what was you saying about the calamari and why it's so good in yeah. Could you
Because early in the morning,
So
they
have
send
we
all of the good
figured it
fishes to
out?
Madrid.
It's been months. I would figure that we figured it out if it's flat or not, bro. Oh shit! I don't have camera. Can't turn. Okay, doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you
so
haven't
let's
figured
try.
out, if
Let's.
you haven't figured manners yet, you're not gonna figure anything about the Earth. You have to start with manners.
No,
Yeah,
no,
man.
the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we know that. Well done. What's your 3 best proofs for flat Earth? Go ahead.
Do you want me to say?
Yeah.
For me, I would say there's constructions that human beings have done, like Canal of Panama. You know?
Yeah. Okay, you're going for the construction, Panama
Yeah, I
Canal. Yeah.
mean, there's
And
different
then
things, of
and
course,
the
but I'm
other
using
one,
like the
the Suez Canal.
human
Got to
constructions
mention
to prove
two.
the surface.
The
You know?
Suez Canal.
Yeah, Suez Canal
Same
and
with
Panama
the
Canal.
same with the train rails
Okay.
in Australia. All right, as well.
Okay. Yeah.
As well, from, for example, from Barcelona, from a mountain, it is called Montserrat. You can see Ibiza and Mallorca.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
It's true. It's true.
As
I've been
well,
past those myself.
yep. As well with cameras, I did this because I studied marine biology. You can zoom into the horizon with cameras worth than 15,000 of euros, zooming in more than 100 kilometers, and you can see there's no curvature at all. When in ground, you should see the curvature between 3 to 5 kilometers. So we're using
Yeah.
their physics and their things, and there's no sense at all. I mean, I can keep going with this. You know, it's not
Wait.
only
Can you say that one again? You say you're on top of the mountain. You can see 1,500 kilometers. You said what did you say?
Yeah,
if you zoom into the horizon, listen, in feet, okay, in ground, all right? I zoom into the horizon. Imagine in the sea, all right? If I zoom in more than 100 kilometers, all right? I can see what there is there 100 kilometers away. But supposedly, with their physics and everything, from 3 to 5 kilometers, you will see a curvature. You will see, you know what I mean? So it's disgusting how they lie, man. Like even with
Yeah.
matter and with the gravity, bro, they forget about electromagnetism. Promise you,
Yeah.
it's manipulated, bro. Who created the education system? Tell me. A
Oh, yeah.
family, bro. A
Yeah, the
family, man.
Jesuits.
Same people who
The
manipulated
Jesuits did
pseudoscience.
that. Yeah, the Jesuits did the Earth-born and the heliocentric model. But we want to know about the mountain where you can see Ibiza from the mountain. Come on.
Yes,
What's the name of the
Montserrat.
mountain?
Even from the States, though, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot
Yeah.
of places to know this, eh?
Yeah, I went to Ibiza. I was there, man.
Yep. And don't forget about their
Magaluf.
CGY and things, bro, like from space. You see literally places that it is so fake, bro. There's no sense. You see images and it's so different. I'm gonna lie, man. And the astronauts and these things, I can't believe people still believe on that. They sent Katy Perry 11 minutes to the space, bro. We sent Katy Perry 11 minutes to the space. They always put the number 11 in front of you. They're laughing, bro. I promise you, they're laughing. They use numbers. They use symbols. This is a Freemason thing.
It's amazing. Let me just say something. It's amazing how flat Spain is from Santander to Madrid. That's quite flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is Spain. You know, people live in different countries, but even in different countries, you can see this shit, man. You can use the land as a measure.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I'm going back to 1990, 1988, 89. So 1990, when I went to Spain. Okay, 1990, okay. I went by my
I
motorbike
wasn't even
on
born,
the
bro.
Africa
I'm
Twin.
2000.
Yeah. I went by
Imagine
motorbike.
a little guy, a guy from 2000, bro. Eh? You know, 2000s we were kids, but now life changed. You know, we're getting older. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at it, man. Every single child now, they are fucking distracted, man. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And it finished all at religion, bro. I mean, I was in flat Earth and everything, and I finished by Christianism. You know, I believe in Christ and everything, and I'm born Christian. You know what I mean? I promise you, it all ends by a creator, by these things, and what I know. I already know about the shape of the Earth. I want to know what happened in here. If the flood, you know, the flood, there's a lot of sense in the flat Earth, bro, about the old flood.
Yeah, you're talking about the mud floods and that. Yeah, I didn't really go into that too
Yes,
much.
man, I believe the space is water, 100%.
Oh yeah.
What about
Water's
matter?
all-
Can you destroy matter? No, no.
It's more like a superfluid, not like regular water, but
Yes, I know. It's not like straight water. I know.
yeah.
So
But yeah, I defend that because even with matter, you can't destroy matter. You can't destroy water either. The water transforms, same as the matter, and
That's
as well,
right.
water. We are water, and as well, if you understand cymatic frequencies of human vowel sounds into water, there's a lot of sense, man. These huge things, bro, and all of this is hidden. It's manipulated. They don't want you to know this kind of thing.
Do you know Barcelona? Barcelona?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right, you got the place called the La Ramblas. La Ramblas?
La Ramblas. Yes.
La Ramblas, that's it. Yeah, I went there, man. That was good. Everybody on a Sunday, everybody's dressed smart on a Sunday. We just finished football. So we were the dirtiest ones walking up and down. We didn't have anything smart on because we just finished the game. We won the game. We were looking really rough, okay? But everybody was looking smart on the La Ramblas. Yeah, it was good. Good, man. And then what's the name of the church that's being rebuilt with the Japanese and other architects? What's that building called? You know the one we're talking about?
Sagrada Familia.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw that as well. I loved
That's
it, man.
incredible.
Yeah, love it, man. That is incredible. That is started by what's his name? Come on. I've forgotten the guy's name now. Come, what's the guy who started it off? The original inventor.
Familia.
Yeah.
There's theories, you know that.
Yeah, the original architect. What's his name?
Gaudi.
Gaudi. That's it.
Yeah.
Gaudi.
Antoni Gaudi.
Yeah, couldn't think of the name. Yeah. Do you know what surprised me the most?
But listen. But it's started by Francisco de Paula. From like Gaudi started the project in 1883, like modifying it. Modifying it. But this is from before.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Right. And then what surprised me was that there were Japanese architects working on the project. Japanese.
Yes.
Wow. I couldn't believe that. That shocked me. Okay?
In Spain, bro.
That was in 1988.
Weird,
That was in 1988 or 1988 or 89 when I went there that time to play football in Barcelona. Okay. And I went, wow, I can't believe that the Japanese are working on this project. How did they get the contract? Wow, these Japs are everywhere. Everywhere. Yeah, man. Good times in Spain. Really had good times, man.
Yeah, no, it's like that, bro. Spain used to be a great country.
Yeah, I also helped some women that had a puncture in the car, okay? And they were trying to get the wheel cover off and that. You know what I did, right? I didn't speak that much Spanish, okay? So I said, body language, you want to help? And then I did the Superman, the big chest and the biceps. I've got the strength. Want me to help you? And they said, yeah, they understood that.
Based on the prior fact, which was realizing that the idea that women are better for the children overall isn't necessarily something that should be legally enforced because it actually isn't true. So people waking up to these delusions, that's real change.
I can agree with that. But that once again, that's more social change. I'm talking about economic change.
Yeah, but a lot of change it's always ascribed to the administration at that platform, and there's a lot of cover up that's been happening for the past 4 years, and that's why Comey's been indicted. Like it's self-evident that there's been nonsense going on in the past years.
Nonsense going on right now too. Like throwing out the entire vaccine advisory committee, and then having the president who can't even pronounce acetaminophen link it to external causes for autism. Like there's shenanigans afoot all around, but I just don't want to subscribe to, like, you can't, like the instant that you.
Well, yeah, kind of like where that guy sidelined the real point. So the real point is the breakdown in the tribal family structure and the self-interest of the tribal identity rather than the individual identity. So they shifted from being all concerned about your family, your progeny, living together, growing wealth, to becoming splits and schisms in individuals where the state is your daddy.
So why are we splitting up the family value? It gets back to what we said when the capitalists realized they could extract twice the shareholder value out of every household. So there's a capital incentive to split up the family. Like I would say that the state is trying to solve that problem of not having someone at home to take care of the kids. The enhanced childhood tax credit,
Well, part of that problem is that women vote for all these stupid social issues that end up harming the family. It's well known. Because they consider themselves isolated from the family, and it's a horrible feedback loop because nobody teaches them, hey, you actually could be something else rather than just a cog in the wheel.
Can you, though, with the cost of living? I feel like...
Yeah, you can. The fastest way to do that is to repeal universal suffrage. That would solve the problems very quickly.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Yeah. See, you didn't know what the actual problem was. Yeah. See, the problem is you don't know what the actual problem is.
Women voting is the actual problem?
No. Notice how you said women voting. I said universal suffrage. See how warped your mind is?
Well, no, because that's the last class that got access to the vote was women. So if you're going to revert, I'm assuming that you're going to repeal the last step. So I apologize for the assumption there. But what do you mean by universal suffrage?
That just because you exist and you grow to a certain age without dying, that doesn't mean that you have the right to impose your selfish votes onto everybody else.
Interesting.
And
so, Josh, how would you gatekeep it?
So here's a problem with you revealed a lot about the way you think. You totally interpreted that within the context of the government's last action, which, that's crazy. But to me, though it's normal, you're perfectly normal. But I will go down the route of women's suffrage. So when there's women's suffrage, they can negate the vote of the man in their house, right? One votes one way, one votes the other, and it's like that household didn't vote. Right? It's like they had no vote at all. Because they negated
I don't understand what the problem is there.
Because the family unit is no longer a unit.
That's crazy, bro, that you didn't understand what he just said. Wow.
Yeah, so what that means, listen, check this out. The facts are that
a house divided cannot stand.
Thank you.
Okay, then don't marry someone who doesn't agree with you.
Don't be
No, it's not like that. People do, and they vote differently. But the thing is that when it comes to conservative women and married women, they tend to vote a certain way, and when it comes to single women and single mothers, they tend to vote a different way, right? So who actually is making the tipping vote on the female scale is actually all of the single women who are extracting resources from men and taxes because they're not net taxpayers. So they're basically voting themselves benefits from the public coffers at the expense of all the people who are actually being productive. And in the words of Benjamin Franklin, hold on, brother. I got to quote a famous guy in order for my quick to be complete. In the words of Benjamin Franklin, as soon as the people realize that they can vote themselves money from the public coffers, this democracy is over.
I'd love a public primary source on that. That's an interesting quote. Why do you
Fred Bastille? Also, Fred Bastille in his volume that he wrote called "The Law." As soon as plunder becomes legal, all men try to enter into it.
Yeah, look at crypto. I'm interested. Why?
And women. Hold on. And women. Because let me explain. The recent thing in Kentucky and other such things prove that women consider sometimes marriage and leaving their husband as a form of plunder. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm just wondering why you link single women with non-productive members of society. Like I didn't understand.
They're the poorest demographic. They're the poorest demographic.
Because that's what they are, brother.
And they have the worst outcome out of any family unit group, right? So they have worse men and couples and single fathers are nearly similar, but 80% of the people in prison and with mental health issues, they all come from single mother households. So not only do they suck the public dole because they're the lowest earning demographic, their children suck the public dole by interacting with the state in negative ways. So room and board at the prison, things like that.
What can men do inside of your own personal locus of control besides changing policy to rectify this issue? Like, is there any I'm assuming here that we're just having increased rates of divorce, decreased rates of marriage, decreased rates of childbirth because there's incompatibility between male and female, citizens of the U.S. due to political ideologies. How do we fix this? Is it? Do you think it's maybe the men's responsibility to do a little introspection and realize that we don't have the power in this dichotomy anymore?
You're witnessing the fall and decline of our empire that we've built over the past couple hundred years. That's what.
Okay, I got the solution. Make it illegal to simp. Problem solved.
There you
to
go.
Simp? What's the definition of that?
There you go. I would concur to that.
Sucker investing in mediocre pussy.
In other words, cut the bullshit and let's bring it down to the brass tacks and just start being a man for once. Because this country's falling because there's too many fucking cucks.
Josh, are you new to this information? Like, have you never heard any
No.
of this before?
I'm interested because I tend to be
hoflation. You never heard of hoflation?
No, I've been married for a very long time. Been with my wife for over a decade. Like I haven't dated since I was a teenager. Like I haven't had to deal with any of this
fucking
bullshit.
train wreck. I understand.
Well,
Okay,
yeah, that's why I'm wondering. Like, yeah, if I ever got divorced, heaven forbid, I would be absolutely lost. But I'm interested. I'm interested in why. I don't know. Like,
did you know that by the year 2030, Josh? Did you know that the year 2030 that something like 50% of women up to age 40 will be single and childless? Did you know that?
Maybe that's the men's fault.
Why? How is that the men's fault?
Wow, dude, you're just playing your true colors now.
It's the men's fault.
No. I'm just
women will
proposing a
be
question.
Single and childless.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that I believe that.
You advocating rape or something? No,
I'm just saying that maybe if you're facing an incompatibility, right? And maybe you need to go look in the mirror and wonder what part you've played in this incompatibility.
What did you do wrong, Indio?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what we did. We allowed it.
The royal you. I apologize.
We allowed it. That's what the problem is. It is our fault. We allowed it.
Allowed? Well,
Let me explain it to you, brother. Let me explain it to you. Go back in history to when the tides really turned in some of these regards. So, for example, the suffragette movement. There was a thing called the anti-suffragettes. And if you really research all that suffragette stuff, you find out that it's actually very powerful men who wanted to change society that basically implanted female agents, and it wasn't grassroots at all. And in fact, when women were given a vote to vote on whether they wanted the vote, they voted against it overwhelmingly, and that it was forced on them. And rather than the men of the day standing up to the women,
and Josh,
hold on, brother. Hold on.
We don't need to yell.
Rather than the men,
I want to give them the actual vote for women's.
Yeah, do it.
When they voted in Congress, it was decided by one vote on Christmas Eve. And the guy's reason for voting for it, he said, my mother called me and said, if you don't vote on this, don't come home. Okay, that's the lore of how that happened. But women, overwhelmingly, something like 80 to 20, were against women's suffrage.
Oh,
They had a reason. They had a reason for that. Guess what, though, brother? Real quick, they had a reason. They had an argument of why they didn't want it. Do you know what that argument was?
I have no idea.
I'll tell you. That it will force women into responsibilities that are not traditionally for the woman and wreak havoc in the home. They actually cared about their homes being destroyed.
I can understand that.
And guess what happened afterwards? Guess what happened? Guess what happened afterwards, brother?
Why are y'all yelling?
You know that women. Do you know why women couldn't have bank accounts in the past? Because they couldn't owe a debt. They couldn't owe a debt.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so the husband was responsible for all the debts accrued by the female. She didn't want to end that. That's fucking like, dude, like, seriously? Like, hey, I got a freaking financier. Like, for hell yeah.
Yeah. It changed the responsibility dynamic. So it changed women from being primarily responsible for things that actually are womanly and men from being responsible for things that are manly. And it made them compete against each other in the same arena. So now you have dads trying to get custody of their kids versus mom trying to get all the money from his bank account. And so men and women are now against each other rather than having to negotiate with each other as a team.
This is all
That's where it all began, brother.
Design thing. It's all systematically designed to collapse the family unit. That family unit has been systematically destroyed, and this goes way back, more along the lines of an ideology that's infiltrating the country in itself. So I'm going to say
it actually goes back to the common law England. If you really want to get into the brass tacks of it, it goes back to the doctrine of what's called parens patriae, which means father of the country. So they passed the statute, I think it's the statute of Edward, in which every bastard, I mean woman born, or man born, or child born with an unmarried mother in a hospital, which actually means inn of the needy, right? That's actually what hospital means. It's some place where destitute people and destitute women would go to have, illegitimate children, right? They became how did I put that? They became the responsibility of the king, right? Under this doctrine. This doctrine is the same reason why state can roll in and take your children away from you. They can roll in, and if you're mentally incapacitated, take control of you, right? So this whole pushing away of the family unit, right, as the primary structure of society and what society is built, is now, it went from bottom up to top down. You understand? You understand, Josh? That part, at least.
Oh yeah. No, I get it. I guess my sort of nuance here is that it was intentionally created by the capitalists, and the government sort of filled the power vacuum. I don't think it was an insidious plot from the government.
Is
there's market forces.
But we're talking about in the era of Rockefeller, right? J.D. Rockefeller and the Prussian education system, and that whole history at the beginning of the 20th century. J.P. Morgan and the Vanderbilts and the Astors and the Carnegies and all these people.
Hey, we got somebody who's wanting to talk about flat Earth, guys. I don't know.
Hi guys. I just wanted to ask very kindly if someone please can explain the strongest argument for pro-flat Earthism. I haven't heard about it yet, and I just like to. Yes, I just like to have a good explanation. I'm curious, so just
talk about that. Why did you frame it as an ideology? That's what I'm concerned about. As if there's no physical evidence for it.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you framed it as like an ideology, flat Earthism, that imports some ideology.
Well, everything we believe in is an ideology, so I'd just like to hear your arguments.
Yeah, but it's not a belief. That's the thing. You believe that water's flat, or is it flat? Does water at rest, large bodies of water, do they lay flat?
Okay. Yeah, you can explain it to me as much as you like.
Okay, that's the question. I am explaining it to you, so you can answer the question.
I just want to listen to you and not have a discussion. I just want to learn. So I'd like to listen to people who know.
Okay. Since you don't want to answer questions, I'll lay it out to you. Okay. Water lies flat and level. Okay. Most of the surface of Earth is covered in water. If that water is flat, then the Earth is flat. Pretty simple. You can't have a 70% flat ball, right? So if the surface of the Earth is covered in 70% water, then if that water's flat, then the Earth is flat. It can't be a ball. That water has to curve, right? And if it does it curve at the rate they say? You can go out and you can measure whether it does or not. And the fact is, it don't. So that's why. That's the evidence. You measure water, it's flat at any scale. No one can say what scale it starts curving. Well, they'll say all sorts of things, but when you actually go measure it, it's actually not curving. They'll say the horizon is the curve, that, something else is the curve, that the stars are the curve. That's the funny one. The stars are the curve. You understand what I said? I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry. I'm running around and listening, so I'm not on the computer all the time.
I just want to just make sure you understand the argument. That's all.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand the thought behind it. Yes, I'd like to hear more. I think I heard some more arguments about it, but I'm not really into the topic. So I figured it would be nice to come here and just let people talk about it.
Okay.
I really like just listening to conversations in general, and so especially when it's about something I'm not into yet. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
Yeah.
So the basic argument is the surface of the Earth is mostly water. That water is flat, therefore the Earth is flat. It's a pretty logical chain of thought, right? Now we can get into the actual evidence of how we know that water is flat at scale, right? Because if you look at the so-called pictures from space, if it's a picture of the Earth, it shows curving water. So we should be able to check the Earth and see if the Earth actually has curving water, and we've checked and it don't. Anybody else want to chime in?
I got one question about that.
Okay.
What would be a reason for, let's say, I'm not sure how you think about that, like who is meant to blame for the round Earth idea whatsoever. But why would someone spread a lie about the shape of our home?
Well, okay. So I wish freaking Roots was here right now. It's funny because he was talking earlier about how long he always tries to time how long it takes until somebody asks that question. But okay, so it's not necessarily a lie, right? Because people don't know one way or the other; they just believe it, and they believe it, and they tell people. So if you told your family and friends, "Hey, Earth's a globe," you wouldn't be lying. You don't actually know for certain whether it's a globe or not, and you wouldn't be lying if you told somebody that. Now, there are obviously some people that must be lying. Who those people are, all astronauts, whatever. But most people just believe it. It's not a lie. And as far as where the idea came from, it's not like the whole world adopted the idea, right? A few Greeks and maybe some Egyptians. Well, technically the Greeks were Egyptians. They came up with the idea, and the idea has propagated over time until what it is now, but it wasn't universal. For instance, the Chinese thought the Earth was flat into the beginning of the 20th century. So it's not a universal idea that everyone adopted simultaneously. It's an idea that a few people thought of, and not even all Greeks thought that. That's gotten like larger and larger and larger and larger. And there's the reasons why people want to believe the Earth is a ball is initially it's like a purely aesthetic, right? It's like they had metaphysics, which thought that the most perfect shape is a sphere. So the Earth most naturally, and this is their argument because it's the argument Copernicus made in his writing. It's the argument that Plato made And it's the argument that Pythagoras made, right? The originators of this idea. Quite obviously, nature, creation is perfect. So the earth must also be perfect in the perfect shape as a sphere, because it's equidistant from the center, right? This is what they thought. It's a perfect shape. There's no flaws in it. And spheres also don't occur in nature, right? You can't run around and good luck finding a spherical rock or any type of actual sphere, right? They figured it's almost like a metaphysically perfect shape, like an idealized form. Because you also have to remember, they had these ideas, the Platonic idea that all things are form and that nothing is actually real. The only things that are real are the forms, not so you have the chair. You have an idea of a chair, but there is no actual perfect chair. There's the form of the chair that exists in your mind, but each individual chair, because it doesn't encompass all chairs, is actually imperfect. So this is how they thought of the world in this, I don't know what you would even call it. There was a perfect abstraction that was real, and the things that were not abstractions were not real. So it comes from this idea comes from philosophy. It doesn't come from science. So the way they didn't use the methods that we use today to determine what the truth is. So you come up with your metaphysical philosophy, and then you go on to nature, and this is where physics comes from, and look for the ideas that confirm your philosophy. Now we know now that methodology is flawed, but they didn't care about things like cherry picking and confirmation bias. They didn't know about any of those things that will lead you astray as far as determining what the truth is. They just thought it was fine. They didn't think anything of it.
Okay, thank you so much for explaining that. I'm just still wondering, how does it work then? And sorry if the question is stupid. As I said, I'm really new to it. How does it work with the time zones then? Wouldn't it be the case that it's day at the same time, or all not around the globe? I'm sorry, all on the flat Earth, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. People bring this, a lot of things you bring up. We've been doing this. This group has been doing this for quite a long time. We've talked to tens of thousands of people, and that's not an exaggeration. So don't feel embarrassed about any question. Yeah. We've heard all these questions before.
Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry for interrupting. Yeah, I get it. I'm also an activist, but in a difficult topic. So I understand that you get the same questions all over again. I get it.
Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't bother me even in the slightest. So don't feel anything about it, because I don't. It's normal. This topic, if you are very unfamiliar with this. Oh, go ahead.
The only stupid question is the one you don't ask. Because if you're thinking it, I'm sure somebody else is thinking it too.
Yeah. So time zones intrinsically are political. Okay. And if you look at actual time zones, the way they're laid out, there's actually something like 19 time zones in the north, 24 at where the equator would be, and 32 in the south. Now that doesn't make sense, but that being what it may, the main crux of your question is, why doesn't the sun light up the entire earth at the same time? That's because the air is not transparent at long distance. Okay? The sun can only illuminate a local area. The light cannot penetrate thousands of miles of air the same way it can't penetrate, 400 meters into the ocean, right? If you're in the ocean, you're 400 meters down, it's pitch black.
But
blackest black you've ever seen, right?
How can that, why is the light of the sun able to travel to Earth, but it's not able to travel across Earth?
Because the thickness of the air horizontally, right? Thicker, right? As opposed to when you're looking up. So for instance, the sun, the brightness of the sun at noon is 23,000 times more than it is when the sun's near the horizon. Because the air absorbs the light. You can look directly at the sun when it's on the horizon, but you can't look at it at noon. You'd go blind, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
You gonna be here for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm talking. I actually need to be doing some actual productive enterprise. Not that this isn't productive. I got work to do, is what I'm saying. Can you take over?
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, bro. Or anybody else?
Yeah, anyone else wants to jump in too, the floor's open. So think about it this way. When you dive underwater, it gets dark really quick. As a function of something in between you and the light source. Same thing happens in the sky. You can see this affected by like cloudy days or rainy days. Your visibility does change day to day and how far you see things.
Okay, but how do you explain the different lengths of day and night in winter and summer?
The sun moves across the sky in a pattern called the analemma. This is predicted and recorded through all of human history. It's like this figure 8 pattern. So generally the take here is that you'd want to be able to understand geocentric before you'd understand heliocentric. Because that's the same method that, like India was telling you about, that these philosophers from the days of yore, from the 1400s, changed the model. They're like, yes, both explanations can fit the observation, but we have our own personal bias and interpretation that doesn't want to put Earth as a superposition in the universe. So, like, I would say for you, like, why do you think day and night change over the amount of hours change over the year? Why is that? Is it a predicted pattern or not?
You tap out?
Yeah. Oh, am I coming through?
You're coming through. I think.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm just running around. I'd rather listen. I cannot be on the computer all the time.
She's multitasking.
Oh yeah.
I'm
multitasking.
You might want to excuse us when we ask you, because sometimes people have a tendency to leave mid explanation. So that's kind of like we have intervals where we check to see if the person's actually here listening or not. So that's the reason why we kind of do that.
No, it's fine. I will say when I leave or when I don't want to have a discussion anymore. I'm just really curious in hearing your arguments and your explanations, and that's all. So
we basically were born in a world where we were brought up in this understanding of the Earth being a globe. So universally, everybody was just already of that mind when we came into this place. So like your generation, mine, people that are living now already are in the same generation where people believe that the Earth is a globe and just propagated it forward. So we're just doing nothing more than telling everybody that it's a globe based on these ideas and constructs of man. The spherical coordinate system that's derived at longitude and latitude. There's a lot of systems that are put in place that give you the impression that you live on a globe. Videos from NASA, images. You've been kind of inundated with this information that you can't get away from, because we all have this information. But when it comes right down to figuring out if it's a globe or not, which is the case for people that come in here and start to realize there's no way to actually manifest it into the physical world. You can't go and measure curvature per se, right? There's no way that you can say that the Earth is an actual globe or a sphere, because there's no way to demonstrate that. There's land topography. You can tell that there's elevation change, but not to the extent that the Earth would be curving in the manner of the size that they say the Earth being a globe is. So what we have a struggle with is people actually trying to realize that they don't live on a globe, that they actually live on a horizontal plane with land topography and such. So that's the struggle that we have with people in here. So flat Earth is it's a gateway to realizing that the Earth you've been living on this whole time is just as you perceive it, and furthermore, that you can test and verify that it is what we're saying it is. So it's not a belief system, and it's an observation of the physical world.
Okay, I just had a thought, like, but if all science is based on a what do you call it, like round globe or not flat Earth? Like, what's the other?
Are you talking about like what do we classify it as, or what do they classify it as? What do you?
I just mean like if science is based on the globe theory, how can it work if it's not a globe? You know what I mean?
Well, that's the other thing too, right? They've gotten you to believe that science in some way has to deal with the shape of the Earth or what it is, and it's completely not a question for science. So that's the other thing too. You have to think about it. What does science actually deal with? Well, the study of the physical world that we're in, the physical and natural world that you and I reside in. So science in no way has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. So that involving it with science is you're conflating the idea of what the Earth is with like what science is. That's the problem. That's where they usually get everybody to think that the Earth is a globe using science. That's why a lot of people, they're kind of confused about it, right? So you think it has something to do with science, but if I was to ask you, in what way does the shape of the Earth have anything to do with you studying the Earth, you wouldn't be able to tell me because it doesn't have anything to do with it. Because the Earth could be a horizontal plane, and you go ahead.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. I was more thinking that if there are thousands, hundreds, thousands of scientists out there who do their whatever research that they work on, and they invent stuff for, I don't know, the internet or flying planes or cars or satellites or GPS, internet, whatsoever, all these things are based on the idea that our Earth is a globe in a way.
No, that's what I was just telling you right now. That's the part they have you convinced that they're telling you that has something to do with the shape of the Earth, and it does not. And in one of those things that you just described to me, in what way do you know that you're on a globe? Like, name those things again, and then go by one each one of those and see if it has any attachment to the actual shape. Just name one, do one by one, and we'll see if any of them have anything to do with the shape. You can find out for yourself. I actually want you to do this. So name one of those things that you just said.
How do you mean? I'm sorry. Also, English is not my native language, so
sorry.
So I try to understand. It's fine.
You went through a list right now of all these things that have something to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Just right now?
Well, they are based on the science that says that it's round, yeah.
Yeah, name one.
How do you mean?
Well, name one of those things that you described is something that you need the Earth to be a globe. Like, which one of those things?
Well, I assume, for example, that when you have like a plane that flies and you have all these machines that tell you where is it flying and where is the signal and where is it going and stuff, there is a difference if the Earth would be flat or if it's a globe, like the distance of it and the numbers and whatsoever, and also the distances between where you depart and where you arrive, I think are the words.
That's fine.
Yeah. The distances would be different, I guess, if it would be a flat Earth whatsoever. So I'm just wondering, like, I'm just looking for if I'm looking more into that, I'd really like to have actual.
Would they be different enough that you'd be able to tell?
Oh, hold on. I do want to go back to the fact. I do want to go back to the facts of your premise, which you said science had something to do with it, and you started naming some of the things like planes flying having to do with science. So I'm going back to your premise so that we can understand where you went wrong with the way you think about this. So science, right? What does it have to do with the plane flying and the shape of the Earth? I'm looking for the disconnect. Why you don't understand that it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth? But I want you to realize that what you said with the planes, because that was one thing you brought up. So in what way does that have to do with science and the shape of the Earth?
Well, if a flight from Santiago de Chile to, I don't know, Sydney or whatever is I don't know, shorter than flying over the US, you know, like how would that work if the Earth is flat?
I get it. But that's a question that you're asking. Does that question have to do with science?
Well, yeah, of course. Of course it does.
Okay. In what way? In what way does it deal with science?
Well, everything, like a plane wouldn't exist without science, and we wouldn't be able to measure it.
Oh my God, that's silly.
A plane is technology.
The Wright brothers invented a plane, and they weren't scientists. In fact, they only graduated high school. So
I think even lower than that. I think like grade school. One of them dropped out like in the 4th grade.
yeah. So anyway, science. I just wanted to do this. Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Airplanes are not science.
Yeah, so you understand right now that we're going through these things that you think are science or scientific, and it just seems like you have a misconception of an upbringing of what people have told you what science is. Do you understand?
Well, I'm just looking for like a real proof, and so far,
The water's not curving.
Wait. We started off with you trying to determine what science is based on your idea of, you named a few things. Airplanes was one of the things you named, but there was a couple of other things you put on the list. But this is the problem, right? If you don't want to understand where you're going wrong, then how will you then correct what is, the thinking that you have right now? If you don't want to learn.
The thing is, technology wouldn't develop in such a way if it wouldn't be for science that has scientific evidence and peer-proofed studies and stuff that helps the people to find the right ways to put all this technical stuff together and stuff. Like without science, we wouldn't have internet or whatsoever. So of course,
that's incorrect. I'm sorry, but that's incorrect because you're conflating technology with science. So you keep using things that are technology, right? So like computers
could exist without science
iPhones,
as a base, is what you say? I'm sorry, technology could exist without science as a base, is what you say?
Well, no. I'm saying that you're making it sound like the study of the physical natural world has something to do with like iPhones.
Well, of course it does. Of course it does.
Okay, so where does a scientist go out in nature and that studies nature find out that there's iPhones out there in the wild? Like that doesn't make any sense. Like your understanding of what you think science is and what you're making it sound like it is completely different.
And we gave you an example.
Understand what kind of technical things are happening within a phone the more you zoom in, and that's what science is based on. So
no, none of that is science. Okay. Look, the Wright brothers. We brought it. The Wright brothers invented the airplane. Right? They invented the airplane. They weren't scientists at all.
Yes, but there's still a scientific base. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fly.
Okay, what was their scientific basis?
Even if it would not be...
No, do you want to know what they did? They did trial...
Even if it would not be a scientist who invented the machine itself, of course, we have scientific...
They didn't use the scientific method. They did trial and error until they got a design that worked. Any monkey can do that.
Yes, but can I explain? Like science is existing even outside of our minds. Of course, it is like.
No. Wait. You're giving a.
Can you please not interrupt me? That would
yeah, but the problem is you're going on a diatribe of what science is, and honestly, the definition is going against what you're saying. So you can't make up a definition of what you think science is and then proceed to tell us what it is when it's completely wrong. You don't even know what the term science means. Like, so if we were to ask you, what is science? What would you be able to respond to us? What are you going to tell us? Your definition? What you think it is? Because there is a definition, ma'am. There's a definition to what science is. What everybody agrees that it is. And I think that's why you want to be stubborn and make it sound like you have the opinion to make it sound like you know what science is. And I think that there's an agreed upon definition that we all understand what it is.
Yes.
The systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. The natural world.
Yes, even if someone invents a plane, they do it because it's a process. They ask questions, they collect data on their own way, whatever. Even if they haven't studied it, they are testing ideas, they are revising conclusions and all these things. And this is science.
No, you just made that up. I'm trying to tell you, you're just making these terms, like this idea of what science is.
Definition of science.
It's not my definition. Hold on a second. It's not my
own personal definition of science.
We don't.
She has their own idea what it is.
We don't have our personal definition. Like, what is your definition of science? No, you can go into the dictionary right now and type in what is science. Yeah, what is science? It is not going to be what you're saying it is. It's not just everything in the world is science. No, that's not what it is. And partly that's the reason why you would think that science has something to do with the shape of the earth. That's the reason why I didn't want to leave that. I wanted to actually stay here until we figure out where you went wrong with this. Why do you still think this way? It's important. It's an important step, because if you negate that step and then just can proceed forward with the conversation, you're going to miss the most important part. And I see why you're struggling. I mean, everybody does.
Yeah, can I chip in? So what you're doing is you're taking this term science and saying any formalized type of human investigation into something is science. No, science is very specific. It's a specific subject. It's a specific method. Not every type of human investigation is science. I can take data about anything. I can take data about, like, how many times someone fell down the stairs this week. That isn't science. I'm just collecting data. Right? Science is experiments. Science are hypotheses. Science is theories. Science can come up with natural laws. There's no natural law of the frickin' iPhone. There's no natural law of the airplane. You can't come up with any natural law looking at technology that human beings made. That's engineering and technology, which uses some aspects of science in it, but the endeavor itself as a whole is not science. And measuring the shape of the earth is also not science, right? Any more than measuring a table is science.
Okay, can you then please drop the definition that you all seem to have in mind in the chat so I can read it up?
Okay.
Instead of calling me or what I say stupid, that would be so nice.
No one said it's stupid.
It's not stupid.
You're using a very... Look, you don't understand. The term science in modern culture is just thrown around. Right, it's used it's basically a rhetorical device, a political tool, even nowadays. Right, that people have this broad definition of science. The dictionary definition of science is very specific. It's the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. That's what it's in the Oxford Dictionary.
Yes, and now I have a question, and I would be very happy if no one interrupts me while I ask it. So if someone is then building a plane and they systematically study how to make it fly, because there are physical, how do you say it? Physical things happening so that it flies, like the air pressure and stuff and blah, blah, blah. And how a plane acts within this physical world. And that is the science that I'm talking about. Like, we could not be able to have an understanding of how to make a plane fly if we wouldn't have the understanding of the scientific reasoning behind it. That it can fly.
I told you how they did it.
Air pressure and stuff,
Yeah, that's physics, though.
It's not how. Hold on, Avi. That's not how they made the airplane. They made it by trial and error.
Yeah. So
meaning they made it. They made a structure. They tried to fly it. Didn't work. Made a different one. Tried to fly it. Didn't work. Made a different one. They didn't understand anything.
They looked for the behavior of the physical and natural worlds through observation.
No, they're looking at the behavior of the airplane.
Right?
No, not the natural world.
The airplane. They didn't use wind tunnels.
So the air that the plane is flying in is not natural, or
but they had no theory. But they had no theory. They didn't learn anything about the air.
They're not looking. They're not looking. No, hold on a second. They're not looking at the natural world for the investigative understanding of how to use aerodynamics. They're using the plane itself, the structure they're making, and trying to fly it. So their focus was the thing they're making, not the thing that's outside of the plane itself. This is where you can't reason.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, so they're not looking at nature. They're not studying nature. They're just trying a different structure, different thing. That's all they're doing. They're not testing, like they're not checking to see wind patterns within the physical world. Like they're not doing that. They're just checking to see if a structure can go through the air. That's it.
Let me ask you: could they have designed an airplane and then come up with a law of nature doing that?
Well, of course they could. Like if you draw a plane, and you say that when you put some speed onto it and the wind goes under this wing, it will probably push it. So of course it's a
what law of nature would that be?
How air flows work and how the air acts within this physical world when an airplane is pushed in the air. Of course it acts within it, and so that's
what natural law would that be? And why doesn't it exist already?
How do you mean? I'm sorry.
A natural law, like the second law of thermodynamics, an actual natural law. There is no law. There is no natural law of how an airfoil parts the air. There's no natural law. In fact, how an airplane actually gets lift is still in dispute. A lot of people don't know that, but it's actually in dispute on how it actually works.
But isn't it like...
They actually don't even know how a plane flies.
But isn't it... I think there are multiple things working together when it comes to your, I think, natural laws, you call it. Isn't it like... I don't know how to translate it. It's called Newtonisches Aktionsprinzip, which is actually I tried to translate it, the action principle by Newton. And there's also like the law of pressure and how do you say? It's called Bernoulli effect as well. And there's also
the Bernoulli effect,
drag and stuff.
Yeah, that might be one reason, but there's another reason too that airplanes could have lift. It's in dispute. I can post you an article from I think it's from Scientific American.
Yeah, but they're taking advantage. They're taking advantage of already built understanding of laws. So they're not. It's not working to create laws. It's already using the already built ones. Do you understand? Like you're not designing some new law because you built a structure and made it go through the air. There's nothing that you're investigating about the natural world. You're investigating whether or not the plane itself will be able to hold up in the air. So you're gonna try different, ideas. It's not science, dude. Like you're like. And not just, we're just talking about planes right now, but you did name a few other things that you think are science. And the bastardization of the word science is the reason why people have such misconceptions about what it is and where it's applied. This is a problem. It's a problem in the modern world.
For that point, I give you all of it. None of it is science. None of it. So can you now please continue to talk about the flat earth theory, because I'm still interested and I'd rather hear about that than about science definition.
Well, no, I mean, I think before we go on, I just want to say that the reason why we had to stop and talk about this is because there's a lot of misconceptions in between our explanations. So we're going to be talking about things that you're going to be like, well, that's wrong, because I think that's not what it is. So it's important for an engagement, for you anyway, for the process of learning what we're saying, for you to ask questions. Like, you can stop and say, well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. It's important, right? Because we can tell you,
as I did. Yeah,
but we don't, because we're going to tell you like, okay, so the earth that we live on is considered a realm, and it's not like a thing, like a floating object in the middle of a void, because that's probably what the only conception you can have about what the earth is that it's a thing embedded in a space, right? It's a thing, like we're saying a flat earth. Well, it's maybe like a pizza or a square, or it's something embedded in a space. But what if it is the space that we're in, and it's not something that it's embedded in something else? What if it is the space that we're in? See, there's the other thing too. You're going to have to kind of think outside of the normal paradigm in which you think the earth being a globe would exist. So it's not like we're replacing the earth that you think is a globe with a flat earth in the middle of a cosmic void. That's the other thing. Maybe in your mind you think, well, okay, they're saying it's a flat earth, but it's still in a cosmic void. No, it's not. It's not in a cosmic void. That's the other thing.
Or it's orbiting the sun.
Yeah, the cosmic understanding. That would be a huge one for you. Because then you're going to be like, okay, so now you guys are saying we're not in a cosmos, like, ever expanding, galaxies and, quasars and, everything you think that's inside of what you would consider, solar system and all that. This is the problem, right? So you've been taken down so far into the idea that the Earth is something that it's not just the Earth that you think is a globe, but everything that the Earth being a globe would entail. It's a floating sphere in a ever expanding universe. So this is the problem, right? Like, there's nothing can be verified, obviously, but we're going to tell you things that are going to sound very outside of what you think it should be, like I've just described to you. So you're in a realm right now, this place that exists. How far it extends outward to say, well, okay, so if it's flat, where's the edge and all of this? Some questions cannot be answered because the extent of the realm to where we exist cannot be discovered by anybody nor explored and being able to come back and tell you with verification that it is the thing that we're saying. All we can tell you is that the known territories in which we exist is a horizontal plane with land topography, right? It's got mountains, hills, valleys, that sort of thing. And the extent, so extent going outward and or going up. We don't know. The sky is a big question mark, right? How far does it go upward? Well, nobody can tell you that. So there's no discovering whether or not we're going to be able to tell you what the world would encumber, whether going out or going up. Seems to be an issue, right? But we can tell you from the known territories where we are here what it is, because that's what we all describe it as, a horizontal plane. It's got land topography. We understand that water is flat on its surface. That's the mechanics and properties of water. It displays no convexity within large bodies, and that flies in the face of like the understanding of the Earth being a globe, because of course you would have the curvature of the Earth that you would need to be there. So water itself is a great way to describe the Earth's surface, right? Because the surface of water is a horizontal plane. It's flat. So that's why we say the Earth is flat, because it extends outward in all directions.
Okay, thank you so much for explaining. I would have to go in a few minutes, but I have 2 questions left. Maybe someone can answer them for me if you're up to it. So thank you, first of all, for taking the time and explaining. I really appreciate that. And my first question would be, what do you think about all the other planets and stars? Like, they are round or also flat?
There's no way to tell the shape of things from a distant perspective where we are. All we can say for certain is that there are lights in the sky, and some appear to be circular. But as far as a 3-dimensional property, there's nothing that we can give them, because there's no way to investigate that. In order for you to tell me that something has a depth in it, you'd be able to have a different vantage point that you could investigate from different angles, that you could tell me that yes, indeed this object is 3-dimensional. So from our perspective, it looks like just lights in the sky, and some of them look circular, and some appear to have features on it, like the moon. But as far as us giving you a definitive, yes, they are spheres and their properties are whatever elemental composition they're made of, we're not able to tell that to you because there's no way to investigate that.
Okay, and what would that, let's assume I would make up my mind. What would that change in my life if I would accept?
Yeah, that's a philosophical question, but it usually it's subjective, because it means that it would affect you in a certain way specifically, right? Like you personally. But it does get you to question where we came from. If it's not this current mainstream understanding, the Big Bang cosmology and all that we're being told that it is, if it's something other than that, it would get you to question like where you came from, who are you really? Things that might be important to some people might not be important to you. You might think of it like, okay, so I know that the Earth is a horizontal plane. I still go to work. It's not really going to affect me in any way. But some other people, it's eye-opening. It's earth-shattering, and it makes people realize that this whole time they've been told the narrative that the Earth is a globe and that it's an ever-expanding cosmos, when that's not even the case that can be verified. So it changes your perception on how you take in information, which would be a part of critical thinking. You could critically think about the world around you a bit better, because now you are a skeptic. You can actually ask questions and not be afraid to ask them.
Guess what?
So Yeah, no, but I'm saying it challenges you to be a person that is not afraid anymore. Where before you were just going along with everybody and just agreeing because for the sake of not wanting to cause any waves. But now you're asking specific questions that people don't want to ask. And notice that if you were to ask this question, like, is the Earth flat in an open setting, you would get probably castrated against the people. They would push you away and they wouldn't want to talk about it. Well, why is that? Because it sounds like something that we've known a long time already. And so it puts you in a position where you can't ask questions. So like this space here is allowing for that. That's why, when you first came in here, we're like, no question is stupid for you to ask. You ask all the questions you want.
You called one of my questions stupid later, but it's okay. I don't mind. I really don't. Okay, thank you so much for explaining. And I think I might come back later at some point to have a discussion again. Maybe I have some new questions then to bring with me. I think it's really interesting to listen to you guys. Thank you so much. By the way, as I said, I'm also an activist myself. If you ever want to talk with me about veganism, I'm on this Discord too, on the Veganism is Better ? Voice chat. So feel free to jump in there too. We are also a bunch of cool people open for questions, ready to give you all the answers that you might have. I'd be really happy to see some of you there too.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. Have a great day. Yeah, see you.
You too. You're wonderful.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, bud. She turned the corner. That was awesome. Good job, baby.
I appreciate it, dude. Yeah,
dude, I thought she was spiraling, dude. Somehow you got her to freaking turn the corner, man. It's freaking amazing.
I kind of feel the tension between like the question and or like the direction that she wanted to go. So I read like a little bit of what she wants to hear. Because I would, like, if I was in her position and I didn't really know much, I think I kind of just put myself in her shoes, like what I want to hear.
Well, you gotta stop eating meat for that.
Yeah, it's just, but that's a whole nother ball of wax.
Yeah, dude, I thought because her questions got freaking, you know how it goes, right? The questions get to, where's the edge? Why would they like it started going downhill. I'm like, fuck, dude, she's about to crater. And you turned it around somehow. I'm actually quite shocked.
Yeah.
You just got to reel it back, dude. Once they go, dude, it's like, oh shit, they're overboard. Forget it, they're gone. Throw them like, okay, here's your life preserver. See you later.
You basically just drop kick them off the plank, dude. Before you go, take this with you. Boom. No, it's those, like her, the way she is kind of rare because to be someone who's advocating to be an activist and veganism and all that. Like, she has a position on something, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, the whole veganism thing, I don't understand it. I mean, I do. It comes from a place of, like, don't hurt the animals. Wait till I tell her that plant scream. She's gonna freaking stop eating altogether. She'll be crunching on rocks. Dude, that should be like a new goal, man. I pretty much give it up once they start spiraling. Just like, okay, that's it. It's like this conversation's a wrap. Maybe I should try harder. Freaking.
Yeah,
the real challenge is to reel them back, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say there was a guy and a girl combination yesterday that were in here on the same mic, and he was switching back and forth. I don't know if you're listening or not, but he was switching back and forth between him and his girlfriend or I don't know, friend or whoever it was. But he was crashing out, calling us, all kinds of names, and then she wasn't. So I was kind of working them both, and then I was really asking to, like, I was telling him, dude, if you're crashing out, man, let me talk to your friend, like, so that we can keep them on the hook, so that he could be listening, even though I'm talking to her. So at some point, it was going well because she was more receptive and actually wanted to engage more. But at some point, I think he disconnected the call because I was talking to her. And all of a sudden, whoop, she was gone.
Yeah, he pulled the plug.
Yeah, Yeah, he was really upset. Like saying that we're drug addicts and we're smoking meth and just, the old usual song and dance.
Yeah, well, even if that's true, we're doing it on a flat Earth.
it's It was a good convo this morning, man.
Yeah, I think someone creeped into her DMs too. Because she's like, I don't know anything about this topic. What about Cindy de Santiago? What are time zones? So, like, I think someone was feeding her in her DMs, or
Yeah, I mean,
she was Googling.
Time zones. Usually, when they talk about time zones, and I heard the way she formed that question, it was malformed. They really mean how does day and night cycle work? I usually correct them on that, and they would agree too, because they're not really asking about time zones, because that's not something that has anything to do with like day and night. I mean, it does in a way, but not really, because you'd have some places that have more daytime and sometimes more nighttime. So day and night is really what you want to ask, not time zones.
Yeah, she asked the Cindy de Santiago question. Wouldn't the distances all be the different? And then she takes a particular one, Cindy de Santiago. Someone had to feed her that, or she got that from the internet. There's no way she came up with that out of her own mind. Yeah, dude, this discussion was good. I'm going to clip that too, man. I've been looking for something to load up on the podcast, and that's going to be it. I was actually thinking of going to find that discussion you said you had with that guy and a girl, but if he's screaming and saying people are mess heads and it's not family friendly.
It was yesterday. I'm not sure what time. Maybe it was lunchtime.
Yeah, well, obviously it's not family friendly if he's spurging. I try to, like, shit that goes on the podcast goes on iTunes and shit. I don't want them to nuke me, so try to make it, semi-cordial. Like the one from DJ yesterday, right? That shit was badass. Or the day before, maybe. It was the day before.
Sorry if you were saying something. I had my earbud out. I had my boss come and talk to me.
Nah, I'm chill. Just waiting in the bushes here for the next one. Bring out on me.
I've been practicing my verbal judo, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, that was good, man. Fucking airplanes. Why do they always bring up airplanes? Like, Literally the worst. They always bring up the worst examples. What about doctors? You trust doctors, right? Hell no. Trust doctors? No.
A whole bunch of turbulence. A whole bunch of turbulence. Everybody's strapped.
Can't wait for these days off, man. I want to get to make. I feel fired up to make some of those shows on Frontline, bro.
I think we got to get with Jemsy. I really want to do that Parasite episode, dude. I think that shit will kick.
Yeah,
I'm not even
Monsters
into it
Inside-
that much, but I just think I just think that'll get a lot of traction. I think it's a good topic to cover.
It's surprising. I mean, honestly, how little we know about that topic.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Because it's like, you know, I mean, just having the knowledge of knowing what they are and what we consume and how they live in our bodies and what we can do to combat them, like all that. Keeping the body alkaline is a great way to like have a good defense against them. Like, there's a lot that we don't know.
How do you do that? How do you keep your body alkaline? What do you got to ingest for that?
It's a combination of those things. Like, it's what you eat, but like also like you have to integrate like fasting. Like what do you call that? Intermittent fasting. Like there's a healthy way to do it. So yeah,
I was doing that. I was eating once a day. I did that for quite a while. Did that for like maybe 9 months, eating once a day. But I eat one. I wasn't doing it. I'm not doing it now. But you eat once a day, but I would change what I eat, right? Because I was on like a high protein diet, but every 3 days I'd like carbo load because you get depleted. If you're working out, you just get depleted of carbs because you burn sugar when you work out. So it works pretty good. It works real good, as a matter of fact. It's like a form of fasting, I guess, right? So you fucking eat nothing but protein. So it's basically a super low carb diet, right? So by working out, you deplete your body of all its sugars because you're not replacing them with any type of carbs. And you basically get to the crash level of ketosis, and then that's when you freaking carbo load. Not load, but, eat a regular amount of carbs and then start all over again. Keep doing it, cycling it over and over again. But though eating once a day is kind of the key component.
yeah, it takes a lot of discipline, man. I'm telling you, it's not as easy as it sounds. Especially when you have an addiction.
Easy when you start after you've done it for a while. It gets easy, but it's not easy to start. Fucking super hard. You got to work your way into it. Like people try to just do it all at once. I mean, like it's almost like what do they call it? Cold turkey quitting. You can't cold turkey quit carbs, dude. It's not advised.
I've been intermittent fasting my entire adult life and part of my adolescent life. I only eat once a day for as long back as I can remember. And
yeah, it's easy now, right? Pretty easy.
Oh yeah, right? I've been doing it for years. Yeah, man. Your body goes into a state of ketosis after no like food. So it's like you eat that once so that whole 8-hour period after that 16-hour period, your body starts using your reserves and burning off of reserves. So that's how that works.
It also starts autophagy. So it's basically your body scavenging itself for any excess shit it can use, right? To feed the system. Kind of like the layman's way of putting it. What it does is it just any proteins or structures in your body that are damaged or defective, instead of just leaving it, just start cleaning them out.
Because imagine, like, your body's kind of like, it needs time to repair and clean and all that, and you don't give it time to do that. It's like piling on top of another, one on top of the other. For, like, let's say 3 meals a day. You're not letting your system actually regulate itself. You're overstimulating it with, like, different things that you eat, and especially if they're processed food. Anyway, I don't want to get too far into it, but yeah.
Yeah, so this is like professional bodybuilders. Part of the reason they get like so big, ridiculously big. So, first of all, the anabolics, they stop your body from breaking down proteins. So you'll have more muscle, but it's what you would call low quality muscle, because some of that protein is damaged, and it's not going to harm you, but it's damaged, and like, so even though it looks like you got big muscles, a lot of that muscle is just shit muscle. And then they also take, believe it or not, they take insulin, because insulin also stops autophagy. So your body is basically never clearing itself out of any defective tissue. When you go into fasting, that's like the first thing it does. It goes into autophagy, starts clearing out all the debris, basically, because it's going to end up using that for fuel, right? You're starving, it's hungry. What's sitting around here? We're going to start freaking eating that. Because it doesn't want to go, your body doesn't want to go into ketosis, I hate to tell you. It wants to use the aerobic system with sugars. So it'll clear out all the protein, and then through proteineogenesis, it'll turn the protein into sugar. Then when it runs out of that, it'll go into ketosis.
By the way, if you guys aren't subscribed to Frontline Unfiltered, just ask me and I'll drop you a link to the Discord. And you guys go over there. We're on Rumble. We're FaceTiming on Rumble, Rumble Studio. So you got me, Creation Bear, Indio's on there, Jedi, some of the names that have been on there. So let me know. Might even migrate to TikTok too, man. Like a ticket frontline over there.
We mean migrate. Simulcast or dump it? Dump Rumble.
No, use it. Just another platform to use.
Oh. Yeah, that would be good.
Nah, but like we've had it where like an extinct species, like we discover a select number of individuals years later, and we thought they were extinct for like decades. It's happened before.
Yeah. You know what's the craziest thing about Bigfoot is that the actual like real Bigfoot enthusiasts that try to find him and stuff, they actually believe that Bigfoots can teleport.
Yeah, but hear me out though, right? Based on watching a lot of YouTube, bro, there's two sides of the Bigfoot argument, right? It's some kind of real ape. Some will argue something about Gigantopithecus. And I think I've literally heard one video where the guy claims, I mean, come on, humans went over the Bering Land Bridge, right? So who says some kind of Gigantopithecus type thing didn't do it as well?
Third option, he's a disgruntled retired veteran and he does not want to equate himself with society, so he lives in the woods and scares motherfuckers away from his location.
Oh yeah, that's actually pretty sound.
All right, but here's the only problem with that. Don't you have to be someone with like genetics where you're like hairy as a motherfucker and you just never shave or trim?
No,
You look like quote unquote Bigfoot in like 40 years, you know? Because I don't know, man.
You ever seen Werewolf Boy? You ever seen that?
Yeah, you ever seen an Indian?
There is a genetic condition where you have like I think it's actually called werewolfism, where you just grow insane amounts of hair all over your face and back and chest.
Yeah, no, the reason I brought the Bigfoot thing up, right, and you're right, but like I would just say there's two, like, of the researchers, there's like two opinions on the ones that think, well, there's something out there, right? They either think it's an elusive ape of some kind, right? And then there's, it's paranormal, it's an alien, it's spiritual, you know, can go invisible, and I mean, my question to you is: take away the latter side, right? Let's say it's just some kind of ape. Do you think it makes it impractical that we haven't found it yet? Supposedly, it's here, there, everywhere. You know, like
I mean, not really.
Forest is a big place, but have you not? Okay, I would just say this, right? We discover new species all the time. If you look at like the amount of insect species we detect, like new ones, like discover, right? Versus every other type of like animal, right? We find a lot of new insect species, right? Like all the time.
You want to know what's really crazy,
I would just say we don't really probably discover too many mammals. You know what I mean? Maybe some tiny thing in like a forest, right? Like, you know.
So check this out.
Yeah. So
let me hit you with this fact real quick. Real quick. So,
come on, man. Yeah.
There's more people that have claimed to see Bigfoot with their own two eyes than there have been people who have claimed to see the Earth from space as a globe with their own two eyes.
So this is kind of why I brought it up, right? Because I guess if you take the route of, okay, well, someone filmed something and it's spinning around, well, you weren't there to see it, right? But here's the thing, if you were taken on a space capsule and you got to see what they say they saw, right? The very few people, you know, less people than have seen Bigfoot, as you put it, right? Would you actually, like, just use your discernment and figure out, okay, whatever, how do you know they're not just fooling you, bro?
If you're hypothetical...
You're not even in space, right, buddy?
If your hypothetical's true, and I hypothetically go into the sky 250,000 miles, and I actually see the Earth as a ball from that distance, then obviously I would have to change my mind. However, we're talking about reality, and you need to show in reality, using reality, that that is true, because if it is a ball, it's measurable where we're standing. If it's moving, it should be measurable where we're standing. And if there is a vacuum of outer space, you need to show how you can have that without a container. Because you're denying entropy when you say that there's a vacuum of outer space around the Earth, and there's no container.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, instead of just like, you know, trying to debunk what you said there about the container and the vacuum of space, I'm going to say I want to know more about what you think about that, because that seems pretty interesting. But I will say, if I can refine what I just said before, right, a little bit, like, you know how you hear, like, what is it, Amazon, the Blue Origin, or maybe some other company that they're going to bring, like, okay, so my point is, you've heard about that, like, in a few decades that you might be able to just, like, not pretty affordably, but, you know, it might only cost you $1 million to go up, you know, with like several people, like in a few decades. Like, if that's possible, will you bite the bullet, spend the money? What if you got it free? Would you go up there?
That's an appeal to the future fallacy based on your hypothetical that if the Earth...
Katy Perry's seen the curve, bro. So has William Shatner.
Stop the cap.
It's like
You don't believe it?
it's like you didn't want to hear the rebuttal to your claim. You just wanted to continue
No, I do.
talking.
No, I do.
Oh,
No, I do.
so
You're a different guy, I thought. So,
I know.
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Sorry, brother. No. I said I want to hear more.
I know.
Maybe I'm monologuing. All right. I'll let him go.
Okay, so it's still a hypothetical.
Yeah. But, like, this is why I brought up the Bigfoot thing, right? It's like, would you say you're trying to prove it's a flat Earth, or are you trying to disprove a heliocentric model? Like in this room, like in general. What are you trying to do, guys?
Hypothetically, if I showed you Bigfoot, took you to the forest, you'd agree that Bigfoot existed, right?
I mean, it depends how compelling the sighting is. If I can see unidentifiably, it's not a black bear, it's not a brown bear, it's not some kind of bear, you know? Like...
No, like the way I answered your hypothetical, your response should have been likewise. Hypothetically, if you took me to the woods and you actually showed me Bigfoot, then I would have to believe in Bigfoot. That's the proper response to the answer to that question.
Yeah, which is just a hypothetical.
Okay.
So you hypothetically
so I just want to make it sure you guys are on the side that...
I'm going to continue. I want you to understand.
Yeah.
That's why I used an argument about Bigfoot to replace Bigfoot with the Earth. Right, if I took you to a space where you could see the Earth, Bigfoot for your own eyes, that it's a sphere, then you'd come to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere, right? It's hypothetical.
Okay. No, I see where you're going with that. It makes sense, but I would just say, okay, so what you're getting at here is, in this room, people are supposed to prove that the Earth isn't flat, right? You guys aren't in here, like, proving that it is. You're kind of on the side of it is, but you're willing to, like, prove it, maybe, to, like, a denier? I'm just wondering.
Either way, yeah, it's measured flat, but if you want to defend the ball, you can do so.
I'm not trying to defend the bull. I'm just saying all you really see is the bull, right? Unless you dig into it. So I'm an outsider. I've been on the server a while, but I haven't really been in this room. So yeah, I'm willing to hear your guys' argument for a flat Earth. If you think it's on me to prove that it's a ball and you don't want to entertain that, that's all right.
That's fine.
I'm kind of saying I want to learn, bro. I do this. I go into rooms and I ask people, what's the topic about?
You know that we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Yes.
Yeah.
It's about 72%. It depends what search engine you use, but we're told that 72% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now we know, because when we observe and measure water on the surface, when it's contained and at rest, it's level upon the surface. Its orientation is horizontal, perpendicular to vertical, at all distances. So if the surface of the Earth is water and it measures to lay horizontally, it can only be horizontal, right?
But like the moon has effects on the tides of the ocean and stuff. Like, so how do you factor that in? How do you factor the celestial bodies into this picture? Like, is the moon fucking
You're not addressing what I've said, and that would just be the changing of the water level. Level is a straight line from left to right. That's just going up and down, the changing of that level. You understand what I mean by the water being horizontal over 70% of the surface?
Okay. So what if I just tell you Earth is a bowl? How about it's a pizza? It's got some thickness. It's pretty flat.
I tried.
Now both.
What the fuck? Bro, what?
So he gives you the clearest point that you can have, right? Uses water as the example. Now you say the water has waves on it. Well, the waves are being measured in height from the sea level that you're referencing. If you were having a tsunami come to the shore, you would see the tide level drop. You would see the water recede away from its normal level position. Then you see the big wave come in, and it's greater than is because you have an adequate sea level.
Okay, so are we in kind of like a shallow cup? Is that what you're saying? Like, and the outside of it's like an ice wall? What's going on, brother? How are we keeping all the water in if it's flat, bro? Water diverts.
Holy smoke, this guy.
No, I ask, is there an ice wall, brother? Because how's all the water staying here if we're flat?
So you're conceding that it's flat then? You're
If it
admitting
is
that you
flat, how is the water all not ran off the flat board, brother?
So you concede that it's flat?
You're on a disk in outer space in a contained environment where the Earth, the thing that you stand in, and the sea level that you sail upon is the floor of all the existence that you know. It is contained. You're not falling off the edge of anything. You're breathing gas pressure. This is why I brought the 3 points up earlier in the conversation. And you're like, that's nice, but I want to run off back to the hypotheticals.
So, is the moon also flat?
Holy smokes, dude.
So you're skip and jump all over the, the typical questions from the internet instead of actually asking us what it is that we're talking about. You want to see us jump rope rather than answer the questions that would give you information as to what we're talking about.
Tactical, I have a question.
Seems like a touchy subject. You don't want to talk about the moon, bro.
It's not 24/7 flat moon. It's 24/7 flat Earth. So,
do you not think this is okay? So, like, let me ask you this: is it too much of a diversion? He brought up vacuum of space, so that's in play now. I guess celestial objects aren't.
It's not in play.
Did you come up with these questions on your own, or are you just trying to create content so you can, be some new guy?
Brother, I'm just asking you if the moon's flat.
Hey, let me try a quick question, Don.
Or are you scripted?
Bro,
you sound scripted.
Brother, I just want to know if the moon is flat. Why is that not a fair question?
The moon is flat. I don't want to know why you're seeing the Earth as a flat.
You can just say yes or no. You don't have to give me an explanation.
No. Hold on, dude. You realize that it's like...
Okay, so what is... Okay, your better question. What is the moon to you?
How are you going to get an answer to your question when you're the one yapping, bro?
Well, he doesn't want to answer it. So I guess you're right.
Well, you're not getting an answer. You're doing a lot of talking.
All right, I'll let you talk, bro.
Someone told you earlier that the flat Earth is not a space disk. So it's not in play. Outer space is not real. We're not a flat planet floating around in the galaxy. So therefore, there's also not other flat disks floating around in the galaxy, like the moon or the sun or other planets. It's the wrong idea entirely. So
wait, Charlie, are we? I don't know if I heard you correctly, but did you say like we're the only thing like ever? Like there's nothing else but us.
Right here. In reality, go outside.
Other land. And TD, you are roboting just a little bit, but I don't think there's other worlds or other lands or other Earth. Earth is, this is the place, bro. There's not more land up in the sky floating around in a galaxy. Like this is the land, basically. So,
I have a question.
This land was made for you and me.
Aw. Yeah, go ahead.
What the frick? Okay, anyways. Just a little question on that. I just want Charlie to answer this, by the way. Because, so you say, like, we're the only land, right? What do you think of, I don't know, grabbing a telescope and zooming into Mars? Like, what's your, thought process on that? Like, before you talk, let me just clarify, as you said, we're the only land, we're the only kind of thing, essentially. So there's no galaxies, there's no space, no other worlds, other lands. So, when you go outside and you look through a telescope, then why are you seeing, stars and comets and
and Mars. I'm not going to call them planets. I'm not going to call them asteroids or any fancy term because, just for everyone's sake, I'll just call them, names. I'll call them Mars, even though that's what we named it. Like you look at Mars, you look at Jupiter. Like what's your thought process on that? I know it's not Earth related, so I get that. But you did say that we're the only land, the only kind of thing, essentially. So what's kind of your thought process on that?
Do you think Mars is that's land?
Well, essentially, looking through a telescope, which I have one of my own, I can zoom very far in, and you can see what appears to be a surface. So
you can see the rover.
No, I can't see the rover from the telescope. I can't zoom in that far.
With him. Look,
Tactical. I'm only talking to Charlie on this.
It's an open panel, but to be fair, Tactical.
Well, yeah, I know.
It's not great.
So, Charlie, what's your thoughts?
So the answer is yes. You do think it's land. Do you have the whispering model of telescope where you put an earpiece in and then it tells you, yo, psst, that's land up there? Where did you get that information that it's land, bro?
Well,
I see Mars just like you do. I think everyone in this panel sees Mars. We call it a planet. It moves across the sky. I see some sort of light happening there.
So then, if we see a surface,
I don't know if I agree that it's a surface or that's
okay. If we see colors, let's just go with colors. We see colors and we see divots and we see craters. We all see those things.
You're adding that.
It's not though. It's what we see.
I don't agree. Craters implies it's land. I don't.
Okay. How can I say this without saying land?
I don't think Jupiter is gas. Well, that's what you think it is. It's fine. You can double down on that. But I don't think there's dirt and rock and shit like that in the sky.
So when you look at it through a telescope, what do you think it is?
The telescope doesn't tell you what it is. I see it just like you do. I don't know what it is. I don't think anybody knows what planets are, what the moon is, what the sun is, what stars are. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what these things are. I think they're completely unknown. We can observe them at best, but no one's, quote, going there. You can't go test it. Yeah, I'll give
Not
you
yet.
the fact that maybe, he says not yet, but they've been telling you for decades, we'll go there tomorrow, we'll go there tomorrow, we'll go there tomorrow. Yeah, you might be the gullible one for believing that, but I'll give you this. The moon sometimes does look like what they say it is, but I think it does very strange stuff, like the fact that there's a new moon is very strange as well. I also don't agree that Mars is being lit up by the sun or the moon is being lit up by the sun. I don't believe those stories. So I think there's much more mystery to what they are than you might be letting on. I don't know. I'm willing to say that, but I don't think that there's rock, dirt, ground, land up in the sky. I think that's crazy.
Honestly, out of everyone I've talked to, because I've talked in there before, I've been banned in here 12 times or so. So out of everyone I've talked to, you're one of the best people I've talked to. That was a great answer. You're a conspiracy theorist. You don't have a direct clue. So that's what you think, and I like that. I wouldn't agree. I don't agree with you, but it's okay to agree to disagree. That was a good answer.
If you and I are standing shoulder to shoulder, pause, and we're looking up in the sky, and we're like, "Oh, dude, what is that?" I don't think you can offer me anything more that I don't already know. We all know the story that we've been told. Jupiter, that's gas. The moon, that's a rock being lit up by the sun. We know the lore basically, but that's all you could offer. You couldn't actually offer me tangible information about what these things are. You and I are in the same boat in the dark. We don't know really beyond the lore, etc. So I don't think, you're saying I disagree, but I don't think you actually have hardcore information to say like I know for a fact that Mars is rock or the moon is land. Like the only thing.
Well, I don't know for a fact a lot of things.
Well, yeah.
Neither do you, though. Like I can't.
I'm not actually. I'm not trying to say that I know what they are. You, on the other hand, think.
I mean, I could. If we're technically speaking, I could. Well, I wouldn't pull up photos because you guys don't like that. I could. I couldn't do. I don't know. I could like do a lot of evidence, I guess, but I wouldn't change. It wouldn't change your opinion. It wouldn't change your, thought process over it. So, like, technically speaking, I've never left Earth. I don't know if I'm even able to leave Earth. Some of you guys think we can never. Some of you guys think there's, a whole bunch of different stuff. Anyways, so like, yes, technically I can't prove for a fact, but I think it's worth doing research and worth doing experiments and this, that, and the other to at least have a concept. Because if you live your entire life looking up and just be like, oh, I don't know what that is, I can't have any proof, I'm just going to ignore it, essentially,
You said do experiments to have concepts. So we have the concepts down. Like I said, we know the lore. It's not that we're not curious. And first of all, I don't think you can, quote, do experiments on things in the sky. You can't go there. You literally can't test it. So, and then we've done the investigation, dude. We've been doing this for a long time. Like, it's not that we're not curious about this reality. I think if anyone's, if between flat earthers and globe earthers, like who's more inquisitive about this reality, it's for sure the flat earthers, bro. Like, I can't tell you how many people, globers, come in here. They're like, why do you even care? What's the point of all this? Like, we have actually spent time investigating. So it's not that we just don't care. I just think that you're never gonna know. You can't do an experiment on it. And then what's the point of having concepts? We already have those of what these things are. So that's not going to do you any good. Just like conceptualizing what Mars might be, like, great, but you can't take that to the bank.
In some way. I think there is able to be experiments done.
Good. All right. So for an experiment, we need like a cause and effect relationship. So we'd have a dependent variable, which would be our effect, and then we're trying to find the cause for that effect. So why don't you walk us through an experiment on, say, Mars?
I don't have enough money for it.
What's the cause?
You just need an independent and dependent variable. You don't need money. So what would the dependent variable be?
It would have to be, I would have to go to either the moon or Mars.
Okay. Okay. We can walk down this road. What would be in a variable then? Say we went to Mars.
Say we go to Mars. This is going to be a tough one for you guys, so get ready. Get your soundboards ready. Get your texts. Get your emojis ready. All right.
Oh my God.
Number one. Sorry, Toby. Number one. Brace yourself. We're going to fly. We're going to get on a little thing called a rocket ship. Please don't stop me while I'm talking. We're going to get on a thing called a rocket ship, all right? You can believe it. You can say it's NASA, Hollywood. You can say what it wants. It's your belief. It's your life. Thank you for that. Okay. I like that sound. Continuing. Yeah, Narnia. Yeah, we take a rocket ship. We go to this thing. We have no idea what it is. Some people call it a rock. Some people call it a color. I call it the moon. We land on the moon. We've done this before. However, some of you guys call it Hollywood, and that's completely okay. We have different opinions on it. Continuing, we land on the moon. We collect a sample of moon rock, moon dust, even if you may. Gullible earthers into the chat. Yeah, we do that, right? We fly back to Earth. We land on Earth. Wait for it, it's the best part. We get out of the spaceship, and then we have our samples. Boom. Samples.
It's not an experiment, dude. I'll tell you what.
Hey,
which was the dependent
I did not
variable?
finish, mister.
I don't care. Are you going to tell us the dependent variable yet?
That's not nice.
Okay. Are you going to tell us the dependent variable yet?
Do you want me to tell you? The dependent variable is the moon dust.
Okay. What's the independent variable?
The moon. Because you got to get to the moon to get the moon dust.
Sorry, do you know what a hypothesis is?
Huh?
Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah. Why?
Okay, so why haven't you given us one?
Because you don't need one.
You do. You were asked for an independent and dependent variable. These are the variables that go into the construction of a hypothesis. Thought we were trying to do an experiment which is based on the hypothesis?
No.
Yeah. It's like, why are we entertaining this dude? I realise it's late and we're bored, but fuck.
I mean, we just need to like dumb it down a little bit, Jedi. We can just.
Did you guys have fun? Be honest.
I mean, it was entertaining.
Well,
I mean, I feel stupider, but I still know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, not worth it.
Okay, wait. Let me just say this.
What's up?
Also, TD, your mic, bro. You gotta like fix that. But apparently, they did what you're saying. They went back, collected samples, and came back. Right? Tell me why they tested the quote moon rocks, and it was petrified wood.
It wasn't.
Look, it was in the chat. Links in the chat.
It sure was, because Holland, they took it off the shelves and put it in storage. The rock was given to a museum in Holland. Holland wanted to put an insurance policy on it, so they got a sample of it. They found it was petrified wood. Several years later, Flat Earthers went to Holland to see it on display, and they didn't have it on display. So he asked somebody at the help desk, "Hey, can you help me find this?" And the help desk looks in their system, and the system says it's in storage. It's in a warehouse.
I disagree.
There goes physics.org.com. Moonrock, fake. Just an old piece of petrified wood.
I disagree.
There's no disagreeing. It's in the chat.
I still disagree.
There's no disagree. This isn't agree or disagree.
I disagree.
It was on mainstream news, dude.
I know.
Okay,
and I still disagree.
Which is what you believe. You believe the mainstream.
I disagree.
There is no disagree. So they did what you said, right? They went and collected samples, quote unquote, and it's wood. So are you? So do you want to say the moon is made of wood?
No, but I disagree.
Yeah, cooked. I think Flat Earth is taking this one. Anything else?
Oh wait, I had a question for Tactical Droid.
Okay.
That was a question from earlier, actually. Tactical. Tactical. Hey, TD.
As soon as my phone catches, what's up?
All right, perfect. I had a question about the what's it called? Oh yeah, I think it was Don. I don't know. You guys were talking about the flat Earth. Here, let's go back to the Earth. Let's go back to Sheepdog. I hope you're happy. We're back at the Earth. Anyways.
Actually, I want to ask Don a question real quick. Since you brought my name up, I want to ask Don.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Hey, Don. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
How about you give me your hypothesis for flat Earth?
Sure.
Oh my god.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to.
Surface descriptions don't require hypotheses.
I mean, you answered about the moon, so that's. Or no, you answered the other guy's question about everything in space, what you think about that, right?
If the surface of the Earth is curving, the horizon at a 1 foot observer height should be no further than 1.225 miles away, and after that, there should be a deviation where, as you get further from the horizon, you get drop over distance at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. That's my hypothesis. If that hypothesis is incorrect, then the null would be that it's a flat Earth.
Okay.
So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
And Clownify, just instant transmission data.
You can stay on mute now, Don. Go ahead and ask your. Oh wait, he's not even here no more.
No, it's because
He's pretending to have like some clue about science a minute ago, and then he's given a category error. That was pretty funny.
I disagree.
I want your hypothesis for something flat.
Yeah, I just disagree. He kept saying that. Like, all right, bro.
Well, y'all gave the other guy what's your hypothesis? You know what I mean? So I was like,
he was trying to say you could do.
I thought it was a cool throwback to the other conversation I wasn't in.
No,
you know,
it didn't work.
Was there a problem with my hypothesis?
Didn't work. Says I wanted it to work.
Was there a category error?
Yeah.
A category error. What's category error, brother?
So
He's
that's
the one
the
that
wrong.
answered it. If it was category error, why did he try to answer it?
Yeah, that's the wrong thing to hypothesize over. A shape or a surface description. You don't need to formulate a scientific hypothesis for that. You can't.
So what you're saying is this is like going into a religious room and they believe X deity, and you have to prove them wrong.
No.
That's what you're saying is in this room. I shouldn't ask you for your flat Earth hypothesis. I have to prove that it's a heliocentric model is what you're getting at, right?
No, hypotheses are for cause and effect is what I'm saying. A surface description is not a cause and effect relationship, so you're not going to use
Just admit it. What you're trying to get at is I got to give you my evidence that it's not flat. Just say it.
If you want.
Yes. You already think, because you're coming from the area, you already know it's flat.
I don't think I can talk to this guy. He seems to like not hear or understand anything I say. Never mind. Sorry for butting in.
I thought we were the
So if you're wanting to know the shape of something, it's a geometry question. You would get your measuring tools out and you would try to measure to find the shape or to derive the shape. If you had a hill and you wanted to measure the shape, you would get your surveying tools and you would look at the hill. You would make your reference frame from a horizontal level plane, and then you would find your elevation angle up or down to define the arc that you see in front of you. It's height. Okay? That's not a cause and effect. Need a scientific experiment. A cause and effect would be like, why does water boil whenever I put it on the stove and turn the stove top on? Your cause is the heat from the coil from the stove. The effect is the water boiling. You can also put water in a container and cause that container to heat a vacuum, and the water will boil and evaporate and then be expelled out of the chamber because you're making the chamber into a vacuum. So what's happening is the pressure above the surface of the water is lower, and it causes the water to evaporate, turn into a gas, and then try to fill the void in that low pressure above it. You can boil water at room temperature by just sticking it in a vacuum. You can cause ice to turn into a gas by just sticking it into a vacuum. Cause and effect. You see something happen in reality. You want to know the cause. You make your hypothesis, which is your if this, then that should be happening. Then you have your independent variable, the thing that you think is the cause for the effect, which is the dependent variable. You think of what it is that you need to control to make sure that only your independent variable is causing the effect of the dependent variable. And then you make your experiment. And then you compare your results from before and after, how it is, what it is that happened during this experiment. Did it follow your controls the way that you planned? Yes or no? Did the outcome meet what you thought was the cause? Yes or no? Did anything happen? And then you either confirmed that your hypothesis was true, this is the cause to the effect that you're seeing, or it's not. You don't
so you can't do experiments on the things in the sky. So like eclipses and moons and stuff, you can't do experiments as you're described.
Exactly.
So instead, what we do is inference to the best explanation, and I think the heliocentric model provides the best explanation.
Cares. Nobody cares, bro. Who was the other guy? Is he still here? I was listening on YouTube. The one that was confused about why the other guy was being pressed on a hypothesis, and then suddenly he conflated the need for a hypothesis for flat Earth.
Yeah, Don is still here.
I'm still here. I just thought it would be inconsiderate to try to talk over everyone. You know.
Do you understand the difference that because I was listening and you seemed confused. You thought that there was somehow a need for a hypothesis, that there was being a hypothesis being demanded for the idea that the Earth is a sphere, right? And then you were like putting it back onto the flat Earth. Well, what's your hypothesis then? Right, but that's not what happened. What happened was somebody claimed experiment, right? So in that case, what's going to follow from a hypothesis is experiment. So if someone claims experiment, we're going to ask, what's the hypothesis? Not Earth's a globe, and then we say, well, what's your hypothesis? No, that's not how it works, right? So do you understand that, right? I just wanted to make sure that you understood the difference.
I'm just wondering what you guys do in here,
Try to get people like you to understand very simple things. Then when we ask them if they understand, they completely disregard the question. It's frustrating.
No, I thought it was a fair question, though, right? At the beginning, I said, are you guys here to, prove a flat Earth? Disprove a heliocentric model? Are you in here for people who disprove your flat Earth science and then you counter with more of your science?
Both.
I'm coming from a place I don't know much, about what you guys do in this room or what you guys are, That's why I was asking.
Wonder why we get frustrated.
And I brought up the Bigfoot thing because, people believe in Bigfoot. Would you argue more people believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, and when that was because I heard you say, right? I was listening on YouTube. You said if someone took you up to space and showed you and Tactical Droid said, yeah, of course, in that hypothetical, if somebody took me far enough away from the ground and it was obviously a sphere, I'd have to accept it's a sphere. And then when that was put back on you about Bigfoot, you totally dodged.
What do you mean? Weasel. I told you what the two types of researchers believe, bro.
No, you couldn't just simply answer if someone showed you Bigfoot up close and personal, would you accept its existence? And you couldn't say yes. But Tactical Droid had the humility to say yes about seeing the globe. Double standards, bro. You are a weasel. You're a weasel.
He's just smearing me now. All right, have a good one.
Bye.
Sorry, I chased him off.
I'm glad somebody fucking did.
Straight for the throat, too.
Thank you. No sarcasm, thank you.
Who have we got in the room? Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Alright, I'll tell you. Oh, Matthew's in there. Oh, Matthew can know as well. Some things have started appearing on YouTube very recently, within the last couple of hours, about a potential lockdown this weekend. I don't know what to believe or not. I'm still looking into it. It might not come to anything. But this week's really, really important. So if you do want to grab an extra few things from the store when you go by, maybe it might be an idea to do so. Just, if nothing happens, then nothing happens and it's fine, but just in case it does.
Is this UK news or is this world news?
this is all over, dude. This is coming from America and all over the place. It's been a quiet thing that I've heard rumbling around for like maybe a couple of years, like the next lockdown and that type of thing. But yeah, it popped up really suddenly. So yeah, I think it's a worldwide lockdown. So it's not supposed to last long. Might be over just a weekend or something, 3-4 days. Everything gets turned off.
Like the last one.
Yeah, so
over in 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it might be nothing, guys, but I don't know. I've got a funny feeling about it, so I'm going to get some extra stuff from the store when I go shopping tomorrow. Maybe you guys can as well.
Well, I just might turn into Bigfoot. Yuck.
The kind that can disappear, or the kind that's physical?
The disgruntled retired veteran just giving up on society and scaring people away from your location.
Wait, Benny the Bloke, I think chat has smoke for you.
Did he just cock that salmon?
Boss.
I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on.
And I'm gonna mute that asshole in the mud. Oh, alright, dude. Alright, bro. What the hell? That's not even a good song.
Was that the troll?
Yeah, it wasn't me. That was not me.
That was
clearly, but that was it. That was his whole troll. Come and play Sean Paul or whatever. That's it.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Exactly. I got the right perms to mute that dumbass in the VC. I don't know. Anyway, Mansky. I think chat has smoke for Mansky as well. In fact, we got beef with Mansky. Oh, Benny the Bloke says, I like Tito. Okay. I mean, pause, but alright.
Pause.
Can we admit that Eratosthenes is trash?
Yeah, so Eratosthenes didn't prove anything. He was just measuring the circumference. Calculating the circumference.
No, he was calculating the circumference after measuring an elevation angle or a shadow length to get the angle. So the measurement is from a flat plane. You calculate a sphere afterwards.
Damn.
Yeah, total fail for a globe unless you're an assumptionist or whatever. Come on now.
Facts.
I don't think it was a fail. He got pretty close, probably within 10%.
Oh.
No, it was 100% with his assumptions, not 10, 100.
No, I meant the number he came up with was probably 10%, within 10% of the right answer.
Well, let's see what else we can assume, what other numbers we can come up with. See how crazy that is?
What?
You shouldn't have jumped back in. Now I got your ID.
Oh, you got his ID? Nice.
Yeah.
Cooked. So what you're saying is you've got him in your sights.
I've got you in my sights.
Memory. Politics.
Yeah, I think the Eratosthenes thing is garbage, bro. Like, if you flip
in what sense?
Well, let me finish. Like, if you flipped it around and the flat earthers led with some historical figure from thousands and thousands of years ago, and, well, he put some sticks in the ground, did a little bit of math, and that's how we know it's flat. Do you think people would like laugh at that? I think people would laugh at that.
Yeah, probably so. And the same thing if people said that. Yeah, same thing if people said that Eratosthenes proved the Earth was a globe. He didn't.
No, I'm just saying that's all right, bro. I just think it's, we do live in a world full of double standards, but I think if flat earthers tried to lead with some dude that may or may not have even existed from thousands of years ago, and we're like, yeah, he just put some sticks in the ground, did a little bit of math, bada bing, bada boom, it's flat, bro. They'd be like, what?
Jesus measured it flat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. We should just start saying that probably. But I'm just trying to highlight the double standard here. But here's the other thing that gets me with Eratosthenes as well, is they'll lead with that. They'll say, oh, well, this guy did it, and he got close. I'm like, wait, so why wouldn't you lead with the thing that confirmed, or the thing that actually did the measuring? So if this guy got close to what, right? So then why not lead with the thing or the person that actually did it? It doesn't make sense at all. They're like, well, here's this guy, he got close, then we can then later on, like, we measured it really. It's like, then why didn't you start with that? Does that make sense? Also, welcome suspended.
Yeah. 3959 is the average radius, but it's interesting to note that 2,300 years ago, somebody did a calculation that came up with a similar answer. That's why we decided. Nobody says that Eratosthenes proved the Earth was a globe. That's not. Well, I mean, some people say that, but that's not what I say.
I get it, but if I go to Google and I'm like, who measured the Earth? He's the first thing that comes up. Everyone leads with that. We've been doing this flat Earth discussion for years, and the globes would be like, oh, well, Eratosthenes, he's the one, but he got close, though. And I'm always like, close to what? Oh, well, like later on, we actually like really did it. We actually really measured it later. Okay, then why not start with that? Not the guy that like didn't quite get it, you know?
Well, I guess the point is to show how easy it is to measure it, right? With like no technology.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, but then you'll be like 10% off, but who cares, right?
So what technology measured it then?
I don't know.
Sextant.
I don't know.
It wasn't until the invention of the sextant that we could measure solar elevation angles better than we could with a stick and a shadow.
The shadow it just sounds crazy.
That's why when I it's called Space Shadows, and it's on the kids menu.
That sounded funny, but it didn't quite come through. You got to get closer to the satellites, bro.
That's cap.
It's the got close thing that always bothers me. And if it's so easy, I don't think it's actually that easy. And based on what they're saying, because you have to assume a bunch of stuff. Number one, you have to assume the Earth is already a globe to start with. Number two, parallel sun rays, which is like, why would you do that? They're clearly not parallel. Like, obviously.
What do you mean? Does light not travel in all directions? Like,
yeah, that's not.
So it's not parallel.
That's omnidirectional. That would be divergent rays of light. I like it when they jump in with hubris.
Huh?
I said I like it when you jump in with hubris.
What does that mean?
It like confidence that you think you're right.
I didn't have I'm pretty sure what I said was phrased in a question.
Do you want to say it again?
I said I'm pretty sure what I said was phrased as a question, and I didn't have any kind of condescending tone or attitude. So I don't know what you mean by confidence.
What did you say?
I said, doesn't light travel in all directions?
Yes.
Like
not
with
parallel.
a question mark.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I just don't understand why you think I was being all confident or something. I don't know, it's weird.
I just to sound weird. If you feel hard done by, I apologise.
That's alright.
Cool.
Look at the image in the chat. This is perfect. So we have the sun rays there, and then we have the railroad tracks. But we know the railroad tracks are not diverging or converging, right? That's just a visual thing there. But we can clearly see the sun rays are diverging. The farthest ray to the right and the farthest ray to the left are pointing damn near opposite directions. You know, so I don't know. And Matthew, he says the railroad track and the sunbeams are parallel. I don't think so.
They are. If you were to have a different view of the railway tracks, they would be horizontal and parallel to each other. It's just due to your perspective that makes the rail lines appear to converge a distance. So you're showing something that is actually parallel, comparing it to something. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. It's the sunbeams part that I heavily disagree with.
Yeah, I know the sunbeams part, but you're using something that is actually parallel and showing that, look, that's the train tracks, and it's the convergence is because of perspective. Okay, there you are.
So yeah, that's another faulty assumption. And welcome, Red Bear.
Yeah, the point with that railroad picture is that just because something looks like it's converging does not necessarily mean that it is converging.
But even suspected, doesn't light go in all directions? I mean, yeah. It spreads out.
Well, depends what you mean by spread, but I don't know.
Pause, bro. Big pause.
Are the railway tracks actually spreading out, or are they appearing to spread out? Okay,
so they're not actually spreading out. Yeah, they're not actually spreading out, chat.
Yeah, they're not actually spreading out, yeah. There's some light. If that was parallel, could we see it appear to separate?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to bring forward.
How? How would we see that?
Based on perspective, like the railroad tracks.
I don't know. I think that's a crazy comparison. Because you're using something that is appearing to be converging, actually. I mean, I guess if you've... okay, I see what you're trying to do here. Well, that probably gets a lot of people now that I think about it. You probably trick a lot of people with this one.
I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm just saying, look, just because things appear to converge does not necessarily mean they do converge. Now, they might converge, they might not. In fact, those railroad tracks might be some special track that eventually, like, those two things touch each other. But the point is that just by looking at those images, you can't tell.
Then this goes back to what Suspected said, which is, doesn't the light spread out? It's like, yeah.
Well, because the sun is so far away, essentially, it would come off as parallel, if I'm understanding correctly.
Did you Google that?
Yeah, I'm reading.
yeah. Well, that's what's going to tell you. It's going to say, oh, well, it's just so far, and, like, it's really parallel, like... It's not parallel. It'll even say it's like close to parallel. It's funny because the people think that's like the end of the conversation. They're like, well, it's like close enough. It's mathematically, good enough. And at the end of the day, regardless, end of story. They're not parallel.
Of course not.
I mean, an angular spread of less than 0.5 degrees is pretty negligible. It sounds pretty negligible.
Bro, I hate using vulgar analogies, but sometimes I think they just land. But how can I use another analogy without being too dirty?
I mean, I don't really mind.
If you're almost home, if you're like 0.23, whatever you said, if you're 0.03 inches away from your front door, you're still not home. You're not inside. So if you're 0.23 milliseconds away from sleep, you're not asleep.
Yeah, but the point is for practicality, right? So let's say but it's for practicality reasons when it comes to calculations, right? So even with the home example, let's say someone calls you while you're like parking your car, you'll be like, I'm home. Right, you can tell them on the phone, I'm home. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
I'll give you another
or you tell them you just got home, right?
I get it. Maybe that's the best example. How about this?
But it's actually a good example because it's parallel to the thing with the calculations. Is that like if the angular spread is very, very low, then for the purpose of calculation, it wouldn't like cause anything. Just like significant change, right? because it's not measured in a binary, right? Either I'm inside my home or outside my home. It's measured in like a continuous scale, right? It's either 1,000, 1,001, 1,002, etc., right? So a minor change on that wouldn't make any difference, but a minor change on whether I'm inside or outside my home would make a difference because you're giving a binary scale. But with this, it's a continuous scale, right? So a minor change would be negligible. I think that's, yeah.
I get what you're saying. I've done the whole talking to ChatGPT, like, about the parallel race thing, and it does the same thing you're saying, where it's like, well, it's just close enough mathematically, it works, da 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 da. But
regardless of ChatGPT, I just said that myself, right? It's just that, like, if it's so negligible, then if it's so small, then it would seemingly be negligible for calculation purposes, right? I mean, I haven't done any calculations myself, but 0.5 degrees sounds like pretty
0.005.
Is it? Down. Yeah, so
I posted the number 13 past the hour.
What'd you post to?
13 past the hour, the 0.00497. That's the most sun rays would diverge on the heliocentric model.
Yeah, so that sounds like nothing, you know? So it's like, how would that be significant for calculation purposes at all? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't done the calculations, but...
Yeah, I mean, again, there are still more assumptions on top of that besides the parallel rays thing, but still.
Sure.
I still think they're not parallel. I think we can confidently say they're not parallel, even if it's like very, very close. That's why I used the example.
Based on what?
Like, maybe like baseball. Like if you hit a home run, like if your baseball is 0.00432 inches away from going over the wall, you didn't get a home run.
That's a bad analogy because a home run is not a continuous scale, right? A home run is either you get a home run or you don't get a home run, right? But for this, when we say something's parallel, yes, you can say semantically, it's not exactly parallel, so it's not parallel. But for calculation purposes, it's negligible, right? But when it comes to a home run, or let's say a soccer, you're playing basketball, right? I got so close to the hoop, but it didn't go in the hoop, right? And the rules of the game are that if it doesn't go in the hoop, then the point doesn't count. But when it comes to mathematics and calculations, right, it's not like the rule is, if you're 0.5 degrees off, then the calculation doesn't matter at all. No, it does matter. It's just 0.5 degrees off or 0.05 degrees off. And that would, for calculation purposes, be negligible, right? I mean, if I ask you, what do you think the boiling point of water is, what would you say?
212. Sorry, 212? 212.
Fahrenheit, I'm assuming, yeah. And that's it's not exact, right? Just like that's not exact either. Yet for practicality purposes, we go off of that because it's negligible to when you're measuring the temperature of something, cooking something, right? If you're doing a recipe and it says boil the water to boiling point, you're gonna be okay, the boiling point is 212 degrees, so I want to boil it to that. But then someone comes and tells you, no, the boiling point is actually 213.5. Well, no, it's negligible because for the practicality of what's being conducted, it doesn't have an effect on the outcome, right? Sorry for rambling, but
I get
I
get it, but still, regardless, there's a bunch more assumptions lapped onto the Eratosthenes thing, not just the parallel rays, but I mean,
sure. I mean,
I don't know. But even if we took the calculation, let's just go up straight observation. They're not parallel at all. Period. Regardless of how you calculate it, that's not how it is in reality. Look what Plumbob posted. I mean,
aren't these just the result of light refraction?
What? No. But you yourself earlier said that light spreads out. I mean, you said it without before.
No, but it refracts, right? So. Yeah, but the
refracting and therefore
would appear as appears in the picture, as opposed to coming straight down.
Damn, refraction can do anything, huh, chat? It does everything. You put that shit on anything, dude.
I mean, yeah, like if you put a light source underwater, you can see that effect yourself, right? Or like if you just hold up a flashlight, or hold up, you don't need a flash, just hold up like a glass of water and put your face in front of it, put a spoon in front of it, you'll see the spoon come up as funky looking. That's because the light that's traveling through the water and traveling back through the water to get back to your eyes is coming refracted and not as it went out before, or as it was traveling before it entered the glass, right? That's why the spoon comes out wonky.
Yeah,
and the refraction would depend on the amount of refraction would be depending on the material, right? So like the refraction index of the material, and the refraction index of the material is based on its density. If I'm recalling correctly, that's how refraction index is measured by the density of the object. I think so.
I get it, bro. I'm just saying, like, even they'll use that term to say that you could see your own back of your own head on a globe looking around it because of refraction. Like, I don't know. They'll say whatever, bro. Regardless, I think Eratosthenes is cap. Sun rays, definitely not parallel. I don't know why you would assume it's spherical to begin with. So, it's trash. That's why I think it's trash.
Is that Mexican Gohan, bro?
Is that Mexican Gohan? Well, it used to be the regular one, and then everyone thought I was, well, I'm not white, so they thought I was white, but that's why I was like, hey, Grok, darken the skin. But yeah, that's that.
Wait, is Grok good?
Well, I tried to have ChatGPT darken the skin, and it was like, sorry, that's racist. I'm not.
Oh, really?
So I was like, let me try Grok, and it worked. So, W Grok, racist.
Damn.
I'm about to get racist.
Anyway, chat, what do you guys got? Sparky says, why do these railroad tracks look similar in the distance if they are parallel? Let's take a look. Why do these railroad tracks look similar in the distance if they are parallel? I don't get what you're asking.
I think he's asking if they appear to converge, why do they appear to converge if they are in fact parallel? And the answer is perspective, right?
Hashtag stuff gets smaller with distance, like angular size and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty easy.
I agree.
This is the gayest generation in American history.
Facts.
Damn, Charlie Cook back from the dead.
Also, welcome Huzaifa.
The whole thing about the parallel sun rays is kind of silly because the sun appears to us as a single point source of light. That's what we experience with our eyes. And the light seems to come from that single point source and it spreads out from there. How could they possibly be parallel?
Well, if you get a flashlight and then get a really small marble and you shine the flashlight on that really small marble, it's just gonna straight up cover.
Okay, we're not a small marble, and the sun is not a flashlight. Okay, we see what we see. We all live in the same place. We all experience this. We see the sun. We see the supposed rays expand out from the sun. You can even see with your own eyes. If you squint and look at the sun, you can see it. It's just like, it's stupid.
I mean, I understand you may not believe those things about the Earth and the Sun or whatever.
So you have to believe that the sun is bigger than the Earth. We don't experience that with our eyes. We do not see the sun bigger than the Earth. For it to be bigger than the Earth, you're imagining a whole sky of sun rays coming down, okay, all parallel from a larger point out there. And that's not what we experience. This is like some kind of bizarre thought pattern that you got going on, because that's not what we see, not what we experience.
Well, like I said, there's other factors that contribute to that, right? Like, we just talked about the light having to travel through the atmosphere, because usually, like in space, right, light would be traveling through a vacuum and nothing would be interfering in its pathway, right? But when it's going through an atmosphere, there's many things in its path, right? Including the clouds themselves or anything else. So it's not really a surprise.
So you just imagine in your own head that the sun, although it doesn't appear to, actually fills up the whole sky and all the rays are coming at you parallel from way, way, way far away. That's a great thought, if that's what you want to believe. I tend to live in reality of what I see, sense, feel. I'm going to go with my senses on this one. So you can enjoy your belief, but it's actually kind of silly. But you can have it. I'm okay with it.
Facts.
Should I believe that, like, the sun is smaller than my hand because when I put out my hand in front of me, it's larger than the sun? Like, I don't understand, because earlier you said, like, because our senses and we're looking at it, you can see that it's small.
For the sun rays to be coming in all parallel from the sky, the sun must fill up the sky to its entirety of what you can see for all those sun rays to come in parallel. They have to be going from the same width that they are on Earth. They've got to go back to some place to be the same width there. So you need to have a sun that obviously is bigger than the whole Earth itself. And we don't experience that. We experience the sun rays going back to a single point source. And we've put the pictures into the side chat, and you just deny what you see with your own eyes. And I'm good with that if that's what you want to do, but it's just nonsense.
Well, I'm not denying it. I'm not denying what I'm seeing, but first of all, in these pictures, the light is still traveling and covering the whole sky, right? Like, for example, let's say in the first picture in the top left, yes, the light in the middle is much brighter, but in the other parts of the picture, there's still light there. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to see the cloud. It would just be darkness. So first of all, light is covering the whole sky. It's just that some parts of it are getting blocked off more than others due to the clouds, right? But the light is covering the whole sky. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to see the whole sky, right? The only time you're not able to see the whole sky is when it's nighttime, right? Or obviously during something like an eclipse, but that's besides the point. Even when you have these images that you're showing, It's not like, oh, there's only light coming through there and there's no light coming through the rest. No, there's still light coming at every pixel in those images. Because if there was otherwise it would just be dark, right?
No, because the sun is there. It only gets dark when the sun goes away. When it's nighttime, that's when it gets dark.
I know, that's what I said.
Okay.
So I'm saying the way you're imagining it is that, oh, the only light that's making it through is like those rays that you can see in those images, those prominent rays.
Yeah. Well, we're specifically talking about the sun and what we see where the light comes from the sun, and we see it.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you is that, what I'm trying to tell you is that those aren't the only parts of the picture that have light.
So are you saying that the light comes not from the sun but from somewhere else? Is that what you're claiming? That the daylight comes from somewhere else other than the sun?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I agree it comes from the sun.
Okay, so the light comes from the sun and we see it fan out from the sun. That's what we all see. I don't know where you live where that's not happening. You seem to think that the sunlight is coming in parallel from some place other than the sun, other than what we see and experience.
I don't know why you're mischaracterizing what I'm saying, or maybe you're not understanding, which is fine.
It sounds stupid what you're saying. What we see is a point source of light. What we see is a point source of light where it fans out. When it shines through clouds, we can see what are like rays. They're not rays, but it fans out the light, and they're not parallel. They are divergent. They're expanding from a single point source. And you, in your paradigm, the sun is huge and not a point source, and it covers the whole entire sky so that all the sunlight can come in parallel.
Yes, so this is what I was trying to say. Look, see, okay, notice what you just said. You just said, under your model, the sun would be covering the entire sky. This is exactly what I was talking about with the picture, but you're not understanding what I'm saying, and you mischaracterize what I said.
So does the sun
yes,
cover the whole
according to these
sky,
pictures.
but you only see a point source?
One second. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, according to these pictures, yes, light is covering the whole sky. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to see the sky. In this first picture here, right? Or even I'll get my own picture here. I'll get another picture.
Okay, we're still talking about the sun and where these what look like rays are coming from. That's what we're referring to. So we're actually talking about the point source, the sun. We're not talking about like daylight. We're not talking daylight. We're specifically talking about the sun and where it appears that these rays are coming from.
Hey, look, for example, this picture here, right? So in this picture, you're telling me, oh, under my model, the light would have to cover the whole sky. Yes, the light is covering the whole sky. It is, right? Otherwise, if the light wasn't covering the whole sky, you wouldn't be able to see the whole sky, right? Yes, there are parts of the image where the rays are more prominent because there are less parts of the cloud blocking it off or whatever it may be. But the point is the light is covering the whole sky.
I'm going to pack this in. You believe that the sun is not where we see it in the sky. It's somewhere else, and it causes for parallel sun rays to come in. And the fact that we see a bright ball in the sky with what appears to be like rays coming off of it when it shines through the clouds, we're not actually seeing that because everything is actually parallel, and it's actually coming from a sun that actually covers the whole entire sky to give us parallel rays. Okay.
I think you just provided me with a false cycle. I think you just provided me with a false
cycle. It must be that. It can't be anything else. If it's a point source light, then it's divergent. So
yeah, but the issue is
your source of light must cover the whole entire sky in order for it to be parallel.
Does. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It does. Why aren't you listening to me?
Okay, so it has nothing to do with what we see when we look at the sun
what we see. Look, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Look at the pictures in the chat.
You can't have it both ways. You want to have your cake and eat it too. This is nonsense. I'm done.
Oh my God. Okay, that's fine. I'll just reiterate. I'm trying to say the light is covering the whole sky. You're saying it's going against what we see. What we see is that it is covering the whole sky. Otherwise, the picture would be dark, right? That's the point. The only part of the picture that has the light isn't those rays. There's light in the whole picture. So the light is covering the whole sky.
How the heck do your parallel sun rays come from a point source light? How is that possible?
It doesn't come from a single point.
So where does the light come from if it doesn't come from the sun?
No, it does come from a single point from the sun, but I'm saying it doesn't come from a single point in the clouds like you're claiming.
So that's not the sun that we see in the sky. The sun is something else. We just see a light in the sky that's not the sky. Not the sun. This is just nonsense. You want to have parallel sun rays coming from a point source that's so far away that it's actually big and it's actually parallel. Like, this is a twisted story that you believe in. You can't have it both ways. You can't have a point source with divergent rays coming in parallel.
Actually, you can have exactly that. I just gave you an example, right? If you have a source of light shining upon...
No, you can't. If it's a point source of light, it's going to come out divergent. You are not going to have parallel rays.
All right, so if you have a source of light, right, that's shining upon a small object, it's going to come off as parallel towards...
Hey, what small object is the sun being shown on here? What is it shining on?
Again, under the paradigm that you're critiquing, it would be the Earth, right? I understand that you don't believe that, but the point is that you're critiquing the model, so you have to deal with the model being provided, and I provided you with the model, and you have to provide a contradiction in that model, and I'm saying, under this model, the sun is a large source of light that's shining upon a smaller Earth, a much smaller Earth, might I say, which would be perfectly coherent, right? Now, you may not believe that, but yeah, you've yet to demonstrate incoherency without, you have to demonstrate incoherency. That's the problem. But the thing is, Charlie, the sun does light up the whole Earth. What do you mean, like, from the side that it shines upon?
I completely disagree with that.
The thing is, what's confusing here is that, like...
it's not confusing. We understand your lore. You have a small Earth, big sun. So the sun it's light engulfs the whole Earth. We get that, bro. It's not like...
No, I understand that. You seem to have understood what I was saying. The issue was when I was speaking to Plumber, he continuously mischaracterized what I was saying, right? So it really sounded like he didn't understand what I was saying.
I mean, dude, I posted some, graphics in the chat. I'll repost them. But even these are pointing out the diverging light, which I think maybe he was trying to get at with you. So, and it's not like flat earthers made these images either. So, I mean, some people get it, I guess.
Anyway, we're talking about the Earth. So, do you have any evidence of the Earth curving suspected?
What? Show you the Earth curving.
Do you have any measurements of Earth curve? The Earth.
Measurements of the Earth's curvature. Is that what you're asking? I don't understand your question.
Yep.
So you're referring to the circumference?
Do you have any measurements of Earth curve?
What does that mean, measurements of Earth curve? What does that mean? Like, you have to be more elaborate.
What does Earth curve mean?
You gotta
No. What does measurements of Earth curve mean? Please don't.
That's what it sounds like.
You need
measurements of Earth curve.
You're like, how does that not understand? How do you not understand that?
What does that mean, measurement of Earth curve? Like, what does that mean? Like, what
do you...
Is he asking for the circumference?
No speak English.
I'm so sorry, I don't speak English. Okay, let's walk through it. We have measurements. We're good so far? Measurement of...
Charlie, please, I'm very aware of the words in the sentence, but the phrase measurements... The phrase measurement of Earth curve, as far as I'm aware...
What's curvature?
Yeah, exactly.
What's curvature?
No, but what kind of measurement with the curvature? I don't understand. Like, are you asking for the angle of, like, the Earth road? Like, but that would just be, like, I don't understand. Like, be clear, clarify. What do you mean measurement of Earth
The
curvature?
nature of the surface of an object, right, is going to have curvature of a sphere, right? It's going to have curvature.
Okay. So you're asking for the measurement of the circumference?
What would define the sphere, it being a sphere, right? No, not the circumference. Because it could be of any size, like any size. It could have any size.
Okay, so if I gave you a soccer ball, let's give an analogy.
It would still have to have curvature. All right, so what about drop over distance? Because if the Earth's surface is curving, then compared to a straight tangent plane or line, right, there will be a continuous deviation, progressive drop over distance. So compared to that horizontal plane, over the distance of that plane, the Earth's surface will get further and further and further away from that plane.
Okay.
That would define it having curvature, right?
So is that what you guys meant by measurement of Earth's curvature?
Yeah. It's like, so based on the claim of the Earth having a radius... Right, so based on the claim of having a radius, do you like kilometers? 6,371 kilometers. So that would dictate it has a specific curvature rate. Now I don't know what it is in the metric system, but it's 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. I know that's a parabolic arc, but that's good for, they say, up to like 1,000 miles or something like that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
So that's basically what Daz was asking about.
So if the measurements are already given by those who've calculated it, then what are you asking me for?
Actually, that's what I was going to say. There's obviously a difference between calculations and measurements. So if somebody's calculated it, who actually measured, like, directly?
Right, so you're basically asking me to then give measurements that align with the calculations provided.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't measure it, so I wouldn't know.
I mean,
it really should have been the way that those values were obtained in the first place, not through any other thing.
Well, no, because then there'll be like a strong margin of error, right? Because you'd have to measure it at every point, and then at every point there'd be a small margin of error, which would add up to a large margin of error. Well, it depends on how they do it, but...
All right, go look it up.
Margin of error compared to what?
Margin of error, basically, even if we don't have the correct figure in front of us, we'd still know that there would be a margin of error due to, like, the observation, right? Like the issue with observing the exact number, right? You're not going to observe or measure the exact number at every single point, right? There's always going to be a small deviation.
So how would you know if you took a measurement of the curvature of Earth and knew that you were within 5% or 1%? How would you know that you were within any sort of percentage point? My question is, compared to what? Like, what are you comparing it to? If there's a grander way of measuring it that is the all-combining actual, then where did that come from to give us what we're comparing it to for your margin of error?
I mean, there's many different ways, but it depends. I don't know. I guess most of them are just measured through a satellite.
How How did they do that before satellites? Because apparently this has, been something that's been known for a long time. They put satellites in the sky. They would have needed to know the radius of the Earth before putting any satellite in the sky. So where did they get these measurements from? And when you say that it's within margin of error, compared to what? I'm going to go back there again, because what are you comparing it to? How do you know that it's 5% or 2%?
How do you know it's 5% or 2%? I didn't give a specific number for the margin of error.
No, I used that as the colloquial, margin of error. How do you know that you're off by a margin? What are you comparing it to give you the margin of error?
I don't think you understood what I said. I'm saying there would be some kind of margin of error, but we may not necessarily know the exact margin of error if we're doing it from scratch. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, so we have measurements of Earth, and that's all that we have, because we don't know whether they're accurate or not, because we have nothing to compare them to check them. So we just have some measurements. Cool.
I'm just reading, there's pretty different methods that were done before satellites, and that were not even off by 1%. So
yeah, they use sticks and shadows. Shadows from the sun with a stick. How does that measure the curvature of Earth? How does measuring an elevation angle to the sun from Earth tell you how much curve there is? Think about that for a bit. That's just kind of silly. I have shadows in my kitchen right now. Is my kitchen curved?
What? These experiments are not meant to prove that Earth is a globe or Earth is a sphere, right? Obviously, you come with the belief against that, right? But many of these people in history already believed the Earth was a globe for one or the other reasons. Right? And these calculations are done with that in mind, or these measurements are done with that in mind.
So it's not an actual measurement of Earth, it's a calculation?
No, it's a measurement, but given the idea...
What was measured?
Well, it depends on which method, right? So you have like the method of...
Let's go with that one, the sticks and shadows. What did they measure?
I believe it was the angle change of the shadow as he kept walking a certain distance.
Yeah, 500 stadiums or something. Okay, how does a shadow on the surface of Earth tell you that it's curved? I have shadows in my kitchen right now. I can see them.
So you didn't hear what I said. So you didn't hear what I said. I just told you that it's not meant to show that it's curved, and you just said, "How does it show that it's curved?" Like, I don't think you're listening when I'm speaking.
That's what we asked for, was a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. So you're going on with sticks and shadows. They measured.
I didn't bring up the rest of things. That's what you brought up.
Okay, and they measured some shadows. That doesn't prove that the Earth is curved, and you even admitted
I didn't say
that.
it did.
I know, and that's what I'm saying, and you agreed with that it doesn't prove curvature of the Earth, and it doesn't prove globe. So again, we're going to ask you, what do you have for a globe measurement?
A globe measurement, again, I just asked proof of the Earth being a globe.
Where did it come from, and what is the measurement? Where did they get the radius of the Earth from, for example? Where did that come from?
Yeah, sure. There's been different calculations for that, but I can give you different methods, right? So,
yeah, but he's asking for a measurement, and I would say there's never been a direct measurement of the curvature of Earth. That's the globe answer.
There's never been a direct measurement of the globe of the Earth.
There's never been a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, with modern satellites, I don't understand how that's not possible.
Yeah, those are interesting, but they're indirect calculations. A direct measurement would be slapping a ruler up against the Earth and seeing if it's curved or not, and nobody's ever done that. Of course, there's never been a direct measurement of the height of Mount. I'm not troubled by that.
Right, like feel like for practicality purposes, we shouldn't need to slap a ruler or a measuring tape across the Earth, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's why it doesn't trouble me that there's never been a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, I feel like that we have literal machines in the sky, like taking pictures of the Earth. It's pretty satisfactory to that we know what the size and the dimensions of the Earth are. Like, I don't think it gets better than direct pictures, like with technology.
So Earth is actually measured to be flat.
By satellites?
No. Well, I don't know about satellites. I don't know anything about it.
What?
But from the surface, so your line of sight or a light source, it's, you know, when light is emitted across the surface of the Earth, there's no deviation. Little to no deviation between the light source and the surface of the Earth. Unless you're doing it over land, of course.
But I don't understand. Obviously, there's a dispute on what the Earth actually looks like from our perspective. So why don't we just use the satellites' depictions of it?
What satellites?
Are there not many satellites in the sky?
Do you claim that there are? Do you claim there are?
I'm asking. I just asked you.
I don't claim there are.
Do you believe?
How do you know that?
Against your case, it's the judge and the jury you need to be worried about. Which all these listeners in here, everyone on YouTube, those people are the ones you want to convince. So just saying, well, the jury's not going to accept it. Well, that's a bad thing for you.
It's people.
Oh, smokes, dude.
What makes you think I want to accept listeners on YouTube?
Bro, just if you're okay, you got to pick one. Either you're the intellectual, smart, big brain, and you understand what I'm saying, or you're just a retard.
Okay, what makes you think I want to convince people listening on YouTube?
You're both retarded and oddball. You're hot micing.
Are you gonna answer my question, or are you gonna dodge it?
We've addressed this so many times, bro. We just got to move on. You got to present your evidence.
This is the first time I asked this. What makes you think? What makes you think I'm interested in convincing people on YouTube?
Dude. Because you're saying that, well, I have evidence, but the people around me are not going to accept it. Well, there's a lot of people listening that are not necessarily.
No. I'm not saying. No. You're mishearing.
Sorry, bro, you always do this. Just put your cards on the table. I don't know how much more clear we can be about this. That's it. That's all you need.
Calm down, guys.
Oddball, you're hot micing.
That was a drive-by.
Calm down.
Yeah, he's saying proof though. He said he has proof.
Just put it on the table. You're saying that you don't want to put it on the table because these people won't accept it. Well, imagine there's somebody listening in, but between the two of us, okay, I clearly see there's a debate going on here. There's this one side and the other side. Let me see what the proof is, and then I'll go with whatever that is, or I'll decide or snuff it out myself. But you're saying to that audience, I don't know. I'm not going to put it on the table. That's a bad look for you. You used the courtroom analogy. You're saying, well, Your Honor, the lawyer over there is not going to accept it. Well, then how can anyone accept it if you're not putting it down on the table for people to address or acknowledge? That's a you problem. So stop saying, well, you're not going to accept it.
if you have what you say you have, just put it down on the table, bro. Period. How much more clear we can be about this? I mean, why don't you just put something in the chat so everyone can take a look? Or we just talk to Oddball. What's up, dude?
Hey.
You been here before?
No, I was actually asking about MK667. You guys know what that is?
No idea.
Alright, so it's like it's a pill. Basically,
We do not care.
it's like it's like SARMs, you know, like steroid and stuff.
No, we don't care about that. Have you talked to flat earthers before? Oh, wait, he left. All right, instant transmission. All right, we have George. Welcome to the panel, George. We're going to wait for Charlie to put his cards on. Oddball, you are a hot mic and dude. Okay. We still have Pierre, George. What up, George? We hear you breathing, dude.
Yeah, that's not me.
No, we heard you breathing, dude.
How did you hear me? I'll put you on mute.
You've been here before?
Me?
Yeah.
I have been here before, maybe 2 years ago.
Round 2. Fight.
All right, welcome back. So you've talked to flat earthers before?
Oh, well, I mostly listen to them.
Okay, what did they say?
First of all, you cannot prove that Earth round because you cannot see what behind walls in the Arctic. So most of like photos and stuff, they're fake, and when you reach the end, you know, like poles, you cannot prove that
what?
Not round.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, maybe, but I don't remember.
Fair enough. Are you a globe earther?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, it just depends on the argument.
Okay. Do you think the Earth is currently moving?
I mean, it is, isn't it?
No. I don't think so, no. Maybe we can get a poll going in the chat.
Oh, well, wait, you stand for, like, flat Earth? Or?
Yeah, definitely. 100%. There's a poll in the chat, guys. Poll is live. Is the Earth moving? Go answer in the chat. We can see what the chat thinks.
Oh shit! I could have put yes.
We got 5 votes, 4 votes. All right, so most of the chat seems like no, they don't think the Earth is moving. All right, George.
What about earthquakes?
That's why I was going to change my answer.
Oh.
What about that girl that rocked my world?
By the way,
That's a good point.
Hey, yo. Look, bro.
I'm not neither of them, but what I noticed recently is that, like, when you look at the horizon, let's say, the end of Earth, with your eyes, it always kind of goes down. So when you reach that horizon, then it goes down again and again and again.
What do you mean down?
It's not like flat. It always goes down a little bit. So
wait, but you only see flat? You don't see down. You just.
What do you mean it goes down? Like that? What do you mean by that? It goes down. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, usually when it's not mountains and you go along flat surface, then
Are you talking about a water hill? Like a water hill?
Something like that. Yeah.
Oh my!
Not a hill of water.
I mean, not necessarily water. Just let's say steppe or something like this. When you go along the surface and then you look through binocular, you can see that it's kind of, declines, whatever.
Declines like a water hill.
You definitely don't see that, bro. You only see the water flat left or right. You don't see down behind any horizon. I think you're adding that, though. That's kind of like an added story onto the observation. And then you're also kind of saying that at the ocean that water is basically a big hill, is dropping down below on the other side. I don't think that.
Kind of funny that when George is talking, he's not very
just appears. So I mean, I don't know. Like when you reach that part, like at the end of what you were aiming at, then it always goes down. So
really
down.
You got a demonstration of this?
Well, you can just look at many photos or pictures on the internet. That's it.
Dude.
Oh, photos and pictures on the internet. You don't actually have to be in the location to test it out?
Well, you can be at a certain place. It doesn't matter, really.
I go to the ocean like a lot. So you don't actually see what you're talking about. And you're saying, well, if you just go to that end point, then you're kind of referencing the horizon as a physical location. And whenever you arrive, quote unquote, to that location, you're just going to get another horizon like farther away that's still flat in the distance. It never actually drops down. In fact, water doesn't even behave this way in the first place. The way I see it, there is no body of water that is convex like that. I would say they pretty much all relatively behave the same. The water in a swimming pool is not convex, just like the water at the ocean is not convex either. So,
Hey, Rayleigh's got a picture of you at the ocean, bro. You should show him the real picture. You should show him the real picture of you, though, man. This guy's so much by the ocean that he gets stung by stingrays, and he gets suntans on his body that people think that he's got a spray tan. So that's how much he goes to the ocean, bro.
Someone asked me that again, like yesterday. They asked me if I had a fake tan. I'm like, what?
Listen, and if you don't believe me, go look at Frontline Unfiltered. You'll see what he looks at. You might think he has a spray tan too. I don't know. Yeah, we should get a poll here going. So how many people think you got a spray tan, Bill? I know it's off topic, but
We're like 5-0 right now. Spray tan versus no spray tan. It's great.
and how I could relate it back to flat Earth is that you've been at the ocean to see that the surface of that water is not a curved surface, and you're there so much that you acquired a tan that looks like it's been sprayed on you.
Yep. Exactly, bro. Well, we've hit 2 out of the 3 points so far. You want to hit the third point?
Round 3.
Who are you talking to?
George, do you think that outer space is real?
Yep. In fact, there are even more lots of civilizations, not necessarily like us.
Wait.
They're just made of organic.
What?
Yep.
You said there's other civilizations?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And you know this how?
Just by the fact how many galactics there are and how universe is
galactic.
Stupendos, yeah. Mm-hmm. And galactics contains lots of planets, and they all have source of like light. So, and there are plenty of planets that have the same conditions like Earth, and plus, if you sum it up, you will be amazed how actually many opportunities there are for other species, and not only species, just living things to appear.
Bro, other species? Or like where? Like on Mars? Like on the moon? Where were you?
What are you talking about? Wait, I gave you an example, and then you start talking about Mars. I'm not talking about fucking deserted Mars. I'm talking about other planets with the same conditions.
Oh, like yeah, which one? Do we got one near us or something? We can look at it?
The limitation you're talking about is a human thing. It's not a universe thing. So
okay, so we don't know if there's an Earth-like place. Yeah, so you're just saying there's an Earth-like place with organisms and such. Okay.
Yeah, because all planets have the same evolution almost. So it's really weird to say that there are no civilizations in our universe.
You know what's about to be eaten?
By the way, they probably there are way better than ours.
How about this? This might even be more weird for you.
And I assume there are planets that with civilizations where people are not, in jail for saying words.
There's two weird things then. The Earth isn't a planet. And outer space is definitely fake.
Well, it can be flat, by the way. I mean, there might be planets with flat surface. I'm not a physicist to say how it's not true and how it's not okay. Like in terms of physical law.
Oh, now you choose to say that you're not a physicist, but then before you were talking about Earth-like places like this one.
Because there is evolutional biology.
Yeah, how do you know if you're not a physicist?
It's not physics,
Guys, he's saying physicist, but you gotta add a caveat to that. It's called astrophysicists, and those are not actual Earth physicists. Not the same.
Yeah, I was talking about evolutionary biology, not about physics.
Oh, you said flat planets or something like that. Those are astrophysicists.
Evolutional biologists? Like, what is that?
A pseudoscience.
Yeah, exactly.
You heard what CB said? The Earth is not a planet. You know this, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mentioned evolutionary biology because it applies to universe. It's the same. They all have the same cycle. Just Google evolution of planets, and you will see that's how it's.
Evolution of planets?
Yeah, exactly. Evolution of planets, because it's it's kind of a cycle thing.
Oh man, you got your head in the clouds, right?
Well, maybe there are some like flat planets.
I mean, wow.
Yeah, just Google evolution of planets and you will get the answer, right, basically.
One more time, buddy. The Earth is not a planet, and outer space is a fictional setting for books and video games and movies. Outer space is not real. The Earth is not a planet.
I mean, we're so far away from reality.
What about like physical law? What's the problem with round Earth? Why can't
it's not round. For what?
Yeah, but
just talk about the water, bro. The ocean is flat, so that doesn't match with a quote round Earth. I mean, hypothetically, there's nothing really wrong with it. It's just a fictional setting. It's a story. It's just not reality. So if you want to like enjoy it in a fictional way, that's fine. Go ahead. There's nothing like theoretically wrong with it. It's just not realistic. It's not reality.
Yeah, but you just said it's flat. I mean, what about like physical law or something?
What, like the physics of water and how it behaves? Like rest level and flat? I'm cool with that.
Yeah, but well, it's not like 100% flat actually.
Well, it's not curving, so that's the end of that right there.
Yeah, because he's picturing when you say water, are you picturing it from like an outside perspective, like outside of the planet Earth? That blue stuff, right? That's what you're thinking about water?
Yep.
Yeah, you're picturing a perspective in your mind that you've never been to. You only seen this in television.
Yeah. I'm gonna invoke Dempsey's argument. This is nonsense when you say that you think that there's other planets like this one. It's nonsense, bro. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but where are the arguments? This is nonsense.
It's obvious because if you had any evidence of it being something that could be sensible, then you'd be able to present it. But you can't present it. It's ideas. Yeah, all these ideas that people give you and put in your mind. It's just nonsense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, try to make some sense out of something you're describing that a place you've never been to, or a place you can't even see in any way.
Yeah, but how can you prove that there are
entire lake area or water surface area right there is in diameter 52 miles.
I think the girl is not here. She is from there. I think the Dandelion is living there. She's coming and telling you, you know, that she can see, you know. But you have observation, especially for Chicago skyline. You have a lot of them. I will post you something what is not picture. It's a guy who wanted to explain that picture, and he took a boat and he goes from another side to another side. I posted for you.
Yeah, he did a nonstop. He did a nonstop footage, one side to the opposite side, while keeping it in view the entire time. 56 miles.
We have Guinness record if you want 255 for people who are going on some mountain and taking another mountain. That was not flat earth competition. That was Guinness record long distance shot competition.
Okay.
There is no measurable curvature in reality. That's all what we want to say. We explaining something. We don't need to. We're giving people this information, and that we are speaking about a lot of stuff. But this is the main information. This is the information. What you will do with that information, that it depends on you. But that's the reality. And you can check it for yourself. You cannot say, oh, this is not 52 miles, because that's the person who did it.
So, like, that's how you take your info? Like,
no, I'm taking
info like no, that's not how we take our info. Wait, Sasha. 1 second.
I want to answer him only with one sentence, and then you can continue. I'm taking like this. Okay, they did it like that. Okay. Then I go to holidays in Croatia, and I did it on 3 places, and in 3 places, one in Scotland and 2 in England. That's in 6 places. I check it for myself. That was enough for me. That's me.
Yeah, so what we do is we when we see something, when we hear a claim, right, or see somebody making a claim, right, doing an observation, we're not like, oh, he did it, that means it must be true, right? That's what the Glober side does. Well, we were taught this or told this, it has to be true, right? No, then we take that observation or any observation, or do separate observations with equal distance or close distances to that observation, and we verify for ourselves. That's how you should be doing things. We're not telling you right now as well. Believe us because we say so. We're showing you countless of people and observations that have been done by people or individuals, right? And what we want is for you to do the same thing for yourself. Don't believe us. Do your own independent research and observations, and then come to your own conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah. Shortly.
Yeah, think of it as catching somebody lying to you. Somebody that you trust. Somebody that you felt like, I don't have to question because I could trust information. If that person, you catch that person, now you and look at how much information did you trust without having valid verification for it, for how it was acquired.
Okay, and how, like, do you explain the sun, like how it's... So does the sun orbit the Earth, or the Earth orbits the sun?
That's the question what you should not ask, because nobody's claiming nothing about the sun here. You heard what people were saying. Now you need to ask.
Like, so you make the claim and you do not like get a full picture that explains everything like around you, like.
What claim
You
we made
take
about
the
it?
First and foremost, nobody made a claim about what the sun does or doesn't do in this VC during your.
I'm talking about the Earth. So,
Let
like,
me finish,
if the
man.
flat Earth doesn't explain
Let me finish,
how the
man.
sun, like,
Let me
revolves-
finish, please. Right.
Yeah.
Secondly, there's no point in talking about another topic if you haven't even finished this one, which means you haven't done your own independent study or research and observations to confirm or deny what is being claimed from both sides. Right. So there is no point talking about this. Right. So the sun, moon, the stars, all of that stuff until you've confirmed on what you live, like what you live upon. What are your feet
yes,
planted
I'm
on?
just like, I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for you. Like, how does it work? Like, you have confirmed for yourself that the Earth is flat. So how do you explain the sun for yourself? How does it like revolve the day, the night?
Is it sun in the sky?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Is it giving the light?
No. Yeah. I'm asking like the other guy, and how does it like how does he explain day and night? Like, why?
Oh, day and
explain
night
it
you
to
want to
yourself?
explain. Okay. You have a sun going from east, and then it's going to the middle, then it's a noon, and then going to west, then it's a dark.
And why do if you go like somewhere like up in latitude, even though like I don't think you believe in latitude, then the sun doesn't go down, like it's daylight like for 6 months or so.
Why sun doesn't go 6 months? Okay, sun doesn't go 6 months, and
So yes, it's like daylight 6 months and then 6 months nighttime.
Where?
Does anybody have a recording of the FE Sun Moon and Zodiac Clock app with like the sun and the like in the northern hemisphere, fast time lapse of it moving all the way around, so I could explain it with that.
Well, that's a theory that we don't have. We don't actually have the full record of the sun doing that, so that's only technically a theory. We can't really claim that as fact, but we do experience
I'm not claiming it as fact, old dude.
And setting in the west. We're all the same in that regard.
Right, I'm not claiming that everything, like, again, I know all of that is speculation because none of us have been to the north or to the south, right? But if he wants an answer at least, right, I can give him some type of answer.
I've been to Sweden and I've seen like a midnight sun.
I'll put something in chat that's a rough suggestion of what might be going on, but it's not the actual map. It's just an approximate suggestion of what's going on. Give me 2 seconds.
Thank you, old dude.
And Harry, how you would explain that phenomenon?
The sun doesn't go like down.
Yeah.
Why
what you said. You wanted explanation. How you would explain that? If we don't have explanation, how you will explain that?
So if the Earth is round and it's inclined 23.5 degrees like to the axis, like the equatorial like plane is inclined relative to the how to say like the celestial plane.
But you said something.
If the orbit of the Earth around the sun is like
but you said, I'm sorry because I interrupt you. You said something very important. You said if Earth is round.
But we already explained how it's not round because it would need to be. It would need to be curving. It would need to be curving. Right.
The main claim of the whole reason that the globe model exists is because there is supposedly curvature or sphericity, and that's what I've been trying to tell you and everybody in this room for the last half an hour. Until you've verified or denied that claim for yourself, right? You can't. There is no point. Firstly, there is no point in talking about anything that is in the heavens. Secondly, if you do, right, it's fallacious in nature because that's begging the question. My tongue got twisted, right? And that's fallacious in nature. By nature, sorry.
Well, okay.
And circular razoring. You have the sun, 6 months sun, whatever. I have that Earth sphere. Earth sphere, I have that 6 months sun.
So in not just sphere, but also inclined, 66, 23.5 degrees.
Yeah, that's everything is on the sphere at the end.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Again, it all goes back to the sphericity, right? Or curvature of the Earth, which you haven't verified or falsified.
Proved in
either
yeah.
or.
Okay.
Can you accept this answer? I don't know. I cannot explain it to you what sun is doing and how it's doing that, what it's doing. But the surface, what you're living on, it's measured flat.
So if your flat surface doesn't explain the universe around you, then you just accept it.
I think for sure explains, but I cannot explain that to you. I never, was following the sun path, and I think that not even one human being did that. But that's you have a model. What you think that it's working? That model. What is the model? Model is that globe. That's what you're imagining now. That's what you think that sun is doing. That's in the model. That sun is not doing in reality. The sun is doing in reality. That's what I told you. You see the sun from the east coming, having a day, then coming sunset, then it's a dark. And going and doing that, it depends where you are. If you're on mountains, then your elevation profile is that because of the sea level, and everything is happening on some realm where you have a plane with the sea level. Yeah, oceans and ground.
Everybody in this VC right now, including Sasha, right? We're being intellectually honest with you, right? We're not making claims that we can't confirm, right? Or prove to you. That's why he said, I don't know what the sun is doing and how it's doing. But what I do know is that when you measure the Earth, it measures flat or level. Right? Because that is true. Because every single individual here that is a flat earther, right, has done measurements and observations about the shape of the Earth. And we can all confirm, right, through multitudes or infinitudes of individuals doing the same observations over and over again, that there is no sphericity, right? There is no curvature that is being claimed. So for sure, we can tell you that that's not true. Now it's your job to confirm or deny that by doing your own independent observations and measurements, right? Everything else is speculation, and for the time being, we're okay with speculation. That is, we don't entertain them. It's okay to speculate and think what it could be and couldn't be, right? Have an honest conversation about it, but we don't know, and that's okay. Unlike the other side, it tells you you have dark matter, dark energy, which you can't measure, see, taste, smell, anything, but it exists, right? Well, you can't see fairies, you can't touch fairies, you can't smell fairies, but they exist. So are you going to believe that? I don't think so, right? Unless you're being intellectually dishonest with everybody and yourself primarily.
Or maybe also to learn what pseudoscience is, because all of this, what we are talking about, is pseudoscience, that what black matter stuff, blah, 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 blah. And you think that's a science, That's not a science. That's the things, astronomy, astrology, that's not a science. Maybe you don't know that. I don't know.
I have a friend, he did calculations, he saw a shooting star, right? And he made the claim that shooting star is actually Superman, moving at his highest speed possible. So I told him, man, you're being dumb. That doesn't make any sense, right? It's obviously a shooting star. And he was a math whiz. So he ended up going through all the Superman comics, right? DC, Marvel, whichever one it is, right? found his top speed, everything possible about Superman, and did a calculation, a math formula, proving that that comet is moving at the same speed as Superman is. Henceforth, that comet is Superman. That is what you're telling us with everything about your model, because the math checks out, right? And that is insane. That is preposterous. That is intellectually dishonest.
Okay.
Because it's like this. I will show. I have like a 6 lamps in my living room, and I show you the floor, and I say, "Look, Harry, this floor is measured flat." But you are asking me this question. But why this third lamp? It's working only during the day, Sasha, and you are turning off during the night. You are asking me this question. Can you explain that to me? You understand me? I'm telling you about the floor, my house, how it's not curling, how people did a good job, everything is flat. But you are asking me for the lamp, it's in my room. You're asking me why that lamp is doing what it's doing during the day.
And because he can't tell you why that lamp is doing what it's doing during the day, it doesn't matter if his floor in his room is flat or not. The floor is actually curved, even though you can see it's not. That's what you're telling him.
Yep, that's the logic. There is a cognitive dissonance also. It's called because because this information, it's not so easy to swallow. I can understand you. It was not easy, not for you now, not for me in the past, not for maybe for some few of us, but it was big, piece of like, oh my God, come on, that's not possible. That's not possible. That's stupid,
I know it wasn't easy for me. The first time I heard about Flat Earth 10 years ago, right, from people online, I ridiculed the hell out of them. I called them every name you could think of and can't think of underneath the sun, bro. I mocked them. I made fun of them. I called them words that I can't even say now because we have the YouTube bot here, right? I was for lack of better words, I was a dipshit, right? And I didn't look at that topic for 5 years until it came across again, coincidentally, when I was a bit more mature, right? And was able to think for myself. And I was like, wait a second. This time I'm not going to make the same mistakes. Let me do my own observations. Let me actually do some research by myself before mocking people and being disrespectful, right? And disingenuous. And lo and behold, reality and what is in a book isn't the same.
What?
Shocker, right, Sasha?
Yeah. No, I was not like that. I was like, I saw the titles. 2000. I was 2015, 16. I don't remember now anymore. And it was like flat test. No, come on. It was first thing was like, no, man, come on, no. I don't want to look into that. That's something what some people. Whatever. I didn't even have opinion. I thought it's stupid, and I don't want to look into that. And it passed 6 months, not a lot, because it was coming out. It was what the fuck. Let's see what that stupid. I want to see what that it is. And then I saw it, and then I that was for me. Cogdis. I was out in the garden of my building. There is beautiful garden. I was watching the clouds and telling myself like this. You are so stupid that you cannot believe how stupid you are. That was my cognitive dissonance. I was telling, yeah, it was like that. Like, how you didn't realize that before? Water, man. It was so simple. Now it's simple. Everything is simple now. But because we were programmed. What? That is a sphere. Of course, it's a sphere. You have then later what will come, gas pressure and other stuff. Oh wow, then it's scary when you find out the space doesn't exist because there is some fight with natural law, and I'm sorry people, I cannot believe people. I believe natural law, unfortunately.
And even if you look at the terminology or the words you use every single day, right, in your daily life, the sun is rising, the sun is setting, right? Airplanes, sea level, so on and so forth. All of them are telling you straight in your face what nature and reality is doing. You're just going against it and choosing to believe a paradigm that has been shoved down your throat.
He said if you want to go up, up. It's a reference to the flat. You cannot have up on the sphere. Unfortunately, also so many things. Angles. You cannot have angles. You cannot have horizontal. You need to use something like this: curve, arc, parabola. That's the words for the sphere.
Wait, yeah. How do you say? Because I know you just said that word in Balkan, parabola. What is the English way of saying it?
Is it parabolic? Parabol? I don't know.
Yeah, parabolic. Right. Yep, that's it.
Most people on this channel just vegan. No way.
That's the wrong VC, bro.
These people think that flat surface is flat.
Yeah.
What do you think?
What I believe.
Now, what do you think about the surface of the Earth?
The surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, pretty much sphere.
Mm. Why?
That's what I believe.
Why?
But why do you believe that?
Because that's what I see.
Where do you see that?
That's where I see from my naked eye.
Where? In reality?
Like if,
Sasha.
In real life.
Sasha, you see how they hijacked perception, right? They hijacked the way our eyes work.
I live.
Use it against all goals.
I live in Norway.
Yeah.
And I was looking at the direction where Denmark is. If I look, I cannot see the land. I cannot see Denmark because it's so far away from the. Like, I can see the ship is disappearing when it's far away.
And in which distance they are disappearing?
Like, far away, pretty much.
How far away?
Like around 100 kilometer.
100 kilometers, ship disappearing.
So is that because? So is the ship disappearing because it's getting, or is it disappearing because things in the ground are blocking it? Have you figured out all of the possibilities that could?
No, wait. He said that the ship disappearing after 100 kilometers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
With what height?
What height?
Yeah. That was observed by from water, mountain, where?
I was standing on the edge of the beach.
And you see the ships disappearing 100 kilometers away.
That's 62 miles, 63 miles.
Is it? Yes?
Something around that, but
okay. Can I tell you something very comfortable? I will tell you now. It's very comfortable now. Something. Welcome to the Flat Earth. Thank you for the best observation for today. You see with 6 foot height ships disappearing on 66 miles. Let's calculate how much drop should be on 100 kilometers.
But he said arbitrarily 100 kilometers. He doesn't know whether it's 100 or 30 or 20 kilometers.
Oh, he said around 100 kilometers. He didn't. Around is not 20 kilometers. That's a lot of less. A round could be 80, 120. That's a round. You know?
Okay.
Like ship disappear over the horizon because the Earth curvature.
Yeah, I asked you what distance, and you said 100 kilometers, and I told you, welcome to the flat Earth. Because with your height, that ship, it was 20 meters, ship should have disappeared on 10 miles.
Like
yeah, I mean, so here's the other issue. Here's the other issue, right? You have limitations to how you're going to be able to resolve things by using binoculars, a telescope, right? A high zoom camera lens. So there's ways to enhance your
I use binoculars,
right? Yeah, one thing that's never been observed, right? Well, because when you look to calculate how much curvature, if you're on a ball, that's the agreed upon radius by all different government space agencies. They all are in agreement about the radius. 3,958.8 miles, right? So they're all in agreement about that value. So when you go and figure out, okay, well, they say that 62 of drop over, or 66 feet of distance between an observed 10 miles. And we find there's no curve, no drop distance in that distance. And then we go and we check the next 10 miles, 20 miles, complete lack of curvature. And then we continue on to up to 60 miles, on and on, right? We've continued and cannot possibly be. Now, the reason why things get smaller is because of the resonance. Something moves further away until it can't resolve it anymore. It's nothing to do with the curve doesn't exist. It's been measured.
So does the Earth have an edge?
Does the Earth has 12 exits?
Maybe 13.
Yeah, it's the same question, you know. Does the Earth has the waterfalls?
No, I'm genuinely asking, like, if the Earth is flat, does it have like an edge, or it doesn't end, or how does that work?
Why? Does lake
so
have
it doesn't
edge?
end?
I like to answer that question this way.
Yes.
I like to answer that question this way because a lot of people come into these rooms questions that to be answered, and a very important job which is to go out and tell us about this Earth. Okay.
You're breaking. For me, I don't know.
No, I'm just asking, like, genuinely, like.
No, I'm
why
saying
are
that
you,
his mic is breaking.
All right. So if the people that you give a job and you tell them, hey, tell us about the Earth, take all of our money, right? Take all of our money, make a fund, come up with technology,
and resources.
I'm just asking
go
like
out.
a question. Does it have
And no,
energy?
just
Not
think about
like
this.
not
No,
make
think
any
about this.
comparison or any like figurative.
I want you to understand. I want you to understand this because it's important. The people that we entrusted with millions and millions of dollars every day to give us these answers went out and came back and told us lies.
Okay.
And now you ask us, and the question that you should be asking is why did the people that took all that money lie to us all? Or why are they not telling us correct information?
Answer, like the question.
So if you're going to say, does the Earth have an edge? What type of edge do you have in your mind? Like, what are you thinking about when you ask that question?
I don't know, like a waterfall. Is it like upward curving? Like how does it like end? Like the end
what body of water? What large body of
itself?
Let me ask you something. What large body of water have you ever seen that doesn't have some type of shoreline?
Okay.
It's just a simple question. Have you ever seen a large body of water without a
no.
Yeah, exactly. So there probably is a shoreline based on everything you. Now you haven't been able to go out and check yourself. And if I asked you, do you have the funds or the willingness to go out and check? Would you go out and check? How would you know if you don't go out and check? If the people that should be telling you the information. No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. How would one know without going to check if you cannot trust the people who have been giving you information so far? That's what I'm asking you. Like, how would you know without going to check if all of the information you've been receiving is coming from people who are giving you bad data?
And to you, does it have an edge or doesn't have an edge?
How would you know? How would anybody know, dude, without going to check? All we can do is base. All we can do is base what we know on what we already can confirm, right? So if there's never been a large body of water witnessed without a shoreline, you could probably guess that there should be a shoreline around the largest bodies of water, right? Holding in the water.
Okay,
water needs containment, right?
Like pure sophistry, honestly.
No, it's not.
It is. Like
if you haven't witnessed it in reality, how
yes or no question, and you start like figurative like things, and you start asking me.
How else would it be? How else would it be? You're asking me a question that you know of no other way to figure out an answer for it without going out to sea. And if you found one,
yes, but then
you can come back with confirmation, with verifiable confirmation, whether or not it's a fact or not. But you're asking a question.
I don't know. I'm asking you, like
who have regular jobs, who went to school just like you, and believed that the Earth was curving because people told them so. Then, when they go out to confirm whether or not that's a fact, they find out that it's not true. Now you ask us, is there an edge? How would we know without going to go and find out, buddy? That's my question to you. What kind of a question is that?
Let's ask him the same question. Do you believe in a globe?
No, well, who? Sorry?
Do you, Harry, do you believe that Earth is a sphere?
I know the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, where is the edge of the universe?
The edge, it doesn't like have an edge.
Oh, really? How is possible that you have a universe and you cannot edge?
Oh, yeah?
You have a globe and you don't have edge. How is that possible?
He doesn't know any of that stuff. He's just saying things. He hasn't confirmed any of that, nor can
you don't know like the scale of things.
You can't prove anything that you're saying.
It's the same question.
I was asking you, like, does the Earth have an edge? So you don't know. That's what
we don't know.
Said.
Yeah, we don't know.
Could have been like an answer without like being angry and shouting on.
Do you know? Does Earth? Do you know? I don't know. Do you know? Does Earth has edge? I'm asking you. You ask us. Does Earth has some edge?
We said we don't know. Then it doesn't.
No. Let's say that Earth is
like it's
why flat Earth should have edge?
I don't know. Like if I imagine a flat plane, then it needs like to.
And how you imagining that flat plane?
Well, I don't know. Like it's just flat as you described. So like somewhere, if you go one direction, then it should end. No, I don't know. Like how does it work?
Somewhere what? You're speaking about directions, not about the Earth. What is that flat Earth? What you're talking about? What is that in your mind? Can you describe?
Yes, just like a table, but it extends in all directions. I don't know, like how far. I'm asking how far does it extend in one direction?
You think that we think that Earth is a table?
I don't know, like how flat.
What about mountains and
maybe
what
like
about mountains? What about mountains, hills?
Yes, it has terrain, but
what about oceans?
Ultimately, like.
What about oceans?
Okay, I didn't.
Okay, what is the ocean?
What is an ocean?
Yeah. How many oceans we have in the world?
Oh, that is the Atlantic,
that's the easy question.
Pacific.
It's one. It's one ocean.
Yeah, it's all connected, but.
Yeah, if water is connected there where it's connecting, is it changing something there where it's connected?
Sorry, what?
Does change something where it's connected? Pacific with Atlantic, Atlantic with Indian Ocean, and Indian with Atlantic. Where they are connecting, is there change something? Or we can call that one ocean?
I don't think so.
Is it that one ocean?
Maybe yes, but like different characteristics.
Yes. I will say.
Like
I will say yes. Okay. I will say yes. An ocean now. Is it ocean river or ocean? It's ocean. How we will describe river? How river looks like and how ocean look like?
I mean, like river has like a width that is incomparable to its length, and it's flowing, so it's the water moves in some direction.
Does the ocean doing the same thing like river?
No, not exactly. Maybe there are like some currents, but it's not the same. The river like flows in one direction.
Is it maybe possible that ocean is not contained, that it's going away like a river?
Okay.
So ocean need to be contained.
Okay.
So do we want to call the edge of the ocean edge, or you want to call where you want to go?
Honestly, I want to go home by now. Like I'm so done. Like with this.
Yeah, I described you how the ocean works and how for big bodies of water you need container, and how the edge of that shore, how that its edge. Now we need to travel in every direction. Now when you realize what is the edge? What is the edge of the lake?
The shore?
That's the edge of the flat earth, the shore. If you ask me where is the shore, I don't know, man. Don't blame me, I don't know. How I don't know. Maybe because I'm the only person who realized that there is no measurable curvature in reality. I didn't travel 360 degrees from this point around.
Like, okay, maybe you don't know. Like, doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
But like after all of this, like I honestly, like I want to believe that. I still don't believe that you believe that the Earth is flat, like all of you. I don't know.
You don't need to.
Yeah, you're correct. We don't believe that Earth is flat or globe.
I don't believe that you believe.
Yeah, that's on you. That's on you. But I'm telling you that you're correct. Yeah, we don't believe. We know.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, man. If I see the flat surface in reality and measure flat surface in reality, how I will call that surface?
So belief is not required. Yeah, I see. Belief is not required, bro. I mean, like, do you believe that the sky is blue?
Do you believe?
I know the sky is blue, and I know the Earth is it's curving like is.
No, you don't.
You know it. You know it. Yeah, you know it. You know it. How do you know? How do you know it?
No, you don't.
How do you know it? How do you know?
You believe.
How is it? How is it knowledge? Tell us.
How do you like explain, for example, flights?
No,
from,
no,
Singapore
no, bro. No, not how do you explain is your not how do you explain is not telling us how you have knowledge of the Earth's shape.
Okay.
Not question, knowledge.
Yes, but you cannot explain it either then.
No.
Right. No. Listen, it should start off like this. I know the Earth is a sphere because of, and then you fill in the blank.
Sorry?
So when I asked you for your knowledge of the Earth's shape as being a globe, right, or a sphere, you started asking me a question. You started asking me a question, bro. Your sentence should have started off like this. I know the Earth is a sphere because...
Done. Not because of silence, because of...
Because of, like, there is no other explanation to how the sun orbits the Earth. Flights go in both directions to the same place. Yep. To seeing like the sails of a ship before seeing like the frontal like part of a ship coming like out of the horizon.
we checked that. We checked that before. We showed you observation that's not happening.
You show me like pictures or something like
pictures
from the internet. You showed me like a picture like 52 miles.
Are you from Norway? Are you from Norway?
No, but I've been to Sweden and I've seen like the midnight sun and I've seen like the northern lights.
You just need to make elevation profile of your country, you know. When you do that, do not use flat base and you will be okay. Okay? Then you will understand
like, Sasha, I'm gonna ask you like a question if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Only you like to answer, like no one else to intervene. Okay. So how do you explain like flights from Singapore, for example, to San Francisco, and other flights from San Francisco, for example, to Dubai, and from Dubai to San Francisco, like, go in opposite directions.
Okay, San Francisco, Dubai. Now, when I will tell you something, that I will speak about that flight first. But in that moment, when the aeroplane, when take the flight San Francisco, Dubai, in the same moment, in that moment, at least 20,000 other airplanes are in the air, and they are going in every direction. Understand me?
Okay.
But doesn't matter that thing, like gases, you know, going in every direction, you know, left, right, you know, every direction, because it is like that, because you can see it. It's for sure 20,000 of them, not one aeroplane, not one flight, 20,000 flights in every direction. And now they are going, you know, they are counting on the rotation and they are counting on the curvature. Do you understand? Going in every direction. That means the aeroplane, in the same moment when it's going from the Singapore or from the San Francisco to Dubai, or Dubai to San Francisco, that's two airplanes going in it's opposite direction, but they are accounting in the same way around the sphere. Then they're flying above that elevation profile. What I wanted to tell you, they're flying above all USA. That means USA we have mountains. That mountains has the baseline flat with the sea level. That's how you measure the elevation profile of the land. Then they cross the Atlantic. That means sea level, all flat water. Then again they coming to crossing the Africa or whatever, maybe they're Europe, I don't know. And again elevation profile, mountains, about the sea level, and they're coming to Dubai. That's how it's work.
Okay, thank you.
They are not going around the sphere because there is no sphere in reality. There is that flat water and the ground above that water. That's the Earth. Where it's finishing, how the look likes around, man, I don't know. I don't know even how it look like down in the South Africa. I was not there, but I was in Europe, but I cannot tell you the shape of the Europe. I was in 10 countries of Europe. I can tell only that what I saw on the map and tell, look, the Italy, it's like a big, big boot. Not that Italy is big boot. I can post you that, on GPS. When you're walking from the North Italy to the sea level, you change elevation in 400 kilometers, maybe only.
Yes, and how does GPS work?
How GPS work? Now I will show you. Just a second.
No,
I'm using.
Can you
yeah, I will explain to you how it's working for me. That means I'm going to Google Map. I put the town on my Google Maps, and I go to holiday, and I arrive in that town. Can you imagine? That means that it's working. Do you understand, Harry? I reach the destination.
Yes, but do you believe the GPS is based on the?
Yeah, I will tell you what is. I will show you on which is. Yeah, I will show you on which is based now with the picture. Okay. With the GPS from the Google Maps, it's not that I made that. That's GPS. Google made that. Okay.
Well, yes,
this is in Holland, and I put it like a walking, not going with a car, but walking distance. Just a second, I need to find screenshots. Oh, Jesus. Give me a sec.
Take your time. 2, 3, 5. 75 over 300 over 6 over 10. That's 135. 26 14. 26.
Okay. There it is. This is in Holland, from Eindhoven to Amsterdam. The distance is 127 kilometers. And there is a graph of the elevation profile.
Sorry, like you said, 100 to what?
127 kilometers. That's from the Google. Google Map, that navigation, you can travel with it, you can walk all this way, and then it will show you also the pictures where you are walking, streets, everything, and its elevation profile. Look at that, from -5 meters to 19 meters. That's how that surface look like in 127 kilometers.
Yep.
Yeah, that means that 24 meters elevation change in 127 127 kilometers.
Maybe because like Holland is flat, just like Hungary or parts of Austria or anything.
Mm-hmm. Like Florida, like Kansas, like Bolivian Salt Lake, like Utah Salt Lake, like that Australian Salt Lake, like all valleys like that. You mean?
Not all, like some parts are flat.
No. Yeah, so some parts are flat, some parts are hills. But where are parts curved?
Yeah.
Where are the curved parts?
You cannot see it like from where you are.
You cannot see it. I show you now what GPS showing in 127 kilometers. There is no curvature, man. It should be curved there.
Yeah, it has to be exponential as well. You to achieve the sphericity that you're talking about, that the globe professor
That's not exponential.
Oh, yes, it is. Or you'd have a slope.
Yes, you have a slope. It's exponential
curve.
only
It's
if
going to
you...
be an exponential curve that creates fear.
Yeah, it's a cumulative.
It's only 127 kilometers locally flat.
Yes, and like the difference between -5
only 127 kilometers. You cannot
-5 and 19 is like 24 meters. 24 meters is like about 70 feet, right?
Yeah. On 16
yes,
kilometers.
Feet
That's the measurement for that's the measurement for 16 kilometers, not for 127. Look now how much curvature you have on 127. That's 90 miles, huh?
127. It's like less than 90, I guess. I'm not sure. 127 times 1 plus 1 times 2 is 5. It's about 79 miles.
Like how much curvature on 79 miles? Elevation. How much elevation will change on the sphere on 79 miles? That's the question for you. How much elevation will change on 79 miles on the sphere with the radius of 3,159 miles?
So it's about like over a kilometer and kilometer 25, something like that.
So I told you there is elevation change about 25 meters, and you're telling me there should to be 1,000 meters of elevation change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay. So, but after that, like after you believe the Earth is flat, then you cannot explain anything else, like the sun and everything. Like,
let's put it like, if we play math now, how would that percentually would be?
Then we don't know. We just don't know.
Let's play math now. How much percentually that would be error if it's true? And it is true. That's 1,025 meters. 1,000 meters. How much error is that?
Yes, it's very large, but I told you like
400% error. It's not 0.0. It's not that 6 over 6 R.
One second. Okay, sorry, what were you saying?
Should I say more than what I presented to you?
So, point over.
You said GPS. I said, look what GPS is doing when I am traveling. Every time I'm reaching the destination, and plus you can see on the phone the streets, everything live, and plus it's giving you graphically also how, and plus it's calculating you also elevation profile. Beautiful app, man. That GPS.
Yep.
But it's nothing nothing spherical there. Just practical, very practical.
So I just did the thing. Yeah, it's saying like the elevation difference is that is minus 4 meters to 19 meters, yes. And you are like from 91 meters above mean sea level to 109 meters above mean sea level. So as I was saying, like it's the elevation difference, it's not the
It's not the curvature, yeah, we know.
So yes, it's the terrain, and the terrain is like from 91 meters to 109.
Yeah, terrain, above the sea level.
So yes.
Yeah. Like also small hill, 20 meters hill in middle of USA.
Yep.
Always above the sea level. That 20 meters also. But sea level is there. Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah. Find elevation profile with the curve base, and we will speak. Find me that one. Any elevation profile with the curved base. What should to be? That's the spherical geometry, and then we will speak. In other ways, it's
okay.
I am presenting to you.
For a place that is like flat, like the place that is like the same, has the same elevation everywhere, so we can observe like the drop. We predicted like a drop.
We can predict a drop.
Yeah, I know Hungary is like flat.
Yeah, we have prediction for a drop. It's 1.22 miles for 1 foot observer height. That's the prediction.
That's 0.013.
Yeah, that's
over
the 1.
Like, yes, over like 60 miles, I think. So like over 6, but over 6, over 10 miles. Oh, sorry, it's not that over 6, because like it's not linear.
It's not linear. What is not linear? Angles are not linear.
No, for example, like the problem is the distance is too small, like, and even any difference in elevation like will contradict like the thing. So maybe if I do like, for example, from Germany to South Africa or something.
Observation.
So yes, using like Google Maps.
Mm-hmm. Do you want from Chile? That's 4,000 kilometers. Showing the same thing. Mountains and baseline, 4,000 kilometers. And it's on the sea. Because it's Chile, you know. It's not connected with the sea all that long from the north to the south.
Okay, it's saying about 7 kilometers, like over 11,800 kilometers. Well, whatever, like, honestly, I got fed up. I'm not gonna go through it all.
No, don't go through that. If you want to believe in a globe, do not look into geometry more. Just stop to look into geometry.
Because I have other things like to do currently, like right now. Honestly, I was like talking to you like.
No, it's about geometry, man. In reality,
while
it's
doing
not
other
that
things,
even.
that's fine.
Yeah, that's what people told you. Also, you need to check for yourself. It's not that somebody will convince you or something, you know.
And what do you do like in real life, Sasha? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm homeless.
Really?
No, I'm joking. Nothing. I'm retired father.
Okay. Cool.
I'm not working anymore. Yeah, I stopped to work 2 years ago.
Retired. I see.
Yeah, my wife put me in retirement, not the state.
Yes. Sorry, like if I come up like a bit rude or something. Like I'm a bit
No,
to be honest.
It's all right. You're okay. There are so many other people. Don't worry. At the end, I don't want to change nobody's beliefs, you know. That's not my I think other people is the same. They want to give this information and that's it. But people like, I don't know, to fight and this
The issue is not
topic
like misinformation. Like the Earth is spherical. Like maybe I cannot prove it to you right now because I'm a bit drunk. I'm a bit misinformed. Like I don't have the knowledge like to prove it.
For me, it's like this. Nobody can prove it to me anymore. It's finished. You know.
Yes, I understand. Like as long as it works for you, then.
It's not that somebody need to prove it to me. I prove it to myself. I made it. You don't need to make research for me. You know, I made all that researches. I was everywhere, man. That's me. You know. And
yes,
it's like
yes.
It's like, I don't want to tell you. You know what? You must. No, you don't need to do anything. This is the stuff what we spoke about the geometry. That's the stuff. And if you don't want to believe in that, whatever, it's on you at the end. It's not. Yeah, like people say, it will not change. It will change, or it will not change. Doesn't matter. At the end, it will change, or it will not change your life. It changed my life. I can say yes in a sense of only knowing something, and I feel better now. Only that. Even nothing changed in the world. You know, the world is still that what it is. You know.
Yeah.
But I feel better. That I can say.
I see. It's my first time, like, honestly, getting drunk on a Monday. Like, it's so bad. I have things to do tomorrow, and I'm still, like, not right in the head.
Sometimes you cannot look into this because of social pressure. It depends. Everything depends, you know. If you're a teacher, it's not so easy to be teacher and to speak about this thing, you know, because it's not easy.
Yes. Do you, like, come here often?
Yeah, I could say in the last 5 years.
Okay, maybe like we will meet.
This is new.
Tomorrow.
This is new.
Tomorrow, like you will meet. Yes.
It's connected with the original one 24/7 Flat Earth. There is 3 servers now. There are. My English.
Do you know like how sea level is defined, like in aviation? Like just a fun fact.
Hey, Captain, you don't get to treat it as being horizontal, but say that it's a curving surface. All right, bro. So if it's a curving surface, you're going to have to come forth with practical demonstration by means of direct measurement. Give us that. Yeah, it does require demonstration because all my definitions are from demonstration. Right? The surface of liquid at rest is a standard used in engineering and building by which you can establish horizontal. So you're talking at two sides of your mouth. You're saying in one instance, level means horizontal. But in another instance, it means this other different thing. It means equidistant from the center of a ball. You go ahead and show us how that definition is true. Thanks. I'll wait. Yeah, or confirming to the curvature of the earth. Yeah, what curvature of the earth? Do you mean like natural undulation, like hills, valleys, that sort of thing? Or is this other imaginary curvature of the earth that things conform to? Because you can actually clearly see when you compare like the surface of something with the surface of liquid at rest, you can see that there's a difference between those two things, if there is any. Like one might be curving, like the thing that you're comparing the thing you're comparing with the surface of liquid at rest to be curving, and that will be clear in contrast with the surface of the liquid. So is the surface of liquid at rest conforming to the curvature of the earth, Captain? Talking here, don't talk in the text. It's chat. Talking here, open your mic. No, bro, talk in here. Stop talking in the side chat. Talk in here. Respond in here, please. Open up your mic, please, Captain Edge. Right, so you can have something called a water level. There'll be a clear tube filled with water or some other liquid, right? Clear liquid. And you can have the two ends, right, of that water tube so there'll be two surfaces of the liquid that's inside the tube, at one end and at the other end, distance apart. Right, so that the level of the water inside the tube will be at the same height in a straight line. Right, this is how engineers and builders use it. Right, so you can mark one. You can put a mark on a surface at one end of the water level, and then a mark where the surface of the liquid is at the other end of the water level. And a straight line, right? That's horizontal, and each point along that line is the same height. For you, according to your definition, it wouldn't be a straight line, and they wouldn't be all. It wouldn't be a straight line. It'd be a curved line, right? Compared to a straight line, there's points on between the two points. Every other point between those 2 points would not be at the same height. So go ahead and respond in here, please, in the VC. In the VC, bro. In the VC. Open your mic. No, you actually don't, Alminator. You don't. How about you two? You two, Alminator. Open up your mic, please. Talk in here. You don't have horizontal on a globe Earth. There is no such thing. Now you can redefine it and give horizontal a new meaning, just like you've given the word level a new meaning, an extra meaning. It doesn't mean it overrides all the other definitions that have been used for centuries. Okay? But you'd have to give it a new meaning because by definition, by demonstration, horizontal has a specific meaning. Right? All points along a horizontal line will be perpendicular to vertical. Right? But with what you want to call horizontal, a tangent plane on your sphere, not all points along your line will be perpendicular to vertical. In fact, there's only one point along your line where it will be perpendicular to vertical. You cannot treat that line as horizontal at all points along it. Because as soon as you go to measure vertical, it won't be perpendicular to that line anymore. Therefore, making your line no longer horizontal. So it's not a horizontal line. So horizontal lines are not points, they're lines or planes. And they must be treated as such. And they will be such because you can actually measure what is perpendicular to that surface or to that line or to that plane, and it will be perpendicular to vertical. That will define it as being, that will tell you that it is horizontal. Or you could use your water level, or you could use your spirit level, right? Will be parallel with the plane of the horizon. Yeah, come on, open up your mic, guys. Use a big text. Keyboard warriors, come in here. Talk. Open your microphone. Yeah, they don't want to talk to me. What?
Hey.
Well, they want to respond in the text chat. They don't want to talk in here in the VC.
I want to talk in here. Hello?
Yeah. Is that the reason you got an angry wife and kids asleep or something? So Alminator, if horizontal, right, is a tangent plane to the Earth's curved surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
But horizontal is also parallel with the plane of the horizon, and the plane of the horizon being where the Earth appears to meet the sky. So that being its part of its makeup is the Earth, right? So the Earth's being horizontal, or your horizon being horizontal, and having the word horizontal derived from the word horizon, because that is literally like from left to right with no elevation change, level, right? How do you square that circle? How do you make those two fit?
I don't know what the problem is actually. So the horizon is something that we see, and if you are at low altitudes, the horizon seems flat.
No, at all altitudes.
Well, I don't agree, but I've seen different things.
Okay, you will not ever, you will never achieve a vantage point where you see the horizon as anything but horizontal.
Was saying that the horizon is horizontal.
You don't get to appeal to other people's claims that you can't demonstrate to be true.
I made my own observation.
So you and me, we will always and only view a marine horizon as being horizontal.
So did you ever fly in an airplane and film the horizon? Or
No, I never filmed it. It was horizontal though.
Well, that's what the definition says that you posted, but I did some real world measurements. I took pictures from outside the airplane window, and it doesn't seem. I can't connect the word horizontal to what I've seen. What I've seen is a horizon that isn't flat.
Can you post them?
Sure.
And it was outside of the aircraft?
No. I'm not outside of the aircraft when I'm flying in the aircraft.
Okay, so you were looking through glass?
Yep.
So you got to take into account the lens of your camera, and you've got to take into account any other medium the light has to pass through between the camera lens and the distant object.
Yep. And I've heard that argument very often, and therefore I not only took a picture from 40,000 feet flight level, but also on the ground. And you know what? It looked different. So let me search my pictures.
And can you honestly answer that it's exactly what it looked like to your eyes as well?
Well, what my camera sees, my camera doesn't make any corrections based on altitude.
Is it what your eyes saw without a lens in front of them?
Partly, yes. So some of the pictures that I've taken with my camera look more curved than what I see with my eyes. And therefore, I'm using a tool which is objective and not is using my subjective eye vision to actually do a repeatable measurement. So just let me post the pictures that I'm referring to.
Oh, bro, that is so hazy.
Yeah,
it's not even worth showing.
But you can still see the lines at the airfield.
And that's got cloud, bro. Come on, bro. You seriously think there's a curve there?
Clouds don't curve at that. I can post another picture from another time.
Yeah, because you're gonna say that the clouds are forming a curve? Come on, bro. Talking about the Earth's surface here.
If a cloud would be
water,
perfectly
liquid,
sphere shaped. Oh look, I have a picture which is not that hazy from the destination airport. I don't think you can use the haze as an excuse to not look at the line, which is.
You don't have a horizon, bro.
I don't need a horizon. I'm just looking.
That's what we were talking about, bro.
No, we are talking about.
Like, no, this guy's going to piss me off.
Yeah, you gotta stop at the bro.
This guy's going to piss me off. Someone else take it.
If you look at the center of the picture, it's a straight line at the ground.
Did you know that Earth is actually flat?
Straight line.
Did you know that Earth is actually flat and it's on the
Not
back
that
of three
again.
three elephants?
I'm not going for straw manning flat Earth. I'm just.
All right, you didn't show her. You did not show a horizon.
I don't need a horizon. I'm just showing
That's
you.
what we were talking about. You said you had pictures of a horizon that is curving.
Yes, and I showed you.
You didn't show a horizon.
You showed me a picture. It's not a horizon.
You can go back to from my time. It says 2211. The second picture. It's a picture of the horizon from an airplane at cruise altitude.
No, it's not. It's not where the Earth and the sky appear to meet.
So where's the horizon in that second picture from 22?
There is none.
There's none. Okay.
Just a question of mine. Just a question of mine. If flat is Earth, like flat, or if Earth is flat, it means like it's like a brick. It has like a brick type of structure. What type of structure it has? Or it's like literally flat. In your vision.
You're talking about me? To me? Or?
No, I'm with T-Dub, like, who is saying like, Earth is flat. Like, it has a structure of a brick, so if you can, like, or it's just literally flat. If it's literally flat, how water, like, holding?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Like, okay, you have flat Earth. How you hold the water in such a structure?
Well, I don't know about you, but as far as I've ever experienced, right, whenever the water stops, it meets a shoreline.
I mean, like, above. I'm talking about above. Not like on the corners. Like, how you hold the water on the bottom. Where is your bottom of water?
What are you talking about? Bottom of what? The ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bottom of the ocean. Yeah, so water sits inside cavities.
No, not inside. Like how you hold it on the bottom side. If you don't have any center.
What?
You have ocean. You have an ocean. You have an ocean. You have bottom of an ocean. In a structure, if you're spherical structure, all goes to the center of Earth. In spherical structure, so everything goes to the center. Okay, it's understandable. How holds the water in a flat structure?
Yeah, basins, just like in reality. Like cavities, containers, areas within which the...
So you have a structure. So Earth is not flat. It has a structure of a brick.
So the water's surface is horizontal.
It doesn't work like that in the real world. Okay,
right? And then changes in elevation of land can contain that water.
But actually, it's not. Right. It will go outside easily.
So so it doesn't need a shoreline. Right, so it doesn't need a shoreline, according to you. Yeah, that's what you're saying. That Earth's water does not need to have shorelines.
What like shorelines even like means in this context? It like has no fucking sense.
Yeah, because in reality, water collects into areas, right, where the edges are surrounding it, right, are going to be higher than that water's surface, than the amount of volume of the water.
So it means like Earth is not flat in your context.
No, the surface of the water is horizontal, planar, flat.
Okay, how you will hold enough water for a huge amount of people? You like have infinity structure of Earth. Like your Earth doesn't have any end, or it's so big like that you can even imagine it. Like let's assume like you have a flat Earth and you have to hold all this water. How you hold all this water, and like if you don't have like a normal shoreline in your context, it's not like has structure of a container at all, and it's not big enough to holding the water in the like surface. Okay, you have a bigger structure. So Earth is not flat; it's like has a structure of a brick or something that looks like a brick or a container.
A brick? Did you say a brick?
It doesn't really matter. Triangle, square, whatever. Choose whatever.
No, you misunderstand, because flat's an adjective and a description of a surface. It's also an orientation, right? Horizontal, level. So I'm not describing the Earth's shape. I'm just describing one aspect
what type of shape?
of
Okay,
its surface.
In your opinion, what type of shape has like Earth?
Say again?
What type of shape Earth has?
I don't know. I don't claim to know the shape of the Earth.
How it can be flat in the same time you don't know what type of shape it has.
Why not? Why can't I know the shape and know that the surface of water is flat?
No, I mean entire Earth. How you can have flat Earth at the same time you don't know like shape of it.
Yeah, why not? Why is that impossible?
It's the same time of some assumption like saying like Santa Claus exists.
No, that's like that's the globe is literally like saying Santa Claus exists. Oh, there's pictures of him.
I mean,
yeah,
you have okay. Oh, I understand. I understand now. I understand the entire point of this server. Okay, good. Yeah, yeah. Spherical Earth. It's a myth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. So we have a flat Earth which stands on 3 elephants and 2 tortoises. Too big enough to hold it.
What are you talking about, bro? I'm just letting you know that the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. Now we don't care about like surface of water, whatever, blah blah blah. Do you know that flat Earth stands on 3 elephants and 2 tortoises?
No, I don't make that claim. That's a ridiculous claim.
You did not. I'm not saying you did. You said it. I mean, like it's ordinary.
Well, I don't have to appeal to anybody else's claim. I'm not appealing to.
It's actually true in the first place. I mean,
I'm appealing to demonstrable reality. Nobody can demonstrate what you're talking about elephants and turtles.
Easily. I can draw it for you. If you want, I can draw it for you, like easily. Give me a second.
No, you can't demonstrate its reality.
It's reality. How you can know like it's not reality in the first place? How you can
No, bro. You're not going to last long here, bro, if you're going to continue on down that ridiculous path.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, GG. Yeah, it's it all well and good. So you can mock people, right? You can say, "Oh, does it sit on a turtle and or on elephants on the back of a turtle and all that sort of thing?" But no, we're not making any such claims. How about you go and demonstrate what you think they demonstrate? Well, tell us first. What do you think?
It's literally truth in the first place. I mean, it's actual reality. It's like Earth stands. It's flat. It's flat. You can see in a picture. It's like it has like some bottom.
Yeah, that's just a cartoon, bro. That's just a picture. It's not real. All right.
It exists in Sanskrit. It exists in Sanskrit.
Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed about the globe?
Your theory doesn't even exist. I mean, like, I'm actually proved your what you're saying is actually true. Your Earth actually has a bottom line. It has like some shape. It doesn't exist like in terms of, it's not like spherical. It's half spherical or whatever shape it is. So it's actually pretty flat. At the same time, it was proved in Sanskrit.
I think you might be embarrassed about what you actually believe. And what you probably actually believe is that the Earth is a sphere. And that everything that you've been told about the Earth is true. And you probably never challenged it, never thought about it. Now, if you want to have a decent conversation about it, we're open to that. We're interested in a conversation about why you would think that the Earth is a sphere, despite your experience of reality telling you different. We're open to that sort of discussion. We're not open to ridiculous claims about the Earth being on the back of a turtle or on the back of elephants or the back of scorpions or whatever else you want to come up with. That's just ridiculous. We're not making such claims. We're talking about with what you directly experience in reality and what you can observe, what you can measure, what you can demonstrate to be true. And as for anybody else here, if they think that they have empirical evidence of the Earth's shape or the geometric qualities of its surface being curved, then go right ahead and present that. So far, I have not seen any, didn't get any from Almanator. Why can't you speak with us in the voice chat? Captain Edgelord? Or Edgewise? Okay, that's fair. Let you off the hook. Almanac, believe it or not, that's not a straw man. Right? That's the, if you were to. Hello, who have we got? That's got an open mic. Cryosec. Welcome in, mate.
Hey.
Hello. You come to discuss this topic?
Yeah, I'm here to listen.
You just want to listen?
What is the topic exactly?
Well, this is a flat Earth channel, so of course we're going to discuss the geometric properties of the Earth's surface. So many of us here are going to inform you that it's observably and measurably and practically used as flat. But we understand.
You think the Earth is flat?
It's not that I think it, it's that I observe it to be, and you can measure it to be, and you practically use it to be as that, right?
And how is that?
Well, when we observe the surface of water and large bodies of water, and particularly when it's at rest, it looks flat, horizontal, it's level. It's a standard used in engineering and construction, right? The surface of liquid being flat in order to establish horizontal planes of reference. Yep.
Yeah.
The horizon is also another natural standard for horizontal that we've been given.
So why are they saying that it's not flat?
But it's a belief. It's a belief, isn't it? People believes there's things that there's reasons they give you, but they can't demonstrate any of those reasons to be true. They can't demonstrate the Earth's surface to actually be curving in order to claim that whatever derivative that they present to you, they can't demonstrate that to be true. Because in order for that to be true, the surface of the Earth would have to be curving. But nobody provides us any direct measurement of it.
And why is that?
Because they can't, because it's flat.
So if it's flat, why is they just don't say it's flat?
Because they have a very deeply ingrained belief about it being, the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah.
You'll find, if you listen long enough, you'll find that all the reasons we're given why people say it's a sphere, it's fallacious in reasoning. It'll be circular reasoning, it'll be affirming the consequent, it'll be a single cause fallacy, some logical fallacy of some kind. Yeah.
So what's
and it'll be inference. There'll be inference, a lot of inference, and no actual practical direct measurement of the Earth's surface.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Almanator? You spoke?
You said it's fallacious reasoning that we provide, we non-flat earthers. So what was fallacious about the pictures that I posted?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I was talking to my wife.
You just said we provide fallacious arguments, we non-flat earthers. So my question is, what was fallacious about the pictures that I posted?
But it didn't demonstrate anything. Didn't show anything. Didn't show any Earth curvature. Didn't show the Earth as a sphere. Okay, so a cloud bank with with a sky in the background. That's not Earth curve. That's not the Earth. That's not a demonstration of anything. It's not a measurement. Right?
What is a measurement?
A measurement. So a measurement would be actually showing that there is a consistent and progressive increasing distance between the Earth's surface and horizontal plane of reference. With distance, over distance. So drop over distance.
So you want to see things disappearing behind the horizon with distance?
No, that's going to be another inference that you'll make.
I'm just asking what you are asking for.
No, that not using a third object. So you just need a horizontal plane of reference or a horizontal line of reference, and
you're horizontal.
You're not going to be inferring that the Earth is curving with a visual or an optical effect or anything like a boat appearing to be cut.
So I took a lot of pictures, not only from airplanes, but also from a coastline, which I'm living near. I'm just asking what you are actually asking for.
So I think I described it pretty well. All right. So you have a horizontal line or plane of reference that extends out from a point. Now, with the distance along that line or plane, right, showing that with distance, right. So with distance over that horizontal line or plane, there will be an increasing distance between that plane and the Earth's surface in the vertical.
Mm-hmm. I can give you a picture of that.
No, I don't want a picture. I want a measurement.
So what's the unit of measurement that you are expecting?
You can do it in millimeters, centimeters, meters, or inches, feet.
To measure curvature.
Right, because the distance between the horizontal plane of reference and the Earth's surface will increase over distance. So at 1 mile, it'll be 8 inches. At 10 miles, it'll be 66 feet.
That's the geometrical curvature.
So if you have a horizontal plane extending out, like as a tangent, from a point on the surface of a sphere, right? If that sphere has a radius value of 3,959 miles, if you go out 1 mile and then drop straight down, perpendicular to that horizontal plane of reference until it touches the surface of the Earth, that's going to be 8 inches. Right, then you go out to 10 miles along that horizontal plane of reference, and then do the same thing until it touches the surface. You're going to get a distance of 66 feet.
So you're talking about a geometrical ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Right, that would be a direct measurement showing that is actually the case. That is the reality.
That's a geometrical.
Yeah, because this is a
property.
That the Earth is of a specific shape and a specific size.
Mm-hmm. If you ignore what happens in the atmosphere, you're right.
So are you telling me that it hasn't been done? Or it can't be done? Like, What are you saying?
I say it can't be done because we have air between our eyes or our
So
camera.
you're telling me, okay, I don't care why you think because. You're just telling me, right? I'm just interested in the can it be, right? You said no, it can't be done. Okay, we can't measure the Earth's surface to be curving. So there is no there's no empirical substantiation, or verification, or validation for the Earth being a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles.
Well, there is, but you can't just say we need to see the pure geometric properties. We need to take into account.
We need to measure it. This is how these values should have been derived. You would assume, right, that if someone can say with absolute certainty that the Earth has a specific shape and has a specific size, that it must have been directly measured.
So what do you mean with X directly measured?
Like I said, measuring the distance between a horizontal plane of reference and the surface of the Earth, progressively increasing over distance.
But that's not
like at 1 mile, 8 inches, at 10 miles, 66 feet. Measuring that difference between the horizontal plane and the Earth's surface.
But it's not a direct measurement. That's a calculation. If you look at something,
that's right. It's all it is. It's a calculation at this point. Nobody has presented us practical, direct measurement of that being reality.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you what you expect to see when you are asking for direct measurement.
I would have expected this to have been the way that the value of the Earth, the values of the Earth's size, was obtained.
Yeah, but
through direct measurement.
Objects that we see in the distance.
Well, then how did we get the values? That's for the Earth's size.
Regardless
of calculation.
Yes.
A calculation of what?
Calculation of the drop, and compare it to what we see.
So it's not a measurement then. So it's not a direct measurement.
An indirect measurement.
It's an indirect measurement. I want direct measurement because that's the only way that it should have been obtained.
I'm asking you what you.
Right. I'm not going to. If a carpenter comes in to build and fill a space in my house, or to measure a certain aspect of my house or an object in my house, and I'm not going to expect him to want to just do it solely through calculations and see if the visuals match his calculation. Going to get out a tape measure, right, and start directly measuring places.
So how would you do a tape measure of curvature?
Yeah. So you're going to have a horizontal plane of reference of some kind, right?
So how do you do a tape measure? How are you using a tape measure to measure curvature? I'm asking you.
Well, you're not necessarily going to use a tape measure, bro, but you're going to use something that can be established as a horizontal plane of reference.
How do you do that?
Which is ironic because of liquid is used to establish horizontal planes of reference. The surface of liquid at rest itself is a horizontal plane of reference.
So, dude, you've never seen somebody shoot a swale or level your yard or have a transit level out where they're holding a tape measure from the ground up and a laser hits it on the line, and that's the horizontal plane between you and the laser. You've never seen that before?
I do.
Oh, okay. So there's your tape measure. That's how you use it. So if you keep moving farther away from that laser, you should get more and more numbers on, and it's longer tape measure, right? Pointing up.
So you think laser?
No, it's not what I think. I'm asking you, isn't that how it works?
Lasers.
Your post holes will have to get deeper and deeper, and your posts will have to get longer and longer.
So lasers verifiably don't follow straight lines. Yeah, you can laugh.
Do you guys break this guy? Now we don't
not
use lasers to shoot straight lines.
Right. Not overload.
Yeah, okay. I get it, dude. You're all broken. You're just anything for your reality to fit. You're like straight lines are actually curved. There is no such thing. Everything is curving, right?
I never said straight lines are curved. I'm just saying lasers don't follow straight lines.
Of course they don't.
You have seen many videos of this effect presented in this chat. If not, you can scroll back.
So there'd be a measurement of it. So if you shoot a laser out, right, and you determine from its should be a target, right? You can determine based on the source being level, right, and the laser's light's path should theoretically, right, hit a certain point in the distance, right, and it should be at a certain orientation and a certain height, right. If it doesn't meet that, then you can not calculate. You can measure, right, where it did hit. And you can say, okay, the light's path deviated this much from the source.
How do you determine that the point where the laser hits the wall in 1 mile is perfectly aligned with your horizontal laser? What reference are you using? Or maybe you are relying on the fact that
you only need to be close enough to blow up a ship. Is that good enough for you? You only need to be that close. You don't need to be exactly on. You only need to be close enough to blow up a ship.
I'm not aware of blowing ships, so that's.
Oh, you don't know how the military uses lasers for targeting?
I'm not a military guy, no.
Okay, so they do. So you only have to be that close. Close enough for government work.
How close is that?
I don't know, at a mile, probably 10 feet. Up or down.
That's a huge distance.
Sniper rifles, there's such thing as laser targeting on handheld weaponry as well. Are you saying that's unreliable?
So how far do snipers shoot?
Is it unreliable?
It's not
the newest record. You ask a question and keep talking. The newest record is 4 miles.
Mm-hmm. So a huge 4 miles. And from this 4 miles sniper thingy, you derive that Earth is flat. You derive that from a 4 mile laser measurement, you can also have a perfect laser measurement of 40 miles or 100 miles or whatever. Is that your point?
Yep, we don't see around the ball. We see straight ahead on a flat surface.
Assuming a flat surface.
I mean, the Earth's not curving.
Well, I would disagree, but okay.
No, you can't disagree. That's how you get angles of elevation. You have to be standing on a flat surface. Then you get an angle to something in the sky. You can't do that from the surface of a ball.
I can stand on a mountain with a tilted surface, and I can still do a elevation angle measurement.
Yeah, we went through that in the side chat.
And you can't make angles from the surface of a ball. So if you move the surface of the ball up to the top of the mountain, you still have the ball you're standing on. You have a bumpy ball. You can't make an angle from that. You can't make an angle from the surface of a ball.
I don't need to make an angle to the surface of anything. I just
sure you do.
Put my spirit level.
Yep.
It shows me what horizontal is.
Yeah, that's because it's perpendicular and horizontal. That you can only have those on a flat surface. You can't have that on a ball. There's no such thing as horizontal on a ball or vertical on a ball.
Spirit level just shows me
Exactly.
what horizontal
It's
is.
parallel to the plane of the horizon. Parallel to
Spirit level doesn't
rest.
need any horizon. So
No, it will be parallel with
repeat the
it,
definition of
confirming it confirms that your established plane of horizontality is parallel with the Earth's surface.
I don't need any surface.
What?
I told you,
Yes,
I
you
can
do,
stand on
bro.
a mountain.
How do you know what orientation it is then? How do you know what orientation it is then?
It's horizontal.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know that? How do you know it's horizontal?
Foggy area around me. I cannot see anything.
How do you know it's horizontal? How do you know you have a horizontal plane of reference?
Because my spirit level shows me what horizontal is.
How is it forming horizontal?
It just measures what horizontal is. That's what I see.
Well, yeah, why? What's it in reference to? With reference to what? You don't care.
Yes. I just look at my spirit level and it shows me some direction, and that direction is horizontal.
It's going to be parallel with the plane of the horizon, bro.
Yeah, that's your assumption.
That's not an assumption. It is.
It is. You just look at the spirit level.
The horizon is a natural horizontal standard.
The horizon doesn't.
So is the surface of liquid at rest.
See the horizon with my spirit level, and my
doesn't
spirit
matter.
level has no eyes.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's still parallel with the Earth's surface.
That's your assumption.
That's what you're aiming to achieve. Is a parallel plane.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm making an objective measurement. I don't know whether Earth is flat or a sphere or a triangle or a cube. My spirit level just shows me a direction which I interpret as horizontal. I don't need to make any assumption about the surface of the whole Earth when I measure a local horizontal.
So now there's local horizontals. Now there's local flat spots everywhere.
I just told you what I'm measuring.
You're not doing anything. You can't do anything from the surface of a ball. You don't have an up and down. So there. You don't have a horizontal line on the surface of a ball. It's the end for you. You're done. You haven't proved Earth curve yet. Yeah, the sniper debunked you, dude.
So what's wrong with me saying my spirit level shows what horizontal?
Dude, you debunked yourself with the level with the sniper rifle.
What's wrong?
You debunked yourself already when you asked how far they can shoot. You've been debunked. You've been debunked. What, you want to move on to something else? Say, I concede. You're right.
So spirit level.
Yeah, that uses horizontal and vertical. It's parallel to horizontal.
Do you ever hold a spirit level in your hand?
Yeah, it's parallel to horizontal. Can you have parallel circles?
Level and horizontal is the same. So saying level is the same as horizontal and therefore Earth is flat is just a stupid argument.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So levels are curved?
I don't measure curved when I hold a spirit level in my hand.
So it's just locally flat where you're holding the spirit level?
Yeah, because I hold my spirit level in my hand.
So if I move 10 feet over, it really should be off a little bit?
I don't hold a spirit level 10 feet above me. I hold it in my hand.
And then walk 50 feet away. Are you still level with your other one when you walk 50 feet away, or is the other one tilted a little bit?
I can't say that because when I walk 50 miles away, then I have another local horizontal.
Yeah, I'm in Australia. If I establish level with a spirit level, and you do the same where you are our spirit levels parallel with each other?
I can't tell you when I just look at my spirit level.
Right. So they're not. So it could be that one's not horizontal and one is.
Oh, you just described if you're on a ball, two lines shooting out into outer space and intersecting.
Let me address T-Dub's question. So you are holding your spirit level in your hand, and I'm holding
horizontally.
My spirit level in
Yep,
my hand.
and it's horizontal. Yes. If they're both horizontal, then they're both parallel with each other.
No, that's your fallacy.
No, that's the definition. That's by definition. Horizontals are parallel.
No.
Yes.
How do you know my spirit level is parallel to yours? How do you know that?
Because it will be aligned. It will be aligned with horizontal.
Yeah, and how do you know your horizontal measurement is the same?
So if T-Dub comes over to your house and puts his spirit level next to yours and they're touching, are they parallel with each other?
I'm asking T-Dub to...
Well, we're going to get you to admit that there's a certain point where local level doesn't work anymore. If you and T-Dub have your levels right next to each other, are they parallel with each other?
We are not next to each other. T-Dub is in Australia.
I'm moving them. I moved them to a starting point because T-Dub wanted to start at the end, and your imagination doesn't work that far. So we're going to start with you. Listen, dude, I teach people all day long. You can talk over me all you want. I teach people. This is what I do. I do all kinds of shit, and you're not going to talk over me. So if T-Dub runs to your house and stands next to you and puts his level right next to yours, are they parallel with each other?
So are you done with asking totally...
Answer the question, yes or no. Are they parallel with each other?
T-Dub is living in Australia. He is not living next to...
No, I just flew him to your house. He's standing in your living room with you.
Yep.
And he put his level right next to yours. Is it parallel? Are they parallel with each other?
As far as we can measure the difference, yes.
So they're not parallel with each other? They're touching each other. They're stacked on top of each other. Are they parallel?
Sure.
Or they're not? They're not parallel now.
Yeah.
You got one parallel. Yeah, one parallel spirit level stacked on top of another parallel spirit level. What?
If you are asking a question, would you like me to answer or just continue?
You just said you didn't know. Can you say yes or no? They're not parallel, or they are? They are parallel?
I just said yes, so...
Okay, so if I move it 1 inch to the right, are they still parallel with each other?
As far as you can measure the alignment.
So something changed. Something just changed. What changed? I only slid it down. They're still touching each other. I only slid it 1 inch on the top. They're still 6 inch long or whatever length you got. I just moved it. Now there's only 5 inches touching. How do you like that? Are they still parallel with each other?
As far as you can measure, they are parallel.
At first they were parallel. Now I moved it 1 inch and they're still touching each other. I just slid it over a little bit. Now they're not parallel. So building homes doesn't work. So you're saying building houses doesn't work, right?
So you're saying 0.000001 degrees is disturbing.
Who measured that?
I'm addressing his argument. He says...
Yeah, who measured that 0.1 degrees difference?
That's the theory of what happens.
Yeah, who measured it? So no one measured it? Has that ever been measured?
No, because it can't be measured.
Okay, right. So you're just going to use it as a flat and parallel.
A certain distance, yes.
Right.
So 0, not 0.000. You're just going to use 0, not 0.000. You're just going to use single digits. You don't need decimal places, right?
What?
Dude, they're parallel. Okay, so now you know that they're parallel with each other. Now I moved them 20 feet away. Are they still parallel with each other?
Again, as far as you can measure...
Yeah, so that's a yes. They still are parallel with each other because you don't measure any difference.
Right.
Now I moved them. 1,000 miles away from each other, are they still parallel with each other?
No.
Oh, so now they're not parallel with each other. Somewhere they stop being parallel. What's that point where they stop being parallel? That I can all of a sudden measure that.
When you are asking a question, don't you think it makes sense to listen to the answer?
At what point does parallel stop?
Yeah, that means one isn't horizontal anymore, and one is still horizontal.
Do you guys ever heard about measurement precision and what a certain device is able to measure?
Yes, I got all kinds of precision measuring devices. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, who gives a shit, right. You don't.
Yeah, we probably have about 200 CMMs. You know what those are? Look them up.
So do you think a spirit level can measure a precision of 0.1 degrees? Do you know?
You don't have a 0.01 degrees to be able to tell. You don't have. You said nobody's measured that, so you can't appeal to it because it doesn't exist.
I'm asking you whether you think with the spirit level.
If buts and maybes, bro. If buts and maybes, we want to deal with what is actually reality, not what you imagine reality could be.
Do you measure a difference? And I say no because the spirit level.
Right, so no difference. No difference. You measured no difference. Okay, so suddenly at 1,000 miles away, there is a difference, but you still can't measure that difference, can you?
I can't measure a distance of 1,000 miles away when someone holds a spirit level of 1,000 miles away. Because I can't even see the guy.
If both are horizontal, showing horizontal, both are parallel.
Both are not parallel. That's your assumption.
Okay, then you are denying the definition of horizontal.
No.
Yes, you are, because I showed you the definition of horizontal being parallel with the plane of the horizon.
And I just explained to you a few minutes back how saying horizontal is parallel to the horizon doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's where we get horizontal from. What the fuck? It's where we get the orientation of horizontal from. It's perpendicular.
He just threw commercial buildings out. He just threw commercial buildings in the garbage.
Yeah, right.
Commercial buildings.
Crazy.
So do you know, if I have a commercial building of, let's say, 200 meters length, do you know how much curvature we would expect on a globe between one end and the other one?
Yeah, go ahead and measure that globe, bro.
Yeah, there's a formula you can use to figure out how much drop there is on a globe. Yes, there's a formula you can use to figure out how much drop there is on a globe, which they do not use. Which they do not use.
How much curvature do we expect in a 200?
Use your formula. You guys made up a formula. Use it.
I thought you were an expert on the globe.
I'm not doing your math for you. I said use the globe formula you've been given by all your scientists, and then tell us how much drop there is in 200 yards or 200 meters or whatever the fuck you said.
So you don't know.
So you're just telling us that they measure it flat then. Do they measure it flat?
Oh, they shoot it with a transit flat. For all you people listening that have never been to a construction site, that you better be right on the money at that distance. That's a short distance.
So were you on a construction site yet? Professor Troy.
Yeah, I've worked on construction sites.
We build buildings every couple of years where I work, and I'm one of the teams that deal with everything that has to do with putting a company together.
So you're more on the organizing side, not on the...
Oh, dear.
No,
this seems like a side topic.
I'm not telling you what I do for a living.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Debunking the globe.
He just said he's not going to tell you what he does for a living.
So what do you do for a living then?
Okay, so
Almeida, you telling us that your hypothetical curve isn't taken into account over distances of 200 meters, and that they just measure it flat, doesn't help your case.
What about the next 200 meters?
Purposes, it's.
What about the 200 meters
we
after
can
that?
assume it to be flat.
Okay, that's good. So it's flat then. Still not measuring any curve though, are we?
We do, but not.
Where's that?
Meters.
Where's that? Is that in the next 200 meters?
So talking about 200 meters and the next 200 meters and the next 200 meters.
Yeah. So where do we measure the curvature then?
I don't have a clue of what.
Excuse me. You said we measure curvature. So if it's not in a short distance, what distance do we measure curvature then?
In long distances.
So what distance? 5 miles? 10 miles?
Depends on the precision of your measurement device.
Okay, but can you be a little bit more specific? At what distance? With a laser range finding device or a theodolite. Give me a distance that we measure curvature, and you give me the tool that measures that curvature over that distance. You said we do.
I just posted a picture in chat.
I don't want
to. Windmill, which is 20 miles away, please.
Is that a measurement? Is that
20?
Hello. Is that a measurement? This picture.
I asked you how you measure curvature. You couldn't answer. That's.
You said we measure curvature. I asked you at what distance. I was trying to be specific with you so we could get to the end of you giving me the measurement of curvature so we can all pack up and go home. If it's there, show it to me.
So my point is, we can't.
You're not going to show it. Okay.
So you don't want to listen. So you're asking for a measurement, and when I try to.
Yes, I just want the measurement. Are you going to give the measurement? Yes or no?
I can.
Good. Please do.
Oh, then we can find out how much drop there is between each 200-yard building, 200-meter building. Then we can go verify that by measuring across both buildings from one point. And if they're not dropping on that second one, then something's wrong. Either your math is wrong or the earth is flat.
We're talking about maps now.
No, I just want this measurement you said that we do over long distances. I just want that. I'm waiting patiently for it.
I said math, not maps. Your math, the measurements that you're going to be giving Jedi.
So what math?
This dude, you said we measure it over longer distances. This should be your invitation. You shouldn't need any more of the floor. You should be giving us the measurements. This is the winning card, dude. Why are you not playing it?
You can present the measurements, but it's not related to long distance observations.
Okay, I don't care about long distance observations. You said that we measure the curvature over longer distances.
Yeah.
I want that curvature measured over that longer distance because that's what you claimed, right? Yeah. You said that.
So I'm just saying we can't.
My God, that was me clarifying what you said before I went mental. You said that we measure curvature over longer distances, didn't you?
Yes.
Good. Can you give me that measurement, please?
You can derive your latitude to Polaris. You can derive your latitude from the elevation angle to Polaris. That's
a
direct measurement. And that's
two straight lines meeting at a vertex. You require a horizontal plane to make this measurement. It's not a measurement of curvature. This requires a horizontal plane.
See, that's why I wanted to ask you what you think
measurement
is.
Is this the longer distance measurement that you're going to give me? Is it?
Deny that because
sorry, I'm asking for clarity. I'm not denying fuck all. What I am getting is impatient. This measurement usually is of an elevation angle from a horizontal plane. Is this the longer distance measurement of a rate of change of slope?
Yep.
Okay, carry on.
What do you want me to say?
Carry on. I want the measurement now. You've just given me an elevation angle to Polaris so far.
So I don't know where you live, but maybe in a clear sky you can measure your local elevation angle to Polaris.
Okay, I measure the elevation angle of Polaris 45 degrees above the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Then I can exactly tell you what latitude you are on.
Yeah, I'm on 45 degrees north.
Oh, so and how much curvature is that? Because you said you measure curve over that distance. Stop talking about angles from flat surfaces.
This works everywhere on the north.
Yeah.
All right, give us a number.
Dude, you just measured from a horizontal plane. The actual measurement is an elevation angle measurement, isn't it?
From your local horizontal.
Yeah, from so no curve here then. From a local horizontal. That horizontal, I presume, is going to extend between you and the geographical position of the star in question.
That's your assumption.
No, but dude, this is your fucking claim so far.
No.
No, it's not your claim?
No.
No. Are you going to start being a little bit more specific? Because this is like trying to get blood out of a stone. So far, we're measuring an elevation angle that you said is from your local horizontal. I then went on to say, is it not between the measurement's position and the geographical position of the star? And you said that's my assumption. It's a fucking question. It was a question.
The GP is not on your local horizontal.
No, it's underneath the star, which could be, what, let's say 45 times 69 miles away.
Yes, but your assumption is that this is on your local flat surface. And I'm saying that's an assumption.
No, that was a question. Even though we measured it from a horizontal, your local horizontal, you were saying it's an assumption. Okay, have you got a measurement of curvature then?
That's the actual measurement of curvature.
No, you've just given me a local horizontal where you said I assumed it's a local horizontal. So to stop me assuming, do you actually have a measurement of curvature?
I said your assumption is that the GP is on your local horizontal plane.
Okay, that was a question to you. Now you're saying it's not on a local horizontal plane. It's on a tangential horizontal plane that it's made itself at the geographical position on the sphere.
The geographical position, that's my claim, is not on your local horizontal, but it's on a different horizontal.
Okay, so can you prove that you have two diverging tangents then? Your tangent diverging from the tangent of the geographical position of the star. Can you show me that those tangents are diverging?
Tangents cannot be proven because tangents are just some imaginary...
Okay, so far the thing I required, you said that this can't be proven. I'm going to ask you again, do you have a measurement of curvature, please? Direct measurement of a rate of change of slope.
Yes.
Okay, I'll wait patiently then because that wasn't it.
Polaris angle determines your latitude.
So horizontal
plane. That's an elevation angle. You said from a local horizontal. You still haven't given me the reason to break the assumption that the GP and the measurement positions on the same horizontal. You haven't given me that measurement of curvature.
The reason is
this is becoming frustrating, dude.
Yes,
I've given you all the time that you've bloody needed.
Your expertise. If you look at...
Fuck off.
If you try to...
I'm giving you all the time to explain, and like I said to you earlier, it's like trying getting blood out of a stone with you. Stop being some kind of secret guy with some secret knowledge. Just give me the measurement of drop over distance.
It's knowledge that is centuries old. It's not secret.
So far, it's an elevation angle from a horizontal plane. You're saying that it's my assumption that the measurement position, shut up, and the geographical position are on the same horizontal plane. So do you have a measurement of curvature to show that my assumption is incorrect?
Yes. I just
Good. So give me the measurement of drop over distance, please.
I just told you that you asked me about evidence or measurement of curvature.
Yes.
I gave you my measurement.
No, it wasn't measurement, dude. He said it was my assumption it was on a horizontal plane. You said it was actually on two different diverging tangentials. I still require the proof of your claim.
Proof is geometry.
Yeah, can you show me the measurement of your geometry then?
Geometry cannot be measured. It's
okay, so I can't measure, for example, an angle or a radius or a diameter or a circumference or the length of a line or the rate of change of slope. Mate,
So
I've
much
given
for a
you all the
sextant.
fuck. Shut up. I've given you all the bloody time, but when you turn around and say shit like that, I'm not going to give you any more of my fucking time. Piss off.
3D spheres work.
So we can't measure geometry. So there's no tools that we utilize in order to measure things.
We know that Polaris is always straight up the North Pole.
No, we don't. We actually measure an angle separation between it and the central point of rotation. That's 1 degree. Polaris is a circumpolar star. Also, God's sake, these people are stupid.
So you are saying we are stupid, but you don't understand how
an angle's measured.
Angle.
Sorry, what's an angle? Excuse me, what's an angle? What's an angle?
Surface.
What is an angle?
An angle is an angle between two straight lines.
Okay, so far you've just given me a flat Earth.
I never said flat Earth.
Sorry, that's one of the straight sides, your local horizontal that you mentioned earlier?
Which line of the two straight lines is a flat Earth?
The adjacent. It would be a triangle if you're building a right angle triangle, right? If you were to imagine the vertical line down from the star to its geographical position.
Triangle. I thought you were talking about angles. Do you think an angle and a triangle is the same thing?
No, this one's got 3. If you're actually listening to what I fucking said, I said within this model, you're literally building a right angle triangle and then went on to explain the vertical from the star to the geographical position. It's like you have a failure to comprehend because you keep talking.
So maybe
fucking straw man me again, mate, and I'll remove you from the channel.
Triangles and angles are not the same thing.
I know. Fucking hellshot horror.
So why do you
one of them's got 3 angles in. I've asked you to define what one angle is, and you said it's the intersection of two straight sides. Yeah. One side is the imaginary one between your eye line and the star in question. We call that Polaris. The other one is the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you require citation?
So I can tell you.
You require citation, don't you? No problem. No. I'll get you citation.
I tell you how I determine horizontal by just holding my spirit level.
Okay, well done. And that spirit level will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, won't it?
No.
Then it's not fucking horizontal.
So
your level might be broke, dude.
Do you think the spirit level makes any use of a horizon?
Because I'm just telling you it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That will be the surface of the Earth. All horizontal lines are parallel to the surface of the Earth. Do you require citation for this?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, no problem. Because let's be fair, you're not going to give us any citations, are you? This is all just coming out of your head. Right, before I post it, I'm going to read it out. What does level mean? Level is what you call a perfectly horizontal line. Horizontal means side to side. To be level with the world, you should pay attention to this bit. I'll say it again. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. I'm going to post that in the chat.
So, thank you, because I already did. So that's just
Oh, did you?
It's back up. Yeah. Support. I also posted something from study.com about the horizon. But yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
That level that we were talking about, level is also the name of the tool you use to determine whether something is horizontally straight. I'll refer you back to the first thing. What does level mean? It's what you call a perfectly horizontal line. Do you understand how they both intertwine? Yeah, I'd be quiet too.
So how does the picture below your citation align with the citation?
What are you mumbling on about now?
How does the picture below your citation align with your citation?
What picture?
What you just posted.
That's the fucking thumbnail for the fucking website.
Mm-hmm.
The other picture that I posted underneath is a citation. I'll read out for you, shush. The altitude angle, this is what you're talking about when you're measuring the elevation of Polaris. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle, because we can use the sun as well, is the description of how high the sun or star appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun or star and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you see the picture of a 90-degree triangle? You can replace the sun with Polaris if you want. It's the same process. The measurement's going to be taken from a horizontal plane, because if you want a really accurate measurement, you're going to correct for your height of eye, which is going to take you down to a mean sea level reading. Your angle will be taken from that horizontal reference datum. So what you're giving me is a measurement that requires a flat Earth to measure. You're saying it's my assumption that the geographical position and the observer's position are on the same horizontal. Okay, it is my assumption. Would you be able to prove my assumption incorrect with a measurement of a rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth, please, sir?
Let me just cite the second sentence of the article that you posted.
Can you read it out?
It says a spirit level, sometimes known as a bubble level, carpenter level, or torpedo level, depending on the size and shape, is a tool that uses gravity to measure if something is level.
Okay, that's nice. This still isn't measuring curvature though, is it? And gravity, that's perpendicular to horizontal, the level.
Right.
Unless you prove with a measurement that the surface is curving and gravity is inwards towards the center of mass.
Mm-hmm.
Still going to need a measurement of curvature, dude.
I'm just asking whether you agree with the whole article, including...
Sorry, is it because it says the word gravity in there and all of a sudden we're going to poof a magic ball into existence because a word stripped you over? No, or is gravity just perpendicular to horizontal?
Yep, it is.
Cool, awesome. So gravity is perpendicular, that's 90 degrees to horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now, the elevation angle we've taken is from a horizontal plane. I'm still waiting for you to give me the measurement of curvature. It's been 20 bloody minutes now.
Well, if you just look maybe 10 or 20 minutes of how angles relate to surface shapes, then you would see
no, I don't. I don't want you pointing the way.
Latitude.
My friend, shush. My friend, shush. My friend, shush.
So
I don't want you pointing the way, right? I don't want you acting like some wise man who's not going to give me the answer, but is going to fucking tell me a riddle when I figure it out. Shut up. I just want the measurement. Treat me like I'm a 5-year-old. Give me the practical measurement, please.
So Professor Triangle just posted a picture in chat. I think that explains it very well.
Okay, so let me go over this. The very top dot, that's Polaris. So the very top of that circle, that's the North Pole. Got it?
Mhm.
Now 45 degrees, that's a measured diagonal there. That's 45 degrees. And if I stand on that so that that tangent is flat, locally flat underneath me, and I take an angle measurement to Polaris, I get like 6 or 7 degrees. How come I don't get 45 degrees?
You get 6 degrees from that picture.
Here, let me draw it, and I'll give you the measurement right now. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yep.
Let's get an angle in there. Let's see what that angle is.
So maybe if you draw a line,
still want that measure.
make
Dude,
sure
you're not giving me what I want. You're not giving me what I want, are you? Just be honest and tell me that you're not giving me what I asked for, what you said that you had. You're not doing that, are you?
Just did.
No, you didn't. You just give me the presupposition and geometry associated with a sphere. I want the measurement that it is a sphere.
Yes, it absolutely is a measurement.
Okay, can I have the measurement, please, then?
Your latitude determines.
Okay, I was wrong about the amount. So here you go. Here's your actual angle.
No, that's
31.14 degrees. If I'm standing at 45 degrees and I shoot to Polaris, that's what I should be. And it's not 45. How come?
So how do you determine the distance of Polaris from Earth?
What does distance have to do with anything? If I move it farther away, the angle's going to get smaller.
Yes. And if it's very far away, the lines are practically parallel.
So they should both be 90 degrees.
25 degrees.
They should both be 90 degrees then.
No. North Pole is 90 degrees and your 45 degree position is 45 degrees.
Dude.
Yes.
It should both be 90 degrees, right?
No.
How far out do I have to move that dot for it to become 45 degrees?
Stupid.
The far that Polaris is from Earth.
How far is that?
Let me check. Well, I didn't put a tape measure to measure the distance between Polaris and Earth.
Just go and you said, yep, you can do it. Stop backtracking out of everything you say, dude. It's becoming rude. It's like, are you treating us for fucking fools or what?
So you know,
I'm going to change the subject.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Well, you haven't given me a measurement of a rate of change of slope. You've just invoked geometry. You haven't proven the geometry.
Yes, I absolutely did.
No, we've measured an elevation angle from a horizontal plane. You said, it's like I've got to repeat to you again. All right, yeah, you can measure your elevation angle, and yeah, giving you latitude, but that's still measured from our, like you said, local horizontal plane. So can you show me with a measurement of the surface of the Earth that the Earth is actually curved to break the assumption that the observer making the measurement and the geographical position are not on the same horizontal plane, but exist on two different tangents?
Just let me update the picture to what it actually is in the globe model.
I don't care what it is in the model. I want it measured in reality. My fucking God, I'm losing my patience with you.
Yes, I know.
Nope.
Yes,
Then
that's absolutely right.
We have to assume all stars are that same distance for the celestial navigation, right?
So Polaris is actually 430 light years away.
No, in miles.
Polaris distance in miles.
Yeah, how's your AI working for you?
2.5 quadrillion miles.
Okay, so I just need to move that out 2.5 quadrillion miles, and then it'll become a 45-degree angle.
Yep.
So what happens when I'm doing celestial navigation? We have to assume all stars are the same height. How come we don't assume that they're all 45 quadrillion miles high?
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh. celestial navigation, you got to make triangles with the ground and the sky, right? You got a ground position.
No. Celestial navigation doesn't use triangles.
All right, well,
It uses
I give
angles.
up. You don't know what an angle is.
I know that an angle is not a triangle.
You don't know what an angle is. Don't say you know what an angle is and say you know what it's not. You don't know what an angle is.
I just said an angle is a number of degrees between two lines.
Two curved lines?
No.
Two straight lines?
Mm-hmm.
So in order for me to get 31.14 degrees to Polaris in that drawing, and it needs to be touching a straight line, right? Which
No,
obviously it is.
Touch.
Yes, I made a tangent. I made a tangent
Yes.
line, and I'm touching that.
Tangent is not curved.
Correct. So, are those two tangent points parallel with each other? If I rotate that up 45 degrees so it touches Polaris, and that little edge goes with it, the L shape moves up. Are those going to be parallel with each other when I move it to 90 degrees? Those two flat spots? Huh?
Nope.
They're not going to be parallel with each other. If I rotate that L shape up to 90 degrees instead of 45 degrees, that's not going to fit in there.
So if you rotate a tangent with it, it would be parallel.
Yes. I'm going to move the tangent with it.
Mhm.
They'll be parallel?
Yes.
So they're parallel when they're close to each other?
Depends on what you think close means.
So if I move over a foot from 90 degrees, they're not parallel anymore, are they?
No. Not if you do a perfect precision measurement.
So then you can't sail on a ball, dude.
Why not?
I have to go to my other computer.
Right. Go ahead.
Oh, right. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
So you want to know why you can't have that. Let's look.
Have what?
Well, we're going to say, here's what you're saying that you can do on a ball. This is celestial navigation according to you. This is all celestial navigation according to you.
So celestial navigation includes measuring elevation angles to celestial.
Like this, with an instrument like this, right?
I didn't see.
Are you going to answer questions? Are you going to? I just put a protractor. Okay, so you don't think that's how they're used? So we need to get more details for you, since you don't know how they're done.
I think I know how a real celestial navigation argument.
We're getting there. It is the real argument. So according to you, since they're not parallel anymore, you can't do this. You can't do what they're doing in celestial navigation because that's not a horizontal line at the horizon. That's something else. I don't know what it is, but it's not that. I don't know what it's called. Angle of elevation. Look at that. Two straight lines that meet. There's an angle in there, isn't there? Check mark. Yep, you're right. Not an angle of elevation because one side is curved. Let's see if you even know what a triangle is, dude.
I actually don't know.
I know you don't know.
First of all, I don't know where you see a triangle in this picture, and second, I don't know where you get a strawman.
Now you're gonna go ahead and answer the question: which of the figures below are not triangles? Let's see if you can get this test right.
Not triangles are B and D.
B and D are not triangles. Let's see what the
Right.
answer is.
Oh, I'm right.
Okay, so now we can go back to this, and then you can explain how this works. We're going to go back to sailing our boat, sailing the 7 seas. You got Polaris at 90 degrees, and the ship is with that picture I sent before. Let me go grab it. I have to, it's not on this computer. Oh, because we're gonna. It's it, dude. You're done. I'm just gonna finish you off here.
So you
And then
are
we have
invoking
this. Then we
triangles.
have this that you said these are not parallel. So these ground positions are not the same when it's in that position. Only if I rotate it around, they're the same. So I can't make an angle to. I can't figure out where the ground positions of anything are at on the
Yes, you can
surface of a
actually.
ball. Okay, so what do I look up 31.414 degrees? Because when I take the elevation angle on the bottom one from your weird tangent point, I get 45. If I shoot 45 out there, and it becomes in a different location, where do I put it?
You put it as knowing that the Earth has a radius of a certain value.
So I should be able to calculate the distance, is what you're saying, to stars using triangulation from a ball.
Not triangulation, not on a flat surface, but on a spherical surface. Yes.
Dude, did you just say triangles on a sphere? And then you just got
No,
B
I
and
said
D correct?
triangulation on a spherical surface.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You
Here you go.
absolutely can.
Here you go. Here you go. No, you cannot. Not 90 degrees. See
Maybe you
that? I
cannot,
have a
but
smiling star. See the
that's your
star with the little
navigation.
smiling face looking at
Experts
you,
can.
smiling? It's not 90 degrees underneath the star.
So maybe you may be stuck in a world where everything needs to be triangles. Maybe
So that's how surveying works, yeah.
no, it's not. Surveying is using celestial geometry. And it doesn't use triangles at all.
Excuse me, are you saying in the field of surveying they do not use trigonometry?
We are
That's
talking
why you
about
only, that's why you see
navigation.
that's why you only see surveyors out at night. Because they're out in the field shooting stars at night with fucking telescopes. This guy might be retarded, guys.
So when you look at the picture that you posted last,
He's not retarded. What you sound like? You sound like a person who is in a church, right? Who has a faith,
I'm in
who
a church
believe. No, you don't sound stupid. You don't sound stupid. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. You don't sound stupid. You sound like a person who's gone to school, right? And believes what people tell you without evidence, right? Because wait, let me finish what I'm saying, man. I'm finished. No, you're not stupid, okay? You're just deceived, right? You're just misinformed, right? You're just believing. Let me just finish what I'm saying, please. Let me just
I know what
finish.
you're going to.
Let me finish, though,
I
please.
think I'm indoctrinated by school.
All right, you're going to get muted if you don't allow him to finish.
I know. I just want to point out like what you're doing, okay? Because you asked us, and maybe we live in a world where everything's a triangle. That's one sign, okay? That's a symptom. That's telling me you're believing things. That's a religion. Okay, that's what I was trying to point out. You saying things like that, right, is telling us that you believe things, that you're in a religion. That's all I wanted to point out to you. Okay, because
what do you mean?
But listen to the question. If we flip the question around, okay, maybe you live in a world where everything is a ball, right? See how ridiculous that sounds, right? Well, there you go. So why would you say something like that, right? Why wouldn't you just provide the evidence? Why go on these, silly tangents? That's all I wanted to point out. You sound like you're in a religion. That's all I'm saying. So listen, do not, no pun intended. Just focus, man. Okay?
So I
Sound like
don't
you're in a
measure-
religion.
I don't measure what horizontal is 5,000 or 10,000 miles away from me. When I'm measuring horizontal that I'm using as a reference for celestial elevation.
Okay, there's another thing right there, right there. You said, wait, you're contradicting. Your words are contradicting what you're saying. Okay, you're saying horizontal, right, to measure elevation on a ball. See, you're contradicting what you're saying. You're trying to say something, but the way you're saying it is contradicting. You're saying you're on a ball, right? But you're saying you have to measure things on a horizontal, meaning you are observing flat and horizontal. You are measuring horizontal and flat, right? But you believe that it's curving. See how contradicting what you're saying is?
I just explained.
Okay, stop. Let's just start here, okay? You measure horizontal. Okay, let's just start there. Okay,
Yeah.
you're measuring.
Spirit level measures horizontal.
Okay, you said locally flat, right? 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 Yes or no?
That's what you put in my mouth.
Do you, okay, so are you,
I measure as a reference as my locally measured horizontal.
Okay. Do you agree it's locally flat? Yes or no?
No.
So you are saying that it's not locally flat, right? Okay.
No.
Now what you're doing, okay, now what you're saying goes against what NASA is saying. Now what you're saying, see, listen, you're not talking about NASA's globe Earth model. You're not talking about the globe Earth model that we're talking about. Now you're talking about something you made up in your mind just now. That's the problem here.
So geometry is not made up in my mind.
Exactly. But what you're saying is things being made up in your mind. Okay? Because we're talking about geometry, we're talking about straight lines, but you're talking about a ball, okay? And you're explaining a ball using straight lines and horizontal. Do you get that?
I don't know where you get.
You're telling me somebody's a man, right? We're looking at a woman, but you're saying it's a man. That's what you're doing, okay? And then you're trying to describe. You're saying, okay, look at these boobs. That's how we know it's a man. Okay, look at this. Okay, you're saying that. That's what you're saying. We're looking at a man, and you're saying it's a woman. That's what you're doing. Don't you see that?
I don't see that.
Looking at a flat line, but you're saying it's a ball. Do you see that? Okay, how about this? Final. This is the last one. We're looking at a ball that looks flat. Do you agree to that? We're looking at a ball that looks flat. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So, does it look curved to you?
Hold on. He said earlier that we measure it locally.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to look flat if we measure it that way, right?
He's contradicting himself.
Yeah, exactly. He's contradicting himself. It's becoming frustrating.
I'm contradicting myself when I say I measure local horizontal.
Yes, you do.
It's
yes.
Contradictory.
You just said that doesn't exist. What is going on?
Yeah, you just said
with
you said it's not locally flat. You just told Bong it's not locally flat.
It's not locally flat. And then you told Jedi it's locally flat. You got two different games going on here. Jedi's got one side, Bong now has the other side. So you got locally flat and not locally flat. Pick one.
I never measure local flatness. I just
you never met. Sorry, what the fuck? You said we measure local over long distance, that we measure curvature. Like, do you want me to go through the whole conversation again? Memory's really good today. If you're going to lie and contradict yourself and tell us that you're gaslighting us at the end of the day.
So my point is, I'm not mixing up flat and horizontal. My point is, I measure local horizontal. I don't measure local flat.
So
that's not the same thing.
Okay, that's fine. So we measure it horizontal.
Locally, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So when do we measure it not being horizontal?
We don't measure from our local position because locally we only measure our local horizontal.
Okay. At what distance do we measure any curvature? Let's say your
you know
measurements are
what-
200 meters. Is it the next 200 meters that there's curvature?
No point 200 meters is flat and afterwards it's curved suddenly. That's not how curvature works.
I know. I'm trying to figure out when we measure a rate of change of slope.
It depends on the precision of your measurement device.
At the beach, over water.
That's not a measurement device. That's a
It's a laser. Sorry, I haven't even finished. It's a laser transit between a laser and a reflector.
Mhm.
It's a surveying tool.
Yep. Go on.
Yep. So I'm asking you, at what distance do we measure a rate of change of slope? Because you keep saying locally, you measure a local horizontal. You keep saying it's around 200 meters. I'm trying to figure out at what distance is no longer local, and you stop being ambiguous, and tell me the distance that we do actually measure a rate of change of slope.
And I can repeat myself again. It depends on the precision. If you have a very precise measurement device, then maybe at 200 meters you already measure a deviation between horizontal.
Okay. Do we have such precise tools?
Just let me finish. And maybe
No, you said we have precise
5
tools.
miles you may have very different, and then even more unprecise measurement devices can detect.
Okay, so what are the precisest measurement devices? Well, you're just using ambiguous terms because they sound good. Well, we're going to need like really accurate stuff. So which ones then? Silence.
So you can use a very unprecise measurement device like
Which type of tools would these be?
spirit levels are unprecise.
A spirit level, that's only good for up to like 6 foot maybe. We've been through this. We're trying to go a distance of miles here. Stop trying my patience. What tools do we use to measure to survey the land up to 5 miles?
Deep breaths.
Yep.
Do you know?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you know which measurement devices are used?
I'm waiting for you. You seem to be the secret king here. I'm trying to extract the information from you. You said that we need precise. I'm asking you what then? You're making the claims. What do you mean?
So we were talking about elevation.
What tools we would measure to be accurate? Curvature over the surface of the earth, over longer distances, because over short distance we measure it flat. Oh, sorry, I said flat, horizontal. So I want to know what tools we use and when they measure curvature, what distance, when, how, come on.
Tools don't measure curvature.
All right, I'm going to fucking hit you in a minute. You said that we'd use tools.
We are using tools to
Super precise
determine what
tools are
horizontal
used
is.
to measure that, and then you asked him what he said. They
Horizontal
don't use
is
tools
used
for that.
to
Stop talking. You've been caught out in another contradiction. Another one. You said that we would have to have precise tools. Now you're telling us that we're not using tools.
I don't know what you are talking about.
What you
My
just said.
point was, I establish horizontal with a certain tool.
Okay.
And then I use another tool like a protractor to measure an angle from that direction that
Okay, that's still going to be measuring from a horizontal. Okay, we're still not measuring curvature here. You said that we're going to have accurate tools to measure curvature over long distances. I'm literally begging you. What tools?
Well, I don't think that leads anywhere. So if you are not aware
for you to back up your fucking claim?
Yes, I did.
You don't think it's going to lead anywhere for you to back up what you said with the relevant information dying to receive? You don't think that's going to get us anywhere, even though that's what we want? The measurement, the tool that's used to measure over distance, the rate of change of slope of the surface of the Earth.
So you can vary your distance, your latitude on Earth, and measure an angle to Polaris.
That's still straight sides. We're going to go around in a circle again.
Yes, and that only
Yeah.
works
Why?
on a curved surface.
It worked. That's
Do it on a
lovely. Now
flat
prove to me. Sorry, appeal to pragmatism. I'll grant you that within your mathematics, your geometry, that it can
It's not my
work.
geometry.
I don't care whose it is, where you plugged it from. That stuff there. You know exactly what I'm referencing to. Now we've got pragmatism problems because they work. Angles can be measured, and obviously are, from a horizontal plane, or you can invoke your geometry. That's lovely. Now prove to me which one is actually reality with a measurement of a rate of change of slope over the distance of the Earth. Please.
You have 0-degree angle to Polaris.
Stop giving me angles, that's straight sides.
So you don't want to hear an answer.
I said, you said
know what you
degrees.
said.
Yeah, you're giving me angles.
Yes,
Okay, why?
because that's how we measure curvature.
We measure curvature in angles, do we?
Yes.
Okay. We also measure angles with straight sides, don't we? Where's the curvature measured?
I don't know what to tell you. So either you have a deeper look at what geometry actually.
Yeah, I know what geometry you're fucking using.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I do.
you would already have understood my argument.
He's not talking about measurements. He's talking about inference.
Yeah, exactly. You're avoiding saying things like you assume and then use that assumption in the calculation. That's what you're trying to avoid, right? You're saying that you measure flat and then you infer and then you assume, right? So basically you're saying it looks flat, that's how we know it's a ball, because it looks flat and measures flat. That's what you're saying, right?
No.
Yeah.
So you measure flatness to derive, right? To calculate curvature. Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, but you're measuring an angle
Measure flatness.
with your angle.
Sorry.
You said that we measure curvature with angles. So with your angles?
I derive curvature from measuring angles, yeah.
Yes, you derive curvature from the measurement of angles.
Yep.
What do you measure? Let's go through this. What do you measure to? Where do your straight lines go to? From your position, you've got two. Where do they? Hold on. I want to be clear. So you've. I'm not going to fucking talk to you if you keep interrupting me, dude. From your point of view, where do the straight lines go? I'll give you one. From your eyes to the star. Where's the next one?
Horizontal. For the 100th time.
Cool. So we're on a horizontal plane or tangent?
Not a plane, a direction. The direction that my spirit level points to.
Okay, so that's perpendicular to vertical.
Mm.
Okay, and when you go somewhere else, horizontal will be perpendicular to vertical.
Mm.
And every time that you measure from your horizontal, an angle horizontal, and it's going to be an elevation angle to a star.
Mm.
Okay, so where's the curve?
Curve is the magic of the measurements.
Okay, so walk me through it.
What?
I've measured an angle of 45 degrees of Polaris above the horizon. Okay. Okay. And
then you go to another location, to another latitude, measure the angle to Polaris again.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I'm underneath it now.
Location.
Well, let's try and have three measurements. One, it's 90 degrees. One, it's 45 degrees. One, it's I can't see it. Let's say
0 degrees. So if you look at my picture at 43 minutes.
Yes, all I've been staring at for the last 10 minutes, dude.
Yeah. And I would be
I
very
understand.
interested how that
I
measurement
understand.
could work on a flat plane.
Sorry, say that again?
The picture that I posted at 43 minutes, I would be very interested in how these distance, so you have a distance between 0 degree and 45 degree and a distance between 45 degree and 90 degree, they are the same. And I would be very interested to see how these distance to angle relations can work out on a flat plane. They perfectly work on a curved surface. But if you have a representation of how these angle to distance
It's the only way it can work, Gator, because there's no recorded curvature anywhere. So what you're talking about, I mean, it's kind of nonsense. No, there's not. There's inferred curvature based on what? The celestial sphere? And then there's auto corrections made. All the surveying shows no exponential drop over distance. Right? This is what you need to be on a sphere, the size that's supported by the different space agents.
They're still
You don't have
stuck
any,
at measuring
you don't have
horizontal objects.
You don't have any data that backs up the alleged radius that's pushed. No, there's not. How come no one's been able to present it, Nader? How come no one's been able to present it? We have. No, you didn't. That's not evidence of measured curvature, dude.
It absolutely is.
No, it's not. Because you haven't thought about all other variables, obviously. If you did, you'd come to the same conclusion as everybody else who.
What are all the variables?
Why don't you think about it instead of trusting everybody? Why don't you look at it like a detective
No, it's
instead of like a sheep?
Point. Why don't you elaborate?
Elaborate what? There's nothing to elaborate. You think a horizontal plane turns into a ball. Like, what is there to elaborate? You can't understand anything we're trying. If you don't accept this, that flat planes, like planes and curvature are different, then there's nothing to elaborate. You're just in denial of reality and what is. You probably won't pass geometry or physics if you try to apply this in school. You will get laughed at by teachers. They'll think you're stupid. Like what? Come on. Stop it. That's what they'll tell you. Elaborate on what? What do you want us to elaborate on?
On how these measurements can work out on a flat surface.
What are you talking about? All you've ever said is that we do measurements on a horizontal surface. What are you even talking about? You do that. You prove the globe, how these things work on a globe.
Well, hang on a second. He's claiming they're measurements. Those distances are measurements or calculations.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the other Almanator. Yes, I'm talking to you.
Who do you think he's talking to? Me?
I don't know.
So therefore, you're not even following this, what we're talking about. How are you even keeping up? Look. You're saying that we
talking.
So. You are saying that we do measurements on a horizontal plane. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
No.
It's not a quick question.
What I'm saying.
What? Okay, so are you saying that we do measurements on a curved surface? Yes or no?
That's what I'm trying to prove.
That's what you're saying? Okay, when has anybody... Well, that's what we're trying to tell you, but you keep saying... See, you keep saying that when we go out and do measurements, we do it on a horizontal surface. Right? That's what you keep saying, right?
Measure horizontally, yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that that's what we measure is on a horizontal surface, right?
On what we measure horizontal.
Okay. So,
measurement.
all right. So would you agree that water is how we determine that something is level, meaning not curving? Yes or no?
Not really.
When is water not level? See, this is what I mean. If you go to school and you give them these answers, you will fail. But you think you can say this shit out here in public, on the goddamn internet. You think you're backing up the globe Earth, but you're not. That's the worst thing is when you come in here and misinform people on the globe about the globe and what it is.
Can you tell me how you use water?
I will tell you exactly. I will tell you exactly what you're supposed to be saying. Okay, you're supposed to be saying that it looks flat and measures flat, but it is a globe. This is what you're supposed to be saying. You're not supposed to be saying things like, you know, the globe is this and that and this and that, and you're just running. Now you're just making up your own globe. You're supposed to stick to what the science or the scientists or what the narrative is, and you're not even doing that. You're making up your own narrative. You don't get that?
What did I make up?
Okay, what is NASA's proof that the Earth is a ball? There's 3 of them. You don't care about NASA. Why don't you care about NASA? Let's answer this question. Let's explore this. I don't care about NASA. Lots of people come here and say, I don't trust NASA and I don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I believe the Earth is a ball. Like what?
I don't need
can we?
Two instances.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Before the moon landing, there was no proof. Nobody believed the Earth was a ball. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. After the moon landing, everyone believed. After the moon landing, all these movies and shows start coming out showing exactly what space looks like based on that movie, Space Odyssey 2001. Okay? That's what the moon landing was based on. Okay?
Wait. Our
aesthetics, the way we think about space, what we see on TV about space comes from Space Odyssey 2001. What NASA shows us, wait, let me finish. Hey, what NASA shows us on TV comes from Space Odyssey 2001. Everything we know about the globe comes from these people. But you're over here saying,
yes, sure.
Right? That if you were born yesterday and none of this was around, right? You naturally would know it's a ball just by going out there, right? That's what you're saying? Right? Yep. Well, you would be the only.
I don't need Space Odyssey. I don't need.
And that's the crazy. And you know, when I first opened up, I said, you sound like a person, right? Who is in a cult or in a religion or in a belief system, right? That's how. You remember when I said that? That's exactly what you're proving to us and the whole world right now. Okay, you're saying that you don't need NASA, right? You don't need the people who propagated this lie, who created this lie to know that the Earth is a ball, right? And then we ask you, how do you know the Earth is a ball? And then you say, well, if we measure these flat surfaces, that's what you're saying, right? And if we just know what the radius is, how do you know what the radius?
3 hours.
Let me finish.
Never say that.
Yeah, no, that's what you're saying, but you don't know things, right? Look, how you said, if you know the radius, right? If you just know how can you know the radius? How was the radius determined then?
Provided.
You don't know. See, Eratosthenes, you probably don't know the story about Eratosthenes. See, so that's what I mean. Like, you can't make up your own version of the globe, okay? Because that is not the globe. Now you're crazier than those people.
What is the globe?
The globe is a narrative that you're supposed to follow. Okay.
So what you're saying?
When they say, look, if they say today the moon is outside the Earth's atmosphere, you have to propagate that. Okay. If tomorrow they say, we were wrong. The moon is actually in the Earth's atmosphere. Well, you got to propagate that now. And if tomorrow they say something different, you got to propagate that. Okay. That's what you're doing. But what you're doing is you're making up your own version and you're propagating that. You're saying, I figured out how the Earth is
last
ball.
5 minutes has
No,
nothing
no,
to
it
do
was
with
not
what I said.
NASA. It was not NASA that gave us the radius. Do you know where the radius of the globe comes from, though?
I don't
Do you,
care.
no, that's not. You can't just say, look, if I present a ball in front of you, you can't just say that's a table or a cube. It's a
Do you
ball.
remember what my points were in the last 3 hours?
Yes, your point is that we measure flat surfaces and we calculate, right? And then we assume the curvature and then use that. Right? That's what you're saying. You're saying that it's a disco ball. You're saying it's like a soccer ball, right? There's all these flat surfaces that meet up everywhere that we can't find. That's what you're saying. You're saying, yeah, you're saying that you know that you know without NASA that the Earth is a ball. That you know without Eratosthenes that the radius. You're saying that, right? Right?
I know that because of, what did I say? What was my argument? Do you remember? Was it NASA?
You're doing measurements on a horizontal plane, right? Listen, how can you calculate anything without knowing the radius of the globe? How do you know the radius of the globe? Yes, sir. Do you know the answer to that question?
Yes.
What?
If you
How do you know the radius?
listen to what I've said and what I've posted in chat, you would have known.
How do you know the radius of the globe?
Are you a robot?
Can you answer the question in one sentence? How do you know the radius of the globe? Go. Give it your best shot.
A degree angle to Polaris.
Okay. And then, how do you get the radius out of it? What's the radius?
Well,
what's the radius in miles?
Maybe you can figure it out by yourself by just.
You don't know the radius? So you don't know the radius of the globe in miles?
60 miles times 360 degrees.
Do you have a number? There's a number. There's a number.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know that number. You don't know what the radius of the globe is in miles.
The radius is 60 miles times 360 degrees divided by.
Is that the value that you enter? Right? Do you enter that value when you're calculating things? 60 degrees times. What is the value?
What the radius?
The number.
You think I?
So here's your problem. I think your problem is comprehension. You know, when people are speaking to you, you're not really comprehending. Wait, let me finish. It's either that, or you're intentionally, right, changing. It's like what Jedi say. You're gaslighting us. You're gaslighting people. You might not be doing it on purpose. You might be doing it because you're reaching for straws and trying to find the answer. But you're gaslighting us, or you're contradicting yourself. Nobody wants to talk to people like that.
So I posted a picture, the formula in chat, in case, because you're constantly over talking me. So maybe you can at least read. That's the radius of Earth. That's can be directly measured or indirectly measured by deriving from 60 miles per degree.
So when your teacher asks you what's the answer to 2 plus 2? If somebody asks you what's the answer to that question, you're going to say.
So I can use my
That's
fingers.
the answer.
Yes, 4.
That's all you have to do, right? So if somebody asks you, "Hey, what's 2 plus 2?" You're just going to say, "Oh."
I say what?
It's unbelievable. Somebody asks you to what's the answer to a problem, and you present them a problem that they have to answer. Does that make sense?
I'm just demanding you to do an actual
What's the value, dude?
to understand how I
Question
derive
to you.
the radius.
It's a question to you. Somebody asked you,
tell you a number
what the value of
and you say,
something
"Oh,
is,
you got that
and you
number
gave
from
him a
television."
calculation. You gave him homework. He asked you for the value of something. Does that make sense?
I know why.
If you ask me my name and search these letters, am I going to ask you to do a whole task when you ask me a simple question? I mean, come on, dude. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, the formula is not that complicated. 60 times 360
Exactly.
divided by 2
Yeah,
pi.
exactly. Yeah. So when you're going to give the teacher the problem and say, "No, you."
I can say 3959, but then you say, "Oh, you got that answer from NASA and you didn't do anything yourself." And that's why.
Do you know where that number comes from? That's not from NASA. That's not from NASA.
So
do you know where it's from?
How I concluded the radius.
Nobody cares about your radius. We're talking about the radius of the globe. Listen, man, because your radius could be a radius of a basketball. It could be a radius of a fucking bowling ball. Okay, we're talking about the radius of a globe. Real world measurements of a curve. Let me see. Pause. Let's pause. Okay, let's grab a basketball and put it in front of our face, right? And let's get some real world measurements of this basketball. Okay, see, that's something we can do. Now, let's go to a pool, a swimming pool, okay, or a lake. Wait, let me finish. Hey, please let me finish because I'm trying to set two things up here. God damn, dude, you're so fucking defensive. I can't even talk about the color of the goddamn sky, man. The sky is blue today. Well, it all depends on what you think blue is. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Ask me how I got the.
I want you to stop being so fucking defensive and have a fucking conversation with us like a real fucking person.
Me being defensive because I answer your question directly.
You look at this passive aggressive bullshit you're doing, gaslighting people. Is this your personality? God damn, we gotta work through this difficult personality just to get shit into your brain. Do you even want to learn anything from here, or are you just here to tell us that we're stupid and you're smart? Like, what is your goal here? Are you here to learn what we're about, or are you here to test your intellect? Huh? What is this? Is this a narcissistic experiment you're doing? Because listen, man. Yeah, you're going on a belief. Okay, you're saying real world measurements. Okay, listen, let me finish. I asked for a basketball, okay, and I want us to do that. Let us get the radius of this basketball. How do we do that? Okay.
I'm not talking about basketballs. So.
I'm talking about curvature, and I'm talking about real world measurements. We can scale this up to the globe later, but first, let's get it right with the basketball. How do we measure curvature for a basketball? Right? Listen, if we can get this right with the basketball, then we can get it right with the globe. Okay. If we can get it right with a pool of water or a lake of water, then we can get it right with the globe. Right? Now. Let's measure a basketball. How about that?
Mm-hmm. I don't measure.
How do we? Okay, so how do we? Because we can see physically, right? This is curving. Therefore, we can know what we're measuring for. We're measuring that actual curvature that we're seeing, feeling with our hands. Okay, that's why we use it. That's why I'm going to use a basketball, because we know it's curving. We can measure it. Is that how we measure the curve? So. Because when we go to measure the curvature of the Earth, we can't see curvature and we can't feel it. We can't measure curvature the way we can with a basketball. So when you say real world measurements, okay, show me how it's done on a basketball, and then we'll go do it on the water out there. See, easy. How would you do it with a basketball?
I don't know.
Curvature.
You guys.
How do we determine? How do we know? How do we measure the curvature rate of the basketball? The radius of the basketball? Because look, there's a rim that this ball has to go in, and it has to be the correct radius in order for it to fit in the rim. And it's measured. How do we do that? We're in the classroom. We've got measuring tapes. We've got strings. We got everything we need to measure it. How do we? What's the easiest way to determine the radius of this ball? Now, you remember how to do that in geometry? Huh? Do you remember what the diameter is? Do you remember how pi works and all that? Okay, let's do it. How do we determine the curvature rate, the radius of a basketball?
You can put a tape measure around it.
Exactly.
Or
and then?
Alternatively, you would have different options.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, see, it's very simple, right? I mean, we can do it because we can. Now, when you say the Earth is a globe, we know, right? So when we say the Earth is a globe, we know we can't pull a tape measure around that, right? But you know what else we know? Right? We know that water is flat and level. Okay, so how do we measure that?
So now we are going away from basketballs.
No, we're not. See, because we have to stand on the ocean. We have to stand on the beach, right? And look at the ocean. Because that is probably the best way we can determine the radius, right? We're not dealing with terrain. We're not dealing with any of that shit. That's why I'm talking about water. It's not because I want to talk about a flat earth. It's because this is how we're going to measure it in the real world. We're going to have to go out there and look at it. But here's the thing. A basketball looks curved. A basketball feels curved and it measures curved. Water doesn't. Especially the ocean. Especially the horizon. See? So now, I want to know if that water is curving like the basketball. Therefore, wait. If I want to know how that water is curving like the basketball, wait, let me finish setting it up. If I want to know how curved that water is, goddamn, dude, please.
So
let me finish this. No, it's not. Let me finish. If you stop and let me finish, I'll finish. Okay? We measure the curve of the basketball. We know how to measure curvature now, right? So we go to the ocean, and now we want to measure the curvature of the ocean. Okay? We apply the same thing. Huh? What?
Put a tape measure on the ocean to measure.
No. There's a problem. The problem is that it doesn't look curved. Okay, that's the first problem that we're going to have to deal with. So let me just. I'm not trying to argue for a flat. Stop being defensive and let me finish setting up our thing, man.
Every 5 minutes.
I'm not changing the topic. You're assuming things and you're not listening to me, man. I'm trying to know the difference between a curve and a flat surface.
In chat, explaining to you how you can alternatively measure the circumference of a basketball.
How?
Just take a look.
Why would you alternatively need to measure? So let me say hey, I want to get the radius of globe. Okay, the radius of the globe, okay, was calculated by using sticks, right? Looking at the shadows and all that shit. Okay, that's how the radius of the globe, okay, got to us. So. Is this how we measure radius of a basketball? Do we put little sticks on the basketball and then shine a light on it and observe the shadows? No. That's not how we determine.
No.
Of course not. Okay, now let me finish. Okay, that's how the radius of the globe, okay, was calculated by Eratosthenes. Now you have just agreed that this is not the way to measure curvature. You agreed to that before even knowing that's how it was done for the globe. You just said that was ridiculous. Now you have to figure out how you got the 3,959 miles if it wasn't by using shadows and sticks, because that's just dumb, right? So how did they come up with this radius? This number?
So take a look at the picture. I'm out. So if you ask questions and I'm taking some work to explain to you how you can alternatively, next to using a tape measure, how you can alternatively measure the radius or the circumference of a basketball, which you don't seem to be interested in, then
go ahead. I'm interested. I'm listening.
No, I'm out. Maybe
I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
Right here, so.
Pardon?
Just look at the picture and then we can talk tomorrow.
Oh, you gotta go? You gotta go?
Yes.
Oh,
It's
okay.
past
Okay.
midnight here.
Well, hey. Before you go, we're not looking for alternative ways to measure the ball, okay? We're looking for a definitive way. Okay, the way to measure radius. That's geometry. So before you go, go look into geometry and find out how radius, okay, is measured, not measured, okay? How radius, how we can measure it, and then we can calculate. Pardon?
How do you measure the radius of a basketball directly?
Well, we just talked about it. We put a measuring tape all the way around it first, right? To determine the size of...
You said that's not a direct measurement, it's a calculation.
That's a direct measurement. What do you mean that's not a direct measurement? I put a tape around the ball and I determine it's what? It's what? It's circumference. How is... Okay, you oh my God, dude. So you don't understand damn thing. Listen. Stop talking. You take one measurement. Okay, listen. You take one measurement. That measurement can be used to calculate something. If you take no measurements, then you cannot calculate anything. Okay. Now the radius of the globe was not based on any measurements. Okay. It was not based on any measurements. I made a measurement, okay? Therefore, I can calculate radius. We're looking for the measurement that was made for the globe to have a radius.
You can calculate, I can't. Got it.
You can't calculate without measurements. You can't calculate without numbers to calculate. You can't add 2 plus 2 if you have x plus x. You need to fill in those variables, okay? 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? X plus 2 equals 4. What's x? Okay.
How about x divided by 2 pi? Is that a calculation?
That's not. Just stop complicating the point, man.
Is that a calculation? A valid calculation?
Look, we're not here to.
Is x divided by 2 pi a valid calculation? Yes or no? If no, then you have no point, because then.
You're over here denying geometry and you want to fucking talk to me about fucking fractions, dividing fractions. Are you fucking serious, man? No wonder why fucking Jedi got so fucking annoyed with you.
So I'm just applying your argument.
You're like so difficult to talk to, man. I can't even talk to you about what you want to have for lunch. Let's say we're going to go have lunch, man. Can I ask you, hey, what you want to have for lunch? God damn, man. That's how hard it is to talk to you, dude.
Yeah,
you're going to be like, wait, hold on. You get all defensive and stuff, right? Are you trying to catch me in a lie? I just want to know what you want to have for lunch, right? You want a burger?
Not having
grab a burger.
It's midnight.
Yeah. Have a good night. I'll see you later, Elman.
Yeah, too.
Take care.
Have a lot of fun. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
See you later, bro.
Holy unemployment.
Just a very quick question. I was wondering something. I have a very quick question. Are you guys taking questions at the moment?
CB, what's
Yes, I do not know who that is, but I just have one very quick question. Okay, this is a no question panel. That is fine. I will go back on mute for now. Thank you.
Was there some celestial navigator in here? Someone was telling me there was a celestial navigator in here.
that's the guy who normally sits in here and Almanator. Yeah, but he's not here anymore. But you'd have loved to talk with him.
Oh, really? Him? Yeah. I think he's been in Cogdis in 24/7 for like 2 years. If he's the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah, they usually try to strawman flat earthers with various claims.
Yeah, he was just saying that taking elevation and certain celestial bodies is measuring the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, he needs to go over to FED with that stuff because that's not going to fly around here. I mean, for the same geometric reality that Eratosthenes didn't prove anything one way or another, just like his contemporary, the Chinese Eratosthenes, didn't prove it one way or another by taking elevation angles to the sun. Same could be said for elevation angles to any star. You're not going to be able to prove anything one way or another with that. Other than, the flat Earth has the going... What flat Earth has going for it is that we experience the Earth flat and the elevation angles commensurate with what we experience. But yeah, I don't think it's the definitive win button proof that a lot of people believe it is. I mean, for one, like elevation angles to Polaris, great. You can claim that, but has anybody actually taken a 90-degree zenith reading to Polaris itself to assert that there's a 90-degree relationship to subtract any other elevation angle from? The answer is no. I don't think at any point in human history, not documented anywhere, has this been the case. It's just assumed that there is a zenith that is 90 degrees to it that could be obtained if somebody went. But I don't think anybody's actually documented that they've gone there to check. And of course, the same could be said for the South, and the same could be said for pretty much any navigation star that's been used. I don't think anybody's actually ever recorded a 90-degree zenith to any navigation star. In fact, when you read celestial navigation manuals describing what to do, they tell you to take a depression angle down from your zenith and then an elevation angle up from the horizon and use basically a nice 60 to 70 degree arc of vision above the horizon and below your zenith to get stars from you, that you shouldn't be using things directly overhead or directly on the horizon, just due to the impractical nature of doing so, among other reasons as well. So, yeah.
Hello, I have several questions about measurements and believing. Is it available?
What's going on, Vit?
Hello, John. Yeah, yeah.
That's me.
I listened to previous discussion about measurements, angles, and then some idea come to my mind. So, but it's related to believing. So, and I want to ask. No, I read about one of the experiments about putting the same stick on long distance on the Earth and then measure shadow. Yeah, I believe you know these experiments, and it's easy, can be explained by simple experiment with lighter on table when shadow will be different for the same objects. Yeah, maybe is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been it's been done many times.
Yeah. I just make context to be on the same with the same understanding. And what idea come to my I Google it a bit. So is it but is this idea based on believing that we believe that I cannot make this experiment to put in the same sticks on high distance, for example 1,000 kilometers, but can we believe that shadow will be different? Can we believe the scientists or people? And why asking? So if we believe that shadow will be different, but I cannot prove it, so I can only believe. What do you think? Is it real true that shadow should be different for the same sticks that will be on difference for example, 1,000 kilometers?
Well, if the light source is moving, right, it wouldn't necessarily take much belief in understanding that the angle is different, right, and the angle of the light source is going to generate for certain objects, right? So even if they're 1,000 miles apart, you see that light source move away in the direction of that other object, and you already know your light source is mobile, right? So at that point, you just need to know its path, right? And I mean, you do have the option of traveling 1,000 kilometers a year later, right, on that exact same date at that exact same time, and observe what the light source is doing the following years. I mean, I guess you could say it would be first based on inferences, right? But you would then have the opportunity what it was doing at that location, 1,000 kilometers away.
I just share my main idea that I believe if it's really shadow will be different, as I believe with mathematics we can calculate distance to the sun. Yeah, I cannot calculate, at least right now, because I don't remember and don't know mathematics so good. But at least, what do you think about this idea? If its shadow will be really different, based on this difference of different angle, we can calculate distance to the sun. It's maybe
that's making some assumptions. That's making some assumptions. I mean, you're not.
Yeah, just
for sure, because you don't even know what it is that you're witnessing, right? So that's the other problem, right? We're observing something. Now, what we're observing doesn't necessarily mean that we know definitively what we're observing, right? It could be an appearance, could be a reflection of something. So yeah, I mean,
reflection.
Like, go ahead and make
Don't talk about reflection.
Could be a reflection. I mean, we have no clue. We have no clue. Could be, be the effect of some other thing that's happening somewhere, right? That just appears to us visually. So it's difficult to make any positive claims about something that we don't know enough, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's an idea. It's a good idea.
Yeah, just idea. Just come to sharing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you for answers. Just that's it. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Gotta love Alminator just trolling the chat. There's little diagrams that I made. Yeah, well, good on everybody that's on the panel right now. You all having a great day. Or I trust you are having a great day. But yeah, thanks to everybody for being here. Captain Edgewise, if there's no curvature, right? No measurable curvature, be on a ball. So whatever the luminaries are doing, they're not linked, right? Just because something's moving in the sky and you don't understand what it is, what it's doing, you don't understand how it's happening, doesn't change the fact that the Earth is not spherical, right? So by looking at the sky, looking at the luminary, getting to understand yeah, so by looking at the luminaries, you're not going to measure the surface. Okay, you're not going to measure the surface of the water looking at the luminaries. And once you realize the Earth isn't curving, then you could try and figure out what the luminaries outside of that, I guess, prison for your thought process. Because if that's the only way you can envision it, then you're definitely not going to find any truth there. Because the Earth indeed is not curving anywhere. So, good luck with that. And the luminaries have a path, and they're confined to their area over the flat plane. Where every part of the Earth as its area gets to, right. So they're not linked. The Earth isn't moving. Skies are moving, and the skies are their own specific area that is moving across the flat plane. So yeah, they're not linked, but are, I guess, at the same time. But their circuits vary, right? They're moving in a circuit of a sort. And you're sitting there trying to explain it based on an explanation that you already have. You already have a bias towards that information. But if the map is derived from looking at the stars, you don't have an actual map based on the actual surface, right? They've linked the two. They've married the two based on actual measurements on the ground, actual surveying. If you could put some fixed stations throughout all of the oceans, you'd be able to map that too. Ways to do it. Just using ground surveying techniques.
Yo, anybody on fire tonight? Available for...
Not really. What's up, Karen? Welcome back.
Hey, hello, man. I just came back from like a semi good how you say that the when you do the rap battle, not battle but instrumental freestyle session. So I'm kind of hyped. So I feel like I want to project this energy towards the discussion here. Maybe I'm alone.
Are you talking about beatboxing?
No, I'm not talking about detoxing. I was talking about that I have.
No, not detoxing. Not detoxing. Beatboxing.
I can do beatboxing. No, but I was freestyling to instrumentals.
Oh, you were freestyling vocally. Okay.
Yeah. It was good. It was a really good session. So I come here with good energy, like to bring. I come here with good energy. I'm not amped, super amped, but I feel a little bit alive. That's all I'm saying.
Wow, Almanator, that is so fun. Chat. So with no measurable surface curve, you're going to say that the Earth can't pop. Hilarious. A hilarious claim. I mean, I just really, you got to look at the sky, guys. Why you're not, makes zero sense. Not good logic, boys.
Do you know pareidolia? Do you know what pareidolia means?
Yes, sir.
That means seeing faces in inanimate objects, right? Like a
Yeah, that's one of
house
the
or
definitions. Yep, basically seeing things where they're not. Right. Yep. Seeing a face in a board on the right, or in like just in a random arrangement of random objects. Yeah.
yeah. I don't know about you, but I got taught to piss standing up, and always when I open the toilet, I always see a face like willing to subject itself to my pee. I don't know. It's weird. I see the toilet when I open the lid and I pee into it. I see it as a face. Sometimes I see faces everywhere in architecture or something. Just two windows aligned horizontally correct, and then below maybe a door entrance, which would be the mouth.
Yeah, I think everybody's seen faces in
I can't
situations
be
like
the
that.
only one. Surely.
Yeah, no, I've seen. Yeah, looking at like the automobile or something. I see the headlights and like it's like the eyes and grill is the mouth or something. Yeah, something like that. The emblem, the hood ornament as the nose or something. Yeah.
Bro, that's the best example, I think. The automobile. That's the best example I think one could have given. The automobile. That often looks like a face.
Yeah, I mean there was an old cartoon animated TV series that had the main character was a man, and he'd switch back and forth between a man and a car, and they would show him transform. I don't remember the name of the series. Somebody might.
Can you guys forage for any food where you live? Like here is mushroom season, but I kind of missed it because I didn't follow it. But can you like get some food from the land, or is it illegal, or what is your way? Can you do that? Can you just maybe shoot something? How does it work? I would be interested.
Yeah, I mean you could hunt. You could hunt. I mean certain places like you have to get like crazy permits and stuff. Yeah, you could hunt. I'm here in the States. some people here from different people here from Australia. I can only speak to my neck of the woods. But here in the States, yeah, you could forage. I mean, there's a lot of private, careful and respectful of people's property. You could reach out to the homeowners, right? See if they find if they hunt their land. Some people advertise it. There's stuff like that.
And I will be so happy to do that. I think that's, to be honest, I think the human is made to not buy from a convenience store everything packaged in plastic. I think it's important to know this. Like some people, like they want other people to cut their meat. That's kind of weird, but they don't mind eating it when it's served in a nice pastry or, you know, quadratic format on sushi. But they would have really hard problems, like hitting the fish on the head and gutting it, and then, you know, witnessing its final flaps. I think that's really interesting how we've become so in such short time, in like 3 generations.
If you're think about it, if you've never witnessed it happen before, right? But you've been partaking, eating the final, far removed from how it got to you, right? Your entire life. The moment that realization is finalized, that's it could be uncomfortable for some people, right? Because they don't normally link the experience. Right?
Well,
But
it's
for
as
somebody who
uncomfortable as
handles the
realizing
process. Oh yeah, go ahead.
it's as uncomfortable as, you know, finding out that people die when you're a child. So I guess the point I'm making is, yeah, people would probably be uncomfortable if that degree of separation were removed. At the end of the day, though, if the convenience was taken out, people would still eat because it wasn't convenient 40 years ago, right? It was way less convenient. People did what they had to do. They were more like, you know, hunters, and if you didn't catch something good for supper, well, you're just gonna eat that squirrel from out back. Like,
Yeah, well, what usually happens is that they buy the whole chicken or the whole, you know, small pig or whatever from the market. So, but the market in that sense doesn't exist. It's been replaced by a convenience store where everything is a packet served to go. So I think that's kind of the dilemma I'm asking about. I think that's kind of distance you from reality a little bit. You know, when you eat your chicken nuggets at KFC, don't think about like you have to debone the chicken, take off the feathers. I don't know, something like that. You just eat the chicken when, you know. But back in the day, maybe not 40 years ago, but I don't know when it started. Convenient. I mean, it's called convenience store because it's convenient to get it, right? But before that, they were markets, probably not 40 years ago, but let's say 80 years ago. Maybe that's where the peak hit, where then it went downhill and global enterprises took over and optimizing their supply chain.
yeah, I definitely think that we would be a lot less wasteful. You know, a lot of things that we do throw away or don't think is important, we would hold on to because Again, it's not convenient, and you know what you had to do to, murder this alive thing that had a family and all that other stuff. And it's like, well, maybe you would be less callous in taking out a whole herd. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's a big family, though.
I think convenience has to do with, not being self-sufficient anymore. If you look at digital ID, for me, I'm worried, because I gotta source my own food, right? I gotta get some chickens, I gotta get some eggs, but what am I gonna feed the chicken? So yeah, I think it's for that, so that people are not self-sufficient, and when this digital ID thing hits, you're not gonna have a choice. You know what I mean? You're either going to do what you need to do, or your family's gonna have to go without for a couple of months. I don't know, but I think that's what it's about—the convenience.
Yeah, and also nobody owns land nowadays if they're not from America. Most densely populated regions don't have the ability to buy land because it's super, super, super expensive. I mean, when you're in America, and even if you played the game right and all your cards and you took all the variables in account, and I don't know, you got a degree and you work for somebody, unless you're not self-employed, then it's maybe you can afford nowadays some land in fucking Utah, or something like that. And then I don't know what you're gonna grow there, but yeah, okay, some chicken you could have and feed it on the waste products but then again, you need fertile soil, so it's kind of if you don't have land, basically you cannot sustain yourself. That's what I mean. It's impossible. You cannot sustain yourself without land. You are completely obligated to the purchasing algorithm that somebody dictates. And I mean, even in Corona, they're like, I don't know. So sorry, I cannot say this. They bought toilet paper, man. Why? You stick a hose up your ass, and clean that. I don't know. A bit silly, yeah.
If you can't defend your land, it's not your land. You're only renting it. You know what I mean? Like, if you can't stand in front of your house with a gun and say, nah, then you don't really own it. You are renting it. The Vatican has claimed the whole earth. So we're just renting from them, right? Because they can just come in and just remove you. So how that's what I think ownership is the ability to defend what's yours.
Yeah,
without land, you can't build. Yeah.
I think it takes more than a pope sitting in the Vatican who has maybe no idea about reality to mobilize some sort of army to take away your possessions. But I think it's more a fact of over governance in order to try to keep the systemic problem at bay, which is loss of workforce. Therefore, the government tries to, technology moves faster than government. So the government is always trying to play catch up. Like, oh, why don't you have a look at this job? And by the time that job might be a viable solution, not to pay your pension, but to offset the deficit that the government faces for the next 10 years. By that time, probably a machine will have replaced you, or especially in the Western society where it's based on service industry, probably that even will have got a downsizing. So I don't think necessarily it's like Pope dictating some ominous army to seize your land. It's more like that the algorithm of this funnel to the top has led to the dilemma that the governments have not acted accordingly to this algorithm, and therefore we are faced with this conundrum right now. I wouldn't put it necessarily as there's like a
there's a document, right? Like literally, literally, there's a document, something Unum, I forgot the name of it in Latin. That states, right, that literally he owns the whole world, and the world pays taxes to the Vatican, right? This is Rome, right? So Rome owns the world, and who is Rome's military that enforces all this? The United States, the United States military, you know. And where's the money, right? The money? Oh, that's the banks, the city of London, right? Where's the religion? That's the Vatican. So they have claimed it. There's a document, a deed, where they claim the world, right? The Pope claims the world. So yeah,
I can claim something for myself. It doesn't mean it makes it true, no?
Exactly. Well, I can claim something, but if I can't defend it, it's not really mine, right? So that's what I mean. You see, I own an island. See, it's supposed to be my island. But when you look at it, it says U.S. National Park. About 99% of the island is a national park of America, which means it's not even my island, even though it rightfully belongs to me. If I can't defend it, it's not mine. Okay? Man comes and takes it away from me because I can't defend it. Go ahead.
Tornado.
Thanks very much. I'm going to grade you. Sorry.
No worries. This.
You're hot micing. Oh. Sanctum Unum. I think that's it. Sanctum Unum. SANCTUM UNUM. Right. If you Google that, you can read it. Is that the one? And then we've got the Sanctum Unum or something like that. Just type that in, and Vatican Pope claims the Earth or something like that. All land on the Earth. But also, if you look at the Antarctic Treaty, there's there's a fence that we can't cross. Right? We look at the way the world is distributed. I mean, is divided, is set up. Yeah. So we're basically we're in a prison. Like they're a prison. If you're part of the system, if you're on the grid, you know what I mean, you are part of that. You're in that prison. And that's what I was saying, like these conveniences were set up to imprison us so that we can't be self-sufficient. So we can't rely on our communities or our neighbors. You know what I mean? We're isolated so that we can't support each other and that we have to rely on the government.
I guess your point is that you are trying to shine light on a predisposition for individuals to obtain close to standard that you describe as unam sanctam, which is by itself created by a unity of belief and influence. So how can any individual, first of all, go against that. Second of all, there are probably a lot of individuals in the world who do not adhere to this philosophy. That means that they do not have the ultimate power. It means they are merely a major player in the game. And yes, for an individual person, probably to attain that level of whatever they might have under their modus operandi unam sanctum is probably unattainable. But that is nothing new under the sun. That has been a given and will be a given for as long as humans or more intelligent monkeys will walk this earth. So what is your point?
Well, the point is, this is the last.
Do you really think that they?
My point. Right, let me make my point. Yes, this you're kind of overlooking something, right? Like this is the last. My point is, this is the last time. There's not going to be another. People are always going to be like this in the future. No, this is it. This is the last time people are going to be duped into it, and then we're fucked. We're done. That's what I'm saying. Also, this is a globe Earth plan. This is their plan, right? To use this globe Earth model to lie to people to make them think that they're stuck on some planet, that there's no God, all this crap. Then you got the 60th parallel to prevent you from fucking being able to do anything, to travel anywhere on your own, by yourself. You can't even hop on a boat, a plane, to come here to Australia, to go to anywhere, right? Without going through all these, because they own. They want to know, track, they want to know everything you're doing. So they control everything. This is the last time. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to be like, oh, it's going to happen again in the future. This is how. This is a cycle that's happening. I'm saying it's not a cycle. I'm saying it's a build up to the end. That's what I'm saying.
You saying they keep you in check because, bro? Have you looked? Did you take a flight in your life? Did you fly somewhere?
Yes. I am in Australia. I fly from America. I fly to Hawaii. I traveled a lot in my yes.
Okay, so where was the papal decree or the ominous shadow Illuminati government saying you shouldn't meet your friends, you meet online? Where was he?
It's called. There are people.
Well, just answer the question. You were able to travel. How does that make any logical sense to what you were saying?
Well, exactly. See, in prison, you're allowed to go out of your cell, right? Go to work. You're allowed to leave your cell and go to the yard. You're allowed to travel around in prison, but you can't just get up and out of your cell and go wherever you want in the prison. That's how it is. You got to schedule things. People got to know where you are. The prison has to be know where you are at all times and what you're doing. That's what
that's your perceptual. That's your perception.
That's what the passport is. That's what a passport is, dude. Are you
bro? That's your perceptive.
It's not a perception. It's the way it is. I'm not perceiving some passports.
So, listen. Okay, wait, bro. Wait. So you are able to travel to other places, right?
Yes.
So yes. Okay, right. So let's just leave it at that. You are able to travel to other places, whether it's flat Earth, globe Earth, it doesn't matter. You are able to travel to other places. Is that correct?
You are able to travel to certain. That is partially correct. Okay, you're able to travel to certain places under certain circumstances and with restrictions. Yes.
Okay. Well, at least there is at least then when you travel to these places, you take your mind with you, you know? No? Don't you, or do you leave it behind on a shelf? Like when you leave your flat, you leave the mind somewhere?
The mind, like my brain, my mind? Yeah.
Yeah, like in the Futurama, like Nixon in the glass. Do you leave it at home or do you travel with the brain?
I hope I am taking my brain with my mind with me everywhere. Yeah, I hope it's with me. Unless I left it on the
So my question is, if you are able to move physically over whatever X amount of miles to another location and take your brain with you, where does this control matrix in that sense apply to that you say everything is controlled, I cannot do anything, they own everything? That makes no sense.
Well, yeah. So here, I'm in a city. Okay, I'm in a city. I live in a city. Okay, in a city, the way that I get food is I go to work, get money, and then I go buy food from the store. I don't get it from my farm. I don't go hunting. I don't go fishing to get my food. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people who live in cities, this is how they get their food. Some people might have gardens, but it's not enough to actually say, I can eat out of my garden, survive. So yeah, that's how we live. That's the control system. This
Yeah, bro,
convenience
that's
thing,
the same for me. You're not different to me.
I know. Let me finish. Let me get to the ID. Let me get to the digital ID passport. By 2030, is going to have the digital ID as a passport. Okay, so that connects it easy. Right there is connected. But not only that, you have to be, I'll say like this, medically approved to travel. See, so now everything is getting tied to this digital ID. Everything you do, say, speak here, it's going to be tied to this digital ID if you choose to use it. I think that's the control system. So what I'm saying is you can freely walk around and do whatever you want, right? But how far are you going to get before you're going to need to rely on other people and resources? Do you have a farm? Are you self-sufficient? And if you are, can you stay self-sufficient when shit hits the fan? So yeah, you're free. You're free to flee to the mountains and try to survive there.
But
make
man,
sense?
this has been an unobtainable causality facing
I agree.
a social system not since 1300 unam sanctum. This has been a causality and effect in the equation since humanity has been created. When there is, let's say,
I agree.
The human trace. No, let me finish. Then you can speak. The human trace, the herd, and they follow the herd because there's meat there. They are a little bit cunning. They don't show the herd, oh, we're here. They make their fire. They burn the trees on the way. Maybe they build even the house. Eventually, they cultivate something. Do you think No, I'm telling you about humans. I'm asking you, do you really think that because some guy, sometime, did something, the human evolutionary process, which is a blip in history, which is completely irrelevant to whatever time frame you measure it to, do you really think that eventually is going to be relevant and influences your life? Because before, I can, even if you are born from a fucking monkey 50 or 300 or 400,000 years ago, do you think there would be a different scenario that you are facing with your existential angst? Do you really think that?
Yeah. Well, I don't think people have been around for 400,000 years. I think people have only been around for 100,000 years. That's the difference. That's the difference. And so you're ignoring technology. See, even if we go with your belief system, okay, you're ignoring technology. You're ignoring what's happening to us right now. There is no future. Okay, there's only destruction coming because of technology. Okay, these same people, humans you're talking about, that were monkeys, are developing AI and robots and technology. That's freaking dangerous. That's really crazy. Like, so no, it's not like that. This is it. This is the end. If you're an atheist,
bro. Yeah.
Even 300 years ago, people in the city thought the same when the Industrial Revolution hit. You know how many kids died?
Bro,
I just
yeah,
want to
Talking out of your ass, man.
I just what?
yeah,
Out of my ass.
bro.
Tchau.
Yeah. Então, eu tenho que dizer, todos vocês estão viciados em inteligência artificial. Então, essas IAs podem vos matar. Continuação de uma boa noite. Eu sei que ninguém entendeu nada. Tchau.
Oh.
No. Well, look, even if we go with your belief system, okay, you have to deal with technology and what these humans that you're talking about.
Okay, do you know about the Industrial Revolution? Do you know about it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what happened? Can you explain in like 3 sentences?
Yeah. Mass production happened. Yeah. That's what happened.
What happened coincidentally?
People figured out how to mass produce products by developing machines. Yeah. That's what happened. Mass production. Right? And when mass production happened, people flocked to these places called cities. Right? Well, before they were called cities, there were factories. People flocked there to get work. And people start dying because of the horrible work conditions there. And then they start providing services.
What are you using right now? What are you using?
To you the Industrial Revolution and how it changed our lives, and how this revolution is about to change it even more for the worse. And how your theory, is rubbish.
Communication infrastructure are you using right now to repeat
the human
the same old.
Stop. You only think like that because you think people are pieces of shit monkeys. You only think like that because you think you're a monkey. You only think like that because you think lowly
the flaws in the system that every fucking child knows.
Goddamn fucking atheist. You're a goddamn fucking Kabbalist. You're a goddamn Kabbalist. That's what you are. And your fucking atheism comes from Hinduism.
Something for me by saying I am the moral apostle. I can tell you this is how it works.
Goddamn
idiot, actually, what did you do about it? You're using the same infrastructure that you deny that was created by a process. You're using this now, aren't you?
Are you talking about evolution? Are you talking about evolution?
Unfortunately, during the industrial time and now.
And why don't you go to the forest and try how it works?
You want to get
people have been living in cities for a long time, and they never in cities.
So, Carrot, you're not going to keep talking over. It's not allowed, dude. I mean, we've been very lenient. We've been trying to keep this lax. You keep cutting people off and talking out. No one can hear what either of you are saying. So please control yourself. If somebody's in the middle of a sentence, do not talk over them.
Yeah, so like I was saying, it doesn't really matter because what the Industrial Revolution and everything that I guess Bong you're saying is wrong with the world now and how we're moving towards AI. It is wholly people.
What about developing countries? Ever thought about them? They got the internet. I don't know. They got machinery.
I mean,
I don't know. A couple of years ago.
Barely done talking.
Why don't you get off your fucking high horse and just admit that it's a shit show? Okay? And there's no politician gonna fix it, but you ain't gonna fix
if
it
you
by
want him to
whinging
kill
either.
the chat, because I was trying to talk, Bong got annoyed with him, so I guess we'll just let him kill the chat. I guess I'll just go do something else.
Nah, man. Nah, I want to hear what you were saying. No, I was listening, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just told you to wait until Homeboy was finished saying what he had to say, and you just couldn't even make it 1 minute, somebody else talking without interrupting and saying something else rudely to get off their high horse. So Carrot, we can't have that, man. It's not good. So sorry, bud.
So much for projecting that energy, eh? Freestyle. Well, we might as well unmute him because Elijah left. Up to you. I don't care.
All right. Well, you can continue on with Pong Sao if you want. Oh, he left. I guess he still thought it was server muted in every channel. It's only an RVC.
Yeah, atheists, people who believe, follow that, they're really hard to reach. You gotta spend a lot of time with them.
It is essentially a relief because there's no evidence for it. It's tough. I'm just talking about the model of saying that humans have been around for 400, and everything else he seems to believe. But it is what it is. Might have had a couple of beers in him,
Yeah, I'm actually interested in speaking with atheists now that now that it's all in the Kabbalah / Zohar. You know what I mean? I'm really interested now because before I realized it was all part of the New Age, movement. The whole. I ignored it. I thought it was just people falling for stupid. But now it feels like it's probably important to talk to them about it and where their belief system comes from. They don't know. If Christians don't know, they don't know, then they don't know. But some of these satanic people, some of these people, they know way more than actual Christians. So I don't, you know what I mean? It's really hard to try to talk to these people without them losing their shit or whatever.
Yeah, there's a ton of reading that has to be done before certain about certain. It's the way it goes. For it to be a level conversation, I'll have to be coming from at least a similar background in reading and comprehending certain texts and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's tough to meet people where they're at when a lot of what they believe to be knowledge is true trust, like you said earlier, and lack of knowledge of how ignorant they are. If you have no frame of reference, really don't understand how ignorant you can be about it. Know nothing about. Yeah, it's a tough place to be when having conversations with others. Yeah.
Oh, well, hopefully you'll come back. Maybe we can have we can try again, but who knows?
Yeah, he's friendly enough. He doesn't really like to stay on topic ever, so he wants to talk about everything but the way it goes.
I actually thought he was a character when he first came in, talking about rapping and everything. But when he started talking about monkeys, I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. He just comes in and tries to play it cool sometimes to have a conversation when there's like nobody else in here. And I'll entertain it every once in a while. Yeah. I mean, whenever you start getting to potatoes of subject matter, he stay with it. He gets a little irate, gets a little emotional, start messing with people's worldviews. That's you.
It's funny how he didn't want to talk about the globe because I was trying to get into it with the curvature, but
Oh my god, this dude in the side chat has just been on and on and on. So cheesy.
you know you're gonna need the digital ID to access the internet when when it rolls out. So what are we gonna do? I guess hard decisions, eh?